Maximum security guaranteed. Seafest 2022. Powered by Creative Industry Power. Supported by PlusTvAfrica.
Welcome to Plus Politics right here on Plus TV Africa. My name is Kofi Bartels. On Tuesday, 10 All Progressives Congress governorship aspirants in River State signed a pact to support whoever emerges from the party as its standard bearer in the 2023 general elections. Chibike Amechi-led faction of the party in the state is insisting that the governorship ticket will go to the riverine part of the state. Now joining us to discuss this is the former Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency and a one-time governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress in River State. He has also previously been a member of the Federal House of Representatives. Dr. Dakuku Peterside, good evening to you.
Good evening, Kofi, and good evening, viewers.
Nice to have you join us today. I've looked at the communique by these 10 aspirants, and you're there.
True, fact.
Why was there a need for the aspirants on the platform of the All Progressives Congress to come out in such a manner?
Thank you very much. If you have followed the history of elections in Rivers State, particularly the primaries of the ruling party, it's been most rancorous. And not only is it rancorous, at the end of the day, whoever emerges as candidate sees himself serving a section of society instead of serving all Rivers people. We thought that wasn't good politics. It's high time we put the interests of Rivers first above every other consideration. We are one of the most endowed states in the country. We've got very talented people, yet we have not optimized the benefits of our endowment because of the nature of our politics. There's a correlation between politics and development in all its dimensions. And so we met among ourselves and started talking to ourselves on the need to be united in our shared vision, on the need to have a peaceful, orderly, credible process that would throw up a candidate, and that when such a candidate emerges, all of us need to rally around that candidate to run with a pan-Rivers vision, a vision that will give every Rivers man limitless opportunity to achieve his best potentials. And that was the driving force behind the meeting of minds that led to that communique.
Interesting. And of course, this is calling on the governorship position. The aspirants, they say they're going to support whoever comes out at the end of the day. Does this mean that there will be a consensus candidate at the end of the process?
Now, both Electoral Act and the constitution of our party made provision for different methods of choosing a candidate. It could be through direct primaries, indirect primaries, or consensus. That's the provision of the Electoral Act. Now, our party constitution has its own provisions. As a people, we realize as aspirants that only one person can be a candidate at a time, and ultimately one person will become governor of River State. And we are convinced beyond any shred of doubt that the next governor of River State will be elected on the platform of the All Progressives Congress. And so we have agreed that the leader of the party in the state has a key role to play to midwife the process. As progressive aspirants.
So you're talking about the Honorable Minister of Transportation.
That's the leader of the party.
Okay, all right.
And we agreed amongst ourselves as progressive aspirants that have the interest of Rivers State, that are passionate about the development of Rivers State, that are desirous to see the end of the mess that we currently have in Rivers. The misgovernance, the bad leadership that we have in Rivers. We agreed among ourselves that we must have a process in place that will throw up one of us. And as we do, we must all rally around that person.
Okay.
I think the bigger interest is to achieve the Rivers State of our dream and bequeath the Rivers State of our dream to a new generation of Rivers people. That's key.
Okay, all right, interesting. What about the issue of zoning? Because this has been another contentious issue in Rivers State. You know, we have the upline riverine dichotomy or arrangement. Tell us about this decision, if it is indeed true that at that meeting of the aspirants, there was a decision taken to zone the governorship ticket in the APC to the riverine Ijaw. Can you expatiate on that?
I can explain this to you. I will not say that the party has officially zoned the governorship of Rivers State to the riverine Ijaw. There's an understanding among the leadership of the party that it is only fair, just, and equitable that the governorship should move to the riverine Ijaws. The riverine part of the state is inhabited by the Ijaws, and thank God it's monolithic. One language speaking group, the Ijaws. That's an understanding. And you can see that a pattern has emerged. All 10 aspirants for now that have indicated interest are from the riverine Ijaw stock of the state. That does not foreclose those who are not from that area from aspiring.
Okay.
They have right to aspire.
Forms are still on sale.
Forms? No, well, we have not even commenced the sale of forms.
Oh, you've not
So
commenced
they're
the
protected
forms.
by the constitution of the country, constitution of our party. Nobody's going to stop them from aspiring. But the mood of the state, the dominant opinion, the spirit in the state is that governorship should shift to the riverine Ijaw part of the state. That's in our party. And I believe that that's the desire of most Rivers people.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. So this is an interesting development. I have never seen the All Progressives Congress since it was formed,
Be
created.
disunited.
Yeah, in Rivers State.
It's a new era.
And you have quite a number of names there. Yourself, you have Tonya Princewell, who stood against you in 2015. You have the likes of Tonya Cole, who was the flag bearer in the last election. What about the talk, by some persons in the state that this so-called zoning formula should not be discussed on the basis of ethnicity, because like you well know, in parts of Rivers State, you have both upland and riverine, and they're saying that the zoning of the governorship ticket should be discussed on the basis of geopolitical zones. And I'm sure you're senatorial districts, and I'm sure you're very well aware of that. You are from the River Southeast Senatorial District, and you were the candidate of the All Progressives Congress in 2015.
Very correct.
After the others had come, namely Peter Odili and, of course, Rotimi Amechi. So what do you say to this school of thought that the governorship position should rotate on the basis of senatorial zones?
Now, you see, there is merit in the two schools of thought. Whether on the senatorial district basis or on our geocultural political zone basis. The point, the core issue, is that in multi-ethnic societies, one way of promoting inclusiveness, peaceful coexistence, is that power should rotate from one area to the other. And so that is a common thread in the two arguments. Whether it is on senatorial zone basis or geocultural basis.
Okay.
And so that's a takeaway.
All right.
That both schools of thought support the fact that in multi-ethnic societies, you need to rotate power and to give people sense of belonging, inclusiveness, promote unity, stability, and peaceful coexistence. That is established. Now, the second thing is that if you say you should rotate on the basis of geopolitical zone, you said it, that on the basis of geopolitical zone, you have both the riverine and the upland part of the state in all of the three senatorial districts. Yeah. That's also established. Now, the second dimension is on geocultural basis. Geocultural basis is that before now, Rivers people, you have two predominant cultural divide. The riverine divide, it might just be called riverine.
Okay.
They're actually predominant Ijaws.
Okay. So you're looking at Okrika, Ogobolo,
Ogobolo is Ijaw.
Of course, Opobo.
Opobo is Ijaw,
Okay.
Andon is Ijaw, Boni.
Okay.
They're all predominant Ijaws.
Okay.
Then on the upland part, you have two dominant language groups.
Okay.
What they call the Igboid and the Ogonad. The Igboid group is made up of the Che, Omoma, the Orashi LGAs, the Ikwere LGAs, then the Ogonis. So all along, before the present era, most of our politics was played along the line of cultural groups, language and cultural groups.
Okay.
And so there's merit in the riverine upland dichotomy based on culture. There's also merit in geopolitical or senatorial districts. But there's also an intersection between the two. So I think that the issues are not mutually exclusive. They are correlated.
Okay. Okay. All right. So they are correlated. Which should obtain? Should it be the sectorial zoning arrangement, or should it be? You know where I'm coming from.
All right. Now,
you know where I'm coming from. So where should it be? Because there seems to be some fire coming from some quarters that it should be on geopolitical basis. Senatorial basis. Yes. You had, for instance, Peter Odili came from a particular senatorial district, and then after that, Amechi came from one other senatorial district, and now it's the turn of River Southeast. And the talk is that you were presented as a candidate by the All Progressives Congress because you're from River Southeast.
I like to make this clear. I think that the most critical thing in Rivers, like in many other states in the country, is can we produce a candidate that is competent, that's got character, that's a clear vision of how to turn around the state and put the state on the fast lane, put the state on the path of growth. That's the most critical element in this whole debate.
And you're sure the APC can give that?
I believe that you can find them both in the riverine part of the state and in the upland part of the state. You can find them in the three senatorial districts. And there can also be a marriage. If you want, it is also not fair that only the upland part of the state produces the governor all the time, not the riverine part of the state. Yes, you must have some arrangement to accommodate the three senatorial districts. The argument is also valid that, Rivers West went or produced a governor in Dr. Peter Odili. Rivers East produced governors in Right Honorable Chukwukadosi Amechi, Celestino Meha, and Nyesom Wike. And Rivers Southeast is yet to produce a governor. But if we're sensitive to our cultural divide, if we're
so this is
historical cultural fault lines, then we also need to accommodate the riverine Ijaws.
Okay.
And there are riverine Ijaws in that senatorial district.
All right. So some have pointed out also that even if you go down to the tertiary institutions and how the youth even divide positions in their organizations, it's been historically on upland riverine accommodation or understanding. And some also pointed out, even if you look at the positions of governor and deputy governor, it's always been like that.
Riverine upland.
Yeah, is that the situation? And how does that really capture how it should be?
Yeah, but that's already established. That I said the era before now, we've always played our politics along those cultural lines of upland riverine, acknowledging the fact that the Jaws, you must be sensitive to the yearnings, aspirations, and accommodation of the Jaws. That's established. I don't think there's anybody that disputes that.
Okay.
That's one. Now, the second thing that we cannot fault is the fact that senatorial district is more recent. Before now, the senatorial district was arranged in such a way that all the riverine LGAs were in one senatorial district.
Okay.
Then the upland LGAs were split in about two or three senatorial districts. But that has changed lately. And so this led to new dynamics. And as these dynamics evolve, we too must evolve our politics. We must be more sensitive to the most important thing is accommodation, inclusiveness. That's key.
All right. All right. So this must continue. Upland riverine, sharing power and rotating power amongst themselves. That's the best way to go.
Well, the point I need to make is this. In Nigeria, we're not going to have North-South divide forever.
Okay.
It's evolving. As our politics gets matured or democracy gets entrenched, what will be most critical will be the credibility, will be the competence, will be the character of candidates. And I believe that that's the kind of thing that will also evolve in rivers. Okay. It will get to a point where it wouldn't matter whether you're riverine or upland, whether you're southeast, southwest, west, or east senatorial district. It will become immaterial. It will get to a point where the most important thing for consideration will be the fact that you've got capacity, you've got the right vision, you've got the competence, you've got the character, you've got the track record to turn around rivers and put rivers on the path of growth. I think that's critical.
Interesting.
Today, if you look at the data, it's not anything to cheer about. Whether data on security, we are one state with high unemployment rate, despite the fact that we're the oil and gas capital of the country.
All right.
Now, we're one state that our educational statistics are literally on the negative.
Is this been through the years or just in recent years?
In recent.
Okay.
Of recent.
All right. Okay. Interesting. Dr. Kuku Peter side. If the agreement from that meeting, as captured in the communique, by the 10 governorship aspirants on the platform of the APC, is to be implemented. Of course, you have to go around and consult with stakeholders of the APC, and you've said it here, that consensus communique and then the agreement reached, to zone the governorship ticket to the riverine Ijaw part of River State, comprising 10 local government areas, is not one that is from the party.
It's not binding on everybody. It's binding on the 10 of us that endorsed that document.
So it means that we going forward.
Any other person who wants to aspire, you are free to aspire.
So going forward, it means that there might be some sort of consensus candidate coming
amongst the 10 of us.
Yes, fantastic. But what happens if that is not achieved? Of course, we're aware of the.
It will definitely be achieved. We've already signed. We've already endorsed it, and we did that willfully. We're not compelled by anybody, not by the leader of the party, not by anybody.
Okay.
Out of our own volition, we decided to come together, call ourselves progressive aspirants, decided that by some consensus arrangement, only one of us will run. But
your colleague and friend, in all, let me say, party member, Senator Marcus Abbey, he said that there is, I just want to quote his words, or the words, the report. It says that the constitutional party does not provide for the emergence of a consensus candidate.
Well, I don't think that's absolutely correct.
Okay.
The latest amendment to our constitution, in line with the provisions of the Electoral Act, made provision for consensus. That's the latest amendment.
Oh, really?
To our constitution. The amendment that was effected in the last convention. But that's not the issue. Even with a consensus arrangement, you will still present yourself for primaries. You can choose, because consensus means that everyone who is aspiring must sign jointly that we agree to this decision. Okay. And so, if 10 of us all have agreed that we agree to a consensus, and you, Kofi Bartel, say, I'm not in agreement with that consensus, you have right to go and aspire. So
going by the new Electoral Act.
Not just Electoral Act.
Okay.
That's the meaning of consensus, meeting of minds. So you can choose not to be part of our consensus arrangement.
Okay.
So we'll finish in our own arrangement amongst 10 of us. Present one person. Kofi Bartel said, I'm not part of your consensus arrangement. I'm supported by the constitution of the country, supported by the constitution of our party. I put myself forward. And as you put yourself forward, it is for the delegates to choose between the person who emerged from the consensus arrangement or you, Kofi Bartel, who is running solo.
Interesting.
I don't know if you get the message.
Yeah, definitely.
And so the fact that we have a consensus arrangement does not stop other persons from aspiring.
Okay.
But of course, the people have the final say. The ultimate choice belongs to the people.
The All Progressives Congress in Rivers State has refused, let me not say intentionally, but has not been able to get itself out of the situation it found itself in. Of course, we know that in 2019, the party was not on the ballot. We know the plethora of court cases, the plethora of parallel chairmen that have emerged from the party. Has the party finally gotten its house together under one leadership that will not be stopped?
Now, I can say this to you. I don't think there's been any dispute about Right Honorable Chukwuedo Amici being leader of the party. I don't think there's any dispute.
We're talking about the chairman and
now,
the state working
currently,
committee.
today, I don't think there's either a case in court or anything challenging the election of Chief Emeka Bekele as state chairman of our party. I'm not aware of either a court case, a petition, or anything at all, anybody challenging.
You're sure what happened in
election.
2019 cannot repeat itself?
I am not God, I'm human.
Okay.
I'm not God.
All right.
But to the best of my knowledge, I don't believe that what happened in 2019 can repeat itself. The indicators are not there. The signals are not there. I think we're a lot more organized. Yeah. We're more united. We're more focused
we've had
than ever.
Several parallel chairmen. I mean, Wogu Bombs is there. We have the likes
Wogu has never laid claim to being chairman of the party.
But at a point, he was he went to the national.
He aspired to be national vice chairman South, and actually contested. Okay. But he was not elected.
We have the likes of Golden Shoma, and there's a certain gentleman whose name doesn't come to mind.
Golden picked up from he wanted to contest for chairman of the party, but did not contest ultimately.
All right, and the other gentleman whose name I can't remember, the one before Golden, who had to step aside. But anyway, so you're saying everything is now settled in the APC in Rivers State?
You know, the way it works in politics, and I'm sure you know, even in families. Now, peace and unity is a process. We will not get to a time where we say in Nigeria, everybody is united behind the president or united behind the governor. It is usually a work in progress. And I believe that reasonably, the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State is united, and that we're very focused on winning the next election. You know, many people have realized that their hope today lies with the All Progressive Congress. We've experienced bad governance in the past 7 years. It's never been this bad as a state. We've never had it this bad.
Okay, just before we go, you're back in the running to be the governor of Rivers State, like you were in 2015. How different is Dakuku Adol Peterside, the candidate, from 2015 to Dakuku Adol Peterside, the prospective candidate of 2023?
Well, Dakuku Peterside of 2015 is different from Dakuku Peterside of 2023 in 4 key dimensions.
Okay.
This is a man who is deeply more experienced than before. By 2019, I've not served, at 2015, I had not served as Chief Executive of a Regulatory Agency. Today, I've served as Chief Executive of a Regulatory Agency. So, apart from understanding how the executive arm of government functions and the legislative arm, I've served at the federal level, at the agency level. I've also played at the international scene. I was chairman of the Association of African Maritime Administrators, and that's a global scene. I understand now the relationship between subnationals and supranationals. That I understand clearly. So that's one, a man who is deeply more experienced. The second is that you now have a man who is more passionate than ever. Because I've seen River State flourish. I've seen good leaders in River State. I've seen very bad leaders.
We don't have time.
Selfish.
Okay.
Leaders whose only preoccupation is primitive acquisition of wealth. Leaders whose understanding of development is brick and mortar.
Who are you referring to?
I'm not referring to anybody. I'm only saying I've seen two eras: golden era of Rivers,
right,
and I've seen the dark ages of Rivers.
That
has fired my passion.
All right.
And more than ever, I am desirous of making a difference, not just for today, for the sake of posterity.
All right. We have
That's the second way.
We have to leave it at that.
There's a difference between Dakuku of 2015
right,
and Dakuku of 2023.
I'm afraid we have to leave it at that. If I allow you, we'll go on and on and on. Dr. Peter Side, we thank you for your time. We're monitoring affairs and activities in Rivers State, and I'm sure we'll have you here.
Rivers is a volatile or a strategic state. I think what a strategic state in the country.
Fantastic. And that's as much you can take.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
Welcome back. Governorship aspirants on the platform of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State have signed a peace accord agreeing to support any one of them that emerges as the party's governorship flag bearer. The aspirants, in a communique issued at the end of their meeting in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, on Monday, said they have resolved to collapse their political structures in favor of any one of them that secures the party's governorship ticket. They also resolved to zone the seat of the governorship to the River and Ijaw area of the state. And joining us to discuss this is a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress in River State, Honorable Golden Chioma. Good evening to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening.
All right. As a member of the party, the All Progressives Congress, and a chieftain of that party, what's your reaction to the news that the aspirants for the position of flag bearer or governor on the platform of your party have zoned the governorship ticket to the River and Ijaw on their own?
It was not zoned by anybody. The party has not zoned the office. And the last time the office was zoned was in 2014. and it was zoned to the river southeast. And it has not changed at this time. So what I'm aware of is that the senatorial zone, the river southeast, is supposed to produce the governor. In that same senatorial zone, we have the Ijaw elements also, and we have the Ogonids. So that senatorial zone should produce, and that is the zoning I'm aware of. That was done in 2014. And since then, no governor have come from that zone since 1999.
That's talking about Rivers Southeast.
Yes.
Okay. But are you not aware of the meeting by these governorship aspirants? And the statement was signed by Dawari George.
Yes, I'm aware of it because it's also in the media, in the news. But let me explain to you. What you saw was an amalgamation of people who are scared of Senator Magnus Abe, who is supposed to come from the river southeast. Because of his candidature, the benefactor of all those you saw single-handedly did say that he was zoning it unilaterally without consultation with anybody, that it will go to the riverine, which means now that all parts of the state, including the senatorial zones that have produced governors before, are up for it, leaving an entire senatorial zone that have not produced the governor. For me, it will not hold water. But they have the right to so claim, to so agree that if any of them becomes the candidate, that they would collapse their structures. But I doubt the structures they have. Apart from one or two of them, the rest do not have any structure.
So we're looking at, you're saying it's based, are you saying the zoning formula, even if it's unwritten in River State, is based on a senatorial district arrangement? Or, because
yes.
I know the upline riverine arrangement, some call it dichotomy in River State, having worked there and lived there for 10 years. Should it not be an upline riverine thing?
Yes, Kofi, the state right now, the issue of riverine and upland is no longer tenable. There is virtually no part of River State that car cannot get to. Prior to now, we used to say that the riverine people have to go to Waterside before you have to get to Bonny Waterside for you to get to Bonny. Now, as I speak with you now, the road leading to Bonny is 95% completed. Cars get to Abonima and Bukuma. Cars get to Opopo. So there's no longer the issue of riverine and upland dichotomy. We are all rivers people. If we want to say that ethnicity should be the brain of distribution of offices, then we'll know about that. We'll go to that. In 1999, it went to the other senatorial zone, where the Calabaris belong to. In 2007, it came to my senatorial zone, where the Okrikas belong to. And the Minister of Transportation went. Now it's supposed to go to the other senatorial zone, the river southeast. And let me explain to you, in 2014, when it was properly zoned to the river southeast, it was between two candidates, Senator Magnus Abe and Right Dakuku Petersai. Both of them qualified because they come from that senatorial zone. And it was between both of them. But just because of the fact that Senator Magnus has gone forward to tell the whole world that he's competent and capable for the office, which they are all aware of. The reason why they are trying to micro-zone it to the Ijaw stock is only to deny a competent, capable individual from aspiring for the office. That's the only thing.
But is Senator Magnus Abe, does he even have an aspiration to be the next governor of Rivers State, to vie for the position of governor on the platform of the APC? Because when I checked, his name was not on the attendance register of that meeting.
Yes. Just as I said, the meeting was called by the other faction of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State. And if you also look at the people that signed that list, they all share the same benefactor, the Right Honorable Chibuike Amici. And what they have espoused in that letter is to say that they are loyal and subservient to their benefactor. And that I give to them.
Okay.
And I'm very aware that Senator Magnus Abe is a man aspiring to lead Rivers State on his own accord based on his competence.
So if he aspires to lead Rivers State, will it be fair, because of course we know that there's been some sort of division in the party, will it be fair to say that all those who are aspiring, the likes of Tonye Cole, the likes of Dakuku Peterside, the likes of Dawari George, the likes of the former chairman of the APC in Rivers State and former chairman of our territorial local government area, Enko, will it be fair to say that they are, loyal to Rotimi Amechi when in times past we know that the APC in Rivers State would have had one candidate, one person, and all of them that's a consensus candidate. You rightly said in 2015, it was Dakuku Adol Peterside. In 2019, it was Tonye Ko. This time around, we're seeing that as many as 10 of them have come out. So doesn't that show that there is some sort of freedom and that not one person is being dictated to push forward, rather, as the consensus candidate?
I'm of the opinion that all those you saw, or those who signed that paper, derive their powers from Right Honorable Chibuike Amici. I don't think, except one or two of them, that has the zeal and capacity to claim to wanting to contest on his own accord. Apart from that, the rest of them are hinging on the wings or the aprons of the minister. And I'm saying that we have passed that level. In the state, we are an opposition party. We need a credible and competent candidate to face the party in the state. It is no longer party, it's no longer the issue where somebody will say that I've anointed one person. We want people to aspire. We want people to show their capacity to taking up the mantle of leadership. I wish them well in their endeavors, but I'm only saying that what you have seen there is a conglomeration of those loyal to the minister. But I also want to disagree with you. In 2019, it was not Tonye Cole, because the APC was also not on the ballot. But the APC had two parallel congresses. One produced Senator Magnus Abe, the direct primaries, and the other one, the indirect one, produced Tonye Cole. Unfortunately, the court decided otherwise, and we didn't have a candidate. But for you to say that in 2019, no, the party was not on the ballot in 2019.
I wouldn't want us to go into that because I think that is what under the bridge now. But I just want to go through the names of those who were at that meeting. I was actually George Tolofari I was trying to refer to. But the names there include Prince Tonye Prinzel, who you know very well, Dr. Dakuku Peterside, that's number 2, Dr. Dawari George, number 3, Architect Tonye Cole, whom you've just talked about, number 4, Engineer Biopo Mabo Awara, number 5, you have Honorable Ojuka Eflaga Makri, number 6, Honorable Mina Tenda, that's number 7, you have Honorable Ibinabo Michael West, number 8, Sokonte Davis, and then, of course, the final one is Chief Francis Ada. So if these are the candidates of the All Progressives Congress or the aspirants, why wasn't Magnus Abe at that meeting? Bearing in mind we have one chairman of the APC, we have one APC now in Rivers State united under one chairman. Hello.
Kofi?
Yes.
Yes, Kofi, you're making statements I wouldn't want to join issues with you. I felt to have allowed those controversial aspects outside this interview. But let me tell you one or two things. Senator Magnus Abbey, I'm not speaking for him anyway, maybe he wasn't invited. 2, he is not a protege of the Minister for Transportation. Just as I've said, all those there draw their influence or their support from the minister. Now, from the names you read out there, you will find out that there's a common denominator. They will claim to come from the INC part of Rivers State. That I give to them. But the election we're talking about will not be decided by the INC part of Rivers State alone. So it comes to the fact that we have senatorial zones already, which could be referred to as administrative conveniences. And let me explain to you, all aspects or all parts of the senatorial zone of Rivers State have riverine elements, if we want to go to that. So this zone we're talking about is the Rivers East that have not produced the governor.
Okay.
And that is where the governor should come from. Anybody from that senatorial zone is qualified by me.
All right. All right. But how about the fact that you've had, if you go back to, you've talked about senatorial zoning, but if you go back to the upland riverine zoning, yes, I know you said, you can now drive a car to Opobo. But we all know that Opobo is still a so-called upline, or the Ijaw Rivers, if you want to call it that. We're talking about places like over 10 local government areas, Andoni local government area, Opobo Nkoro local government area, Boni local government area, Okrika local government area, Ogubolo local government area. We have Asaritoro, Degema, Akukutoru, and Abuadual. Even Port Harcourt South is what they call it. We've had people from the so-called upland parts of River State in power for, this will be 16 years, Honorable Chairman. This will be 16 years. So would it be fair to allow a so-called
20 years.
20 years, okay. Would it be
Yes.
Would it be fair to allow a so-called maybe senatorial zoning where possibly an upland person will still become governor?
Yes.
In a state where the Ijaw Rivers people control, like you said, INC, Ijaw National Congress, control about 10, not less than 10 local government areas.
Kofi, politics is all about numbers. Let us not reduce this thing to issue of ethnicity. I come from a Che local government area. And in the last 21 years, if I'm not mistaken, my ethnic group has not gone to the Senate. What we are talking about here has to do with the governor of Rivers State. Everybody is eminently qualified, irrespective of your ethnic grouping. In 1999, Ebenezer Ezekere lost the governorship with whiskers. He would have been the governor of Rivers State. It has nothing to do where you come from. Let's be fair to ourselves. Ebenezer Ezekere would have been the governor in 1999. Dr. Odili, who became the governor in 1999, was from a minute ethnic group, if you want to put it that way. He's a minority in a local government, which is Anaga. His ethnicity or his ethnic group is a minority in that local government. But he became the governor in 1999. It has nothing to do with your local government. It has nothing to do with your population spread. In 1999, Senator Hussein lost in the political intrigues to Dr. Odili. What I'm trying to explain to you, Kofi, we should not reduce our governorship position to ethnic space. No, I don't agree with anybody.
Okay. All right. Even the fact, Honorable Chairman, even the fact that the People's Democratic Party has names like the current Secretary to the State Government, has names like current Special Assistant to the Governor on projects, Dax George Kelly, and so on and so forth. These are the names being peddled. It seems the PDP might be tending towards a riverine Ijaw person, candidate. Should that not even be an indication of this?
Yeah, Kofi, let me explain to you. I'm not a member of the People's Democratic Party, but I'm very aware that the PDP is waiting for who clinches the ticket in APC. I can tell you authoritatively, if the APC makes a decision to give it to the Equerry stock, PDP will be running down to get an Equerry candidate. Rivers State is an APC state. We mishandled our opportunities in 2014 and 2019 not to be in charge of the state. As I speak with you, all the names you have mentioned in the PDP are because of the fact that they are of the opinion that because of the position of the Honorable the Minister for Transportation, that the party may be looking towards that angle. So they are also going there. But I do not want to join issues with them. I wish them well.
Okay.
But
right.
I want to tell you that the party, APC, will do the right thing right at this point because we need to be in government in 2023.
All right.
We can't afford to be out of government for another 8 years.
Okay, but you're confirming that the APC now in Rivers State is together united under one chairman and one leadership.
You're raising issues I also do not want to answer, but let me answer you because you have brought it up for the second time. The party at the national have recognized a faction, and that we must all agree. They have recognized my friend on the other side as the chairman. That does not mean we do not exist. We are still a faction. We still maintain our faction. We still strive to making sure that the party comes together.
Who is your chairman as a member of the APC in Rivers State?
You're a member of the press, and you have the opportunity to investigate who was recognized.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes. Golden Shoma, former member of the Rivers State House of Assembly, former chairman of a faction of the APC in Rivers State. He's been our guest tonight. Thank you for your time, sir, and see you sometime soon.
Thank you very much.
And that's the size of our package right here on Plus Politics. We return tomorrow, but thank you for staying with us. I'm Kofi Bartels. Enjoy the rest of our programming.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Menstrual cycle is a way the body of a woman releases tissues that is no longer needed in the body. Every month, the body of a woman prepares for pregnancy. The lining of the uterus gets thicker as preparation for nurturing the fertilized egg. There are 4 phases of the menstrual cycle, which is menstruation, the follicular phase, ovulation, and the luteal phase. Common menstrual problems include heavy or painful periods and premenstrual syndrome, PMS. In an interview with the family physician, Dr. Mwachukwu Chukwuemeka, he gives a deeper explanation of the menstrual cycle.
Menstrual cycle is defined as a time clock within a female or a woman of reproductive age, especially from puberty, where there is a production of the eggs in your ovaries, and then the preparation of the womb to receive this egg, hoping that it will be fertilized, and then the discharge of this egg when it is not fertilized, or the growing of this fertilized egg into a baby. Okay, so now that cycle takes usually a month, and this cycle usually a month averagely, so it seems to take 28 days. However, there are variances, so we give a normal phase of plus or minus 7 days, meaning that it could span from 21 days to 35 days. So that's why it varies for women. So the menstrual cycle is the period from the release or the preparation of the eggs in the ovaries to the release of these ovaries down to the womb, and then it is discharged, and you all see it as blood.
Dr. Chukwuemeka explains why some women go through pains before or during the cycle, which makes them use hot water bottle to soothe it before they will be relieved for some time.
Painful menstruation, which can be described as dysmenorrhea, is possible because, first, during the movement of the eggs, there are lots of hormonal activities, and it has seen first to be either due to the tubes, the contractions of the tubes, especially when you're talking about before the period, especially in ovulation. So there's usually ovulation pain, which is milder than the menstrual pain itself. So the contraction of the fallopian tubes is a milking movement, milking the eggs through the tubes into the ovary. Okay, and then when it gets into the ovary, it stays for approximately 24 hours and then begins to degenerate. Before then, the womb is preparing a space, a bed for this egg to be implanted if it's fertilized. But while it's doing that, it's not implanted. And so that brings me to the stages of the menstrual cycle. So there is the proliferative stage, which is the stage at which there's production of many things. And then there's a secretory phase, which is the phase where the egg is expecting to, to be fertilized, and then also expecting to either become a baby or it is discarded. All right. So when that happens and this egg is not fertilized, the uterus begins to contract in order to expel it. That contraction is usually painful. Imagine your fist very tight, okay, especially for a woman who hasn't given birth before. That's how tight her uterus is, very small and tight, compact. Now within that fist is a slit, a tiny slit that allows for this egg. Now when this fist is going to contract on itself, the pain will be heavy compared to a woman who has given birth before. So there's a lot of space, and contractions, is a little milder. So that's why the painful menstruation gets better with childbirth. Okay, however, that is the typical case. There are atypical cases where the painful feeling increases even with age and childbirth. All right, but majority of the times it gets better in childbirth. So whether the use of the hot bottled waters or the use of drugs, the idea is that you're trying to reduce the level of tension this uterus go through to milk out all the blood, all the mucous layers that it has produced.
Doctors advise women to keep the calendar dates to help monitor their menstrual period to ensure balance. However, they are advised to see their physicians when there is an imbalance in the calculation of their menstrual cycle.
For imbalances in times of menstrual flow for many women, it's in the normal context. I said that the normal is 28 days plus or minus 7. Now what that means is that you have a range from 21 days to 35 days. But ideally, there shouldn't be an excessive gap between the days. So when someone says, I have a 28-day cycle, what that means is it shouldn't exceed some days from that 28 days. When they cannot calculate it, there is an underlying pathology. There's a problem. There are few problems that have been identified or itemized. One of them is when people have pelvic inflammatory disease, things what you call the urinary tract infection or the toilet infection. What happens is that those infections they alter the flow between 1 month and the next month. So when women are not able to calculate, they may need to see their physician to identify what exactly is causing the disparity, the long-term disparity. But if there are a few days, then you shouldn't say you don't know. If they're probably 2 or 3 days apart, then it's still within the range. Okay, but when they are like 1 week apart, 5-7 days apart, then there's an underlying condition. Or when it comes too early, there's an underlying condition.
Overaged pain in some women during the menstrual cycle needs to be investigated, and if there is no problem, then it could be a change in their system.
Many women feel unbearable menstrual pain at their older ages, which is very atypical from the normal. So the response to such is that they need to be investigated properly. They need to. It's very atypical, and if they're investigated and there is no reason, then they may be let low like that or have some hormonal replacements done for them. But if they're investigated, there are certain things that can be the cause. One of them is, like I said, could be a fibroid. Another could be what we call the endometriosis. Okay, endometriosis is the presence of tissues, uterine tissues in another part of the stomach. So whenever the stomach is beginning to experience that firing impulse, that tissue, wherever it is, it could be in the womb, it could be in the stomach generally, it could be on the broad ligament, that tissue also fires, and then they feel the peppery sensation at that point. Okay, it could even still be a PID, pelvic inflammatory disease. Now, this condition happening at an older age is very possible, but must be investigated and properly treated. However, if investigated and nothing is found, then it can be classified as an atypical situation. And more often than not, hormonal play.
Medication during the menstrual cycle must be recommended.
First of all, it's not very ideal to openly, prescribe, and then because what you do is that you validate certain things in the public. People should really be investigated. People should see their doctors, and then he knows what. But yeah, the use of Felvine has been made public already. It could be right and could be acceptable. However, it comes with a side effect, which is intensifying stomach pain in ulcer patients. So it simply means that an ulcer patient cannot use Felvine, or it can cause ulcer because it's an NSAID, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, which means that it can potentiate the possibility for an ulcer. That also means that if a patient has ulcer, it's contraindicated. If a patient can have ulcer, it's contraindicated as well. Now, there are many analgesics that are available, simple analgesics ranging from paracetamol. All right. The problem is that many times we want the very hard one, ranging from paracetamols to some of the codeines, sometimes depending on how heavy the pain is. More importantly is the use of relaxants. So they are smooth muscle relaxants, some of which we call hyoscine, that we popularly know as Buscopan. These can be used as well to relax it. But beyond that, there are many other treatment plans for painful menstruation. So these simple things can be used as well.
Statistically, painful menstruation can be experienced in about 45% to 70% of women. From puberty to before conception, it can be seen in about 60% of women in that age group. Then, as they get older, it reduces. In the world population, menstrual pain is experienced in over 5,000 women to about 1.5 million in different locations. It is more prevalent in Africans than the Caucasians.
Good afternoon. I am Messi Boko. This is the news update. Christians in Nigeria across the world are celebrating Easter, commemorating the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Christians throng to churches for special services, prayers, and thanksgiving.
So let this Easter, for you, my brother and my sister, mark a powerful turning point in each of our lives. That say, I must live life the way it is written of me. You know? Otherwise, I'm purely religious. And that's meaningless. But let me show you just one thing that is written of you and I. You know, at least if you say, well, I don't know what has been written about me, so I'm just doing the best as I know how. And I'll show you this morning so that you won't be able to say that again. Romans 8:29 is one thing that is written about you and I. He said, for those whom he foreknew, he also predestined to be conformed into the image of who?
Christian faithful spoke on the significance of the celebration and how we should reflect on daily living.
Christ went to the cross to die for us, and he rose again. And because we have salvation and redemption, we can live our lives as saints, God helping us, and the Holy Spirit that dwells in us will teach us all things and how to behave and how to live our lives like Christians, good Christians.
We are all aware Easter is the time that Christ died and Christ rose, and he has used that as an opportunity to wash off all our sins. So it's a time for us to reflect on what Christ has done, and that now that Christ has died for us, it's for us to continue to live the godly life and be able to impact on everyone.
This is the day that Jesus rose, you know, and it means that we were crucified with him, we also rose with him. So all our challenges, all our problems have been taken care of. We just have to have faith and do our own part. For us, we need to live right. We need to live like Jesus Christ. There are some scriptures that was shared by Pastor Keonuz on how we should live. So those scriptures, we should look at them, use them to live our lives, because we need to be like Christ.
Presidential aspirant and Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi has called on Nigerians to be kind, open-hearted, and be accommodating to one another in his Easter message. Amechi urged citizens to be united, saying unity of purpose would engender growth and uplift the nation. He called on Nigerians to come together and tackle the challenge bedeviling the country. He called for a reflection of the values of Christ and be accommodating to one another, irrespective of religion or cultural background. Human rights activist Femi Falana has urged the federal government to extend the presidential pardon granted to some top Nigerians to people serving term for petty offense. Falana made the call at the first anniversary lecture of spokesman of Afenifere, Yinka Odumakin. He said doing so for convicts without selectively and irrespective of class would give a reflection of fairness, equality before the law.
If you want to pardon your friends, you must also extend presidential pardon to all thieves in Nigeria. Because if the big thieves are being asked to go away, you must also extend that facility to others. Apart from changing military decrees to acts of parliament, the National Assembly has not shown any readiness to review the Constitution with a view to restoring the federal status of the Republic. Hence the demand for a sovereign national conference or restructuring of the country. Now, what did they do, the APC people? In their manifesto, it is well stated that if you elect us, if you put us in office, we are going to restore federalism in Nigeria. Oh, that's what the APC put out in 2014. As soon as they were voted to power, President Buhari said he doesn't know what they mean by restructuring. He doesn't believe in it. But in 2018, when we're going to have another election, a committee of APC was set up to deceive Nigerians, headed by the governor of Kaduna State, Governor Rufai. And that committee came out, beautiful program on restructuring, that Nigeria should be restructured. It was in their manifesto. They set up another committee on it. That committee said, restructure Nigeria for the purpose of the election. After the election, that report was thrown into the dustbin. And that is where we are.
The Socioeconomic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has asked President Muhammadu Buhari to withdraw the pardon granted to former Governor Plateau and Taraba State. SERAP is also urging President to propose a constitutional amendment to the National Assembly to reform the provisions on the exercise of prerogative of mercy to make the provision more transparent, consistent, and compatible. Senator Joshua Darie and Reverend Jolly Nyame were jailed for stealing 1.16 billion naira and 1.6 billion naira, respectively. The National Council of State, as of last week, endorsed the pardon of 2 former governors and 157 others serving jail term following the recommendation of the Presidential Advisory Committee on the Prerogative of Mercy. Now, as Christians are basking in the euphoria of Easter celebration, some Nigerians say it's worth celebrating irrespective of many challenges. And that's on our Street Views. Take a listen.
It signifies freedom. For me, means that Christ came, he sacrificed himself, and he has died so that a lot of sins that a lot of people commit, even before they commit it, they are forgiven. And so once they just accept him, everything is gone. Yeah, there's insecurity, there is a lot of things, but Jesus is not cause it.
As a Catholic, Good Friday meant a lot to me because we are celebrating the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. If you are alive today, despite the security situation in the country, you should celebrate yourself. You should celebrate Christ, because without Christ, there's no life.
Where there is life, there is hope, right? We have to, we don't we are Nigerians. No matter the condition, we are going to continue smiling and celebrating our life because we are alive and there is health, and we thank God.
It's worth celebrating because no matter what, we can't just deny ourselves the right to be happy. So we need to be happy, to share, because now Nigeria itself is very bad. So the only way you can come out of the bad situation is just for you to give yourself that happiness.
As a Christian, I just understood that Good Friday is the day that Jesus Christ went to Galilee and he was crucified on the cross of Calvary. And it's a very significant event. So regardless of whatever may be, what may come, the circumstances on ground, it should be celebrated. And it should be taken into consideration that this particular day is actually the day that somebody came from heaven, took the form of man, and died for our sins.
In what it, in any condition, we should praise God. When you are alive, be able to praise God. And especially this week, most of people is late. Maybe sickness or one thing or the other happens suddenly. So when we are alive, you praise God.
Ó ṣeun gbogbo nínú ayé wa nítorí pé ńgbà tí Jésù kú fún wa tán ó tún jíǹde tó rà wá padà nínú ẹ̀ṣẹ̀. Ìwé mímọ́ náà ló sọ wí nínú ohun gbogbo ní ká ṣáà máa dúpẹ́. Ó lọ́pẹ́ ni. Ọpẹ́ ló yẹ. Ọpẹ́ ló yẹ. Àwa láyé, ọpẹ́ ló yẹ.
And to other parts of Africa, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, has deemed that the subcontracting the United Kingdom's responsibility even to a country that seeks to do well, like Rwanda, was the opposite of the nature of God. Criticisms are still pouring after the British government signed a deal with Rwanda to offshore asylum seekers. Millions of pounds schemes involve transporting people deemed to have entered the United Kingdom illegally to East Africa country, where they will be allowed to apply for the rights to settle. Meanwhile, the Home Office has defended the plan, saying the United Kingdom had proud history of supporting those in aiding that Rwanda was safe and secure and would process claims in accordance with international human rights. And outside Africa, Pope Francis has urged leaders to hear the people's plea for peace in Ukraine, as it implies and its implication criticized Russia for dragging the country into cruel and senseless conflict. The 85-year-old Pope made his comment in his twice-yearly world address to about 50,000 people in St. Peter's Square after a long mass. Pope Francis dedicated much of the address on the overview of the world conflict to Ukraine, comparing the shock of another war in Europe to the shock apostles who the gospel says saw the risen Jesus. Moscow described the action it launched on February 24th, a special military operation. And on in business, the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, has said that the nation's inflation rate increased to 15.92% in March 2022. According to a report released by NBS in March, the Consumer Price Index CPI, which measures inflation, increased to 15.92% year-on, which is 2.25% points lower compared to 18.17% recorded in March 2021. It further said that 1 month on basis, the headline index increased to 1.74% in March 2022, representing 0.11% points higher than the 1.6% rate recorded in February 2022. And to some entertainment news, Britain's Prince William and Kate joined the members of the royal family for annual Easter Matin service at St. George's Chapel in Windsor Castle near London. The Queen did not attend the traditional royal event. The monarch, who turns 96 later in April, is reportedly suffering from problems with her mobility. William and Kate, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, arrived at the chapel with Prince George and Prince Charlotte, Prince Andrew, the Countess of Wessex, and their children, Lady Louise Mountbatten and Windsor, and James Vicourt VII were also in present. And in sports, Sadio Mane scored twice as Liverpool beat Man City 3-2 in the Classic FA semi-final at Wembley and kept alive their quadruple hopes. Ibrahima Konate opened the scoring after 9 minutes before Mane netted a Brazil goal, tackling City keeper Zach Steffen on a goal line. Mane added his second with a thunderous volley before the break. Jack Grealish scored for City shortly after the restart, and Bernardo Silva added another in the 91st minute, but Liverpool held on to reach their 15th FA Cup final. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's a Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bokwo. Have a great day.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on PlusTvAfrica.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
Who would have thought that the faith of Leah Sharibu would make a nation struggle for survival?
Who would have thought that a line from the Bible would be stronger than a rifle and make this girl just to die down to the night? She is the hero of faith.
Heroes of faith, the scar from the battle is their greatest title, not silver or gold. Heroes of faith, their greatest reward is the cross and the word, not riches untold. When all is said and done, their light keeps shining on. Who would have thought that 4 years would go by and the nations would stand by in silence and pretend no wrong was done?
Who would have thought that no amount of darkness can quench the smallest light? Oh, daughter of Zion, keep shining on. You're the hero of faith. Heroes of faith, the scar from the battle is their greatest title, not silver or gold. Heroes of faith, their greatest reward is the cross and the word, not riches untold. When all is said and done, their light keeps shining on. Shining, shining, shining. Oh, shine the light.
Something about the Lord, His love is His power,
And there is no lover that can give his life and die for his friend. and joy. He is the hero of faith. Oh, heroes of faith, the scar from the battle is their greatest title, not silver or gold. Heroes of faith, their greatest reward is the cross and the word, not riches untold. When all is said and done, their light keeps shining on. Shining on. Heroes of faith, the scar from the battle is their greatest title, not silver or gold. Heroes of faith, their greatest reward is the cross and the word, not riches untold. When all is said and done, their light keeps shining on. Their light keeps shining on. Their light keeps shining on. Their light keeps shining on.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your favorite social diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Jacinta Obiuku, and on today's show we have 3 interesting events that you will definitely enjoy. First is the event where the British Council Study UK, Alumni UK, has officially been launched in Nigeria. Take a look.
The British Council Study UK Alumni has been officially launched in Nigeria. At a cocktail event held in Abuja, Nigeria's federal capital city, stakeholders expressed the need for the new global network for people from around the world who have studied in the UK. One after the other, the members of the Alumni UK present recalled their experiences during and after their study with a consensus that by joining Alumni UK, all the alumni can grow their worldwide professional network, continue learning, and share experiences and expertise with others.
I actually went to Hot Business School, and the course I studied was business marketing. Actually, what made me to go study business marketing was a friend of mine suggested. He said, why don't you come over here and do at least some few years business course, which it was a good idea. And when I went over, I was able to, the 2 years I spent there, I was able to learn a lot concerning marketing, which at the end of the day, when I was done, I came back and opened my own business. I'm an entrepreneur. I have a fashion house, which I call Sasha Fashion. So that knowledge I got there was able to help me be the entrepreneur that has been striving. My business has been striving for the last 4 years.
If you notice something, much as people have used different adjectives to describe the experience, if you listen to their stories, what you'll be able to find is that there is a thread in such a way that it almost draws the experience as synonyms of one another. Do you understand? So if you listen to networking and listen to his experience, you might also be tempted to describe it as life-changing. And then if you look at that and listen to Aisha's story as well, I mean, why wouldn't you describe that as fabulous, for instance? So there's a certain thread that, links everyone, every single one of us here, and I'd like us to, hold onto that chain. When I got back from the UK, I don't remember that there was any alumni link, organized by the British Council. One of the things that we decided to do personally, those of us that graduated from our university, was to try and stay together. Then we didn't have WhatsApp. Today, thankfully, we have WhatsApp, and that's linking all of us. So we have a UEA WhatsApp platform. We hook up from time to time. There is a Lagos branch, there's the Abuja branch. But then we now have formed little cliques. Everybody is very patriotic about their school, and everybody's school is now coming in to see how they can recruit more people.
Was transformed into fruition. It received a sense of tangibility because when I went to Sussex, I met Professor Kwame Ayempong, who is a very respected academic, and I learned about alternative models of education. And one of the things that is transformative about that experience will be bringing back all the practical and theoretical underpinnings or understanding of the course back to Nigeria, which I translocated into the work that I do at Area High. Area High stands for Aid for Rural Education Access Initiative. Prior to the UK, we have reached over roughly 5,000 children through some basic projects. But coming back into Nigeria, we decided, using the knowledge, we designed a couple of employability, empowerment, and foundational skills development programs that I would proudly say have reached over 43,000 children between 2007 and 2018 that I came back and now. And we've been able to attract sponsors and donors like, interestingly, the FCDO sponsored me to the UK, Malala Fund, quite a number of organizations.
Speaking further on the initiative, Program Manager, British Council, Daniel, said the program offers a partnership platform through which the alumni will be supported with their personal and professional development by making a positive contribution to the economic and social prosperity of their home countries. He expressed hope that this initiative would bring significant benefit to the UK through developing and supporting sustainable economic, scientific, and cultural relationships and networks.
Community of practice in a community where they can learn, where they can collaborate, where they can partner together and just leverage the opportunities that exist within the network. And that's why we're launching this, right? To understand that there are a lot of young people who have studied in the UK and Nigeria, doing amazing stuff in their career and their different projects or endeavors. And why not just bring them together? Why not just leverage the knowledge, across board? Why don't they, what are the career opportunities that exist? One thing we're looking at is even giving them access to leadership webinars, more knowledge that would make them better and contribute further to the advancement of the society. So this is launching in Nigeria, but it's also launching globally. The goal is to have about 150,000 people, young people across the world in that platform. So we're calling out to everyone who studied in the UK before, to sign up to join the Alumni UK program, where you learn, where you collaborate, where you network, and where you just improve yourself in your career and personal advancement.
It is on record that the UK alumni are among the most employable graduates in the world, and 38% of Nobel laureates who studied abroad did so in the UK. All UK alumni are further enjoined to build a relationship with others who studied at any view to find out how their association can help achieve their global goals.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that. The next one is the Africa Agility in partnership with the Lagos State Government and Eco Innovation Center, working together to close the gap change in the technology industry by ensuring that more women are in technology through training. Take a look.
Women are an ever-growing part of the technology landscape. But inequality in pay and opportunities persists. There are many systematic problems that need to be addressed for women to achieve great quality in technology. Deloitte Global predicts that large global technology firms on average will reach nearly 33% overall female representation in their workforces in 2022, up slightly more than 2 percentage points from 2019. The Girls in Tech program is organized to bridge the gender gap between men and women in the tech industry by developing more girls with agility, machine learning, data science, and web development. In 3 weeks, the girls have been able to work together and develop projects that use tech to solve life issues.
Another election is around the corner, and it will interest you to know that we do not have sufficient information about our candidates and aspirants. Our team has developed a solution to this. Like my colleague said, information is liberating, and we hope to give you political liberation. So we've developed Political. And what is Political? Political is a web application that seeks to provide a comprehensive database of politicians in Nigeria across all levels, from the federal, state, and local government. I bet you a lot of us do not know the political holders of local government positions in this room.
Express Wings is a logistics company driven by technology. Our objective is to provide unparalleled means of supporting our clients and also becoming an extension of our client's business. This way, that even if our client's objective is to provide excellent services, Express Wing will also extend that hand with their deliveries. You might be wondering, how are we different from the normal and from other companies that operate logistically? Express Wing, we have several competitive advantages. Number one, our rates are fair, and we also have a live track and trace solution. That way, you easily go to our website and input your tracking ID to enable you to see real-time data and real-time status of your package. You don't have to call the rider every time. Where are you? Where? You don't have to make up lies. You simply put in your tracking ID and you're able to check.
A panel of judges at the event rated the project performances of the girls.
So put your hands together for Connect 10. Come forward. Good girl. Come forward. Put your hands together for them. Just put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them.
Developer manager at Microsoft Cloud, Eduabasi Chunwiki, shares her experience in the tech industry and encourages the girls to continue to do their best.
Today it's not about me, it's about all of you. Have been the biggest believer of having loads of women in the tech sector. So for some of you that know, beyond my Microsoft life, I run an organization called Wenters. And I do know that most of you are part of the Wenters team. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. To the amazing Wenties that are here, thank you. And it's been because of my experience in the tech sector. So when I started on my career, I started on managing the cloud penetration in Nigeria. And what that really meant was, it was at a time when cloud technology was just a thing. So think of conversations that were happening between most of the corporate organizations. I was the one having this conversation. The good thing was that I was in Microsoft, right? Microsoft had a really good diverse background of men and women. So at the time, even when I had finished school and I had done a master's, I was very glad where I worked. But the interesting thing was, when my role was external facing. So in my external facing role, when I'm getting into conversations, I'm pretty much in a room with a lot of board members of IT, sort of just trying to say, you know, the cloud is the way forward. And then you sort of turn around the room and realize you're the only woman. I didn't see that as a deterrent, right? I saw that as, oh, this is an opportunity to get a lot more women, to do more, to be more.
Anugo Poud, the founder of Africa Agility, says in the next 10 years, 5,000 female youth in the tech ecosystem will be trained.
We want to launch the new CUDA Flutter Wave Pace Stack of Africa, and especially build, the founders are women, not just the men, because when you look at the top tech organizations in Africa, they are mostly male. But now Africa Agility wants to launch the women into the tech ecosystem so that they can compete with their male counterparts. So we are launching Girls in Tech Business School, and it will be starting next month. And this is not just for the girls that have gone through our programs. We are targeting girls across Africa that have great, amazing business idea, but they don't have the skills and the competency to be able to launch into the marketplace. So we are going to take them through ideation into launching their tech startup. And also we are going to work with investors and venture capital that would fund this investment for these girls, maybe by getting equity or whichever way that they want to fund it. Then we're also going to get grant for them as well, so that they can have enough funding to be able to launch a very successful, thriving tech business.
For us, really, we are big on employability and enterprise development. So what we've been able to do for them this year was to, even apart from just doing their coding programs, we're able to design for them an incubation program that give them skills on how to basically run a startup, right? The foundational skills about problem identification, solution development, finance, corporate governance, and so on and so forth. So, and even fundraising. So we're expecting that they will leave this program very well equipped with the tools and the skills to begin their own startup if they choose to go to that direction, rather than just going to the broad markets. And of course, as Eco Innovation Center, we are big on supporting startups. So the doors always open for them to come back to us with their ideas, and we will fund them, we will mentor them, and we'll provide them space for them to collaborate with all our seasoned entrepreneurs to be able to grow their products and scale their products and get them to commercialization.
The young tech girls are super excited about this initiative.
It has really been impactful, right? From the tutor, some of them are actually their student before that they hired, and some of them are not. So they are really good. If you don't understand anything, they will take you back. You ask questions, and there are Zoom meetings. You get to network with other people that are in tech, your seniors, people that have been in tech before, and there's community, the main community on Twitter and on LinkedIn, where you can just see anything that you want, and on Slack, anything you want that you don't understand, anything that is so vague, you just tell them and they will explain to you. So it's really, really impactful for someone like me that don't know anything about it. Now I can say I can do something. So let me just say now, I'm a proud UI UX designer.
It's been super amazing. I think that the sacrifice was worth it. And during the course of the training, I imputed what I learned, and I got job offers in 3 places just last week. And it's all because of this, and I'm so excited about it. Yeah. When I made up my mind to come for this program, because it was looking like it was not going to be possible distance-wise, and my baby, because my baby is just 3 months, one thing I told myself is I am looking forward to invade and to explore the tech world, and this is one way to do it. I have to give sacrifice to make what I want come to pass. And so I believe that once I have learned what I need to learn, I will definitely be able to assist others to come up to and to encourage both mothers and young girls to do what they have to do to make it here.
Despite the rapid growth in Nigeria's technology sector, there is no question women are in the minority in the tech industry, from the general workforce up through management and leadership roles. More trainings like this will help bridge the gap.
And finally, on this edition of Plus Event, we've got wedding between Grace Peters and Dixon Osage. Enjoy.
Just you trust His blessing, Lord, and in simple faith to plunge me.
The lovely bride walks in with her father. It's another page in the book of her life. The church was filled with friends, guests, and associates who have come to witness the holy matrimony between Grace Peters and Dixon Osage at the Redeemed Evangelical Mission, Trem, Bagada, Lagos.
What paraclete is where you get the word one who is your advisor.
But you know the beautiful thing I love the word helpmeet? It also means your sounding board. Grace and Dixon. Dixon, Grace is your sounding board. That is when you are going through stuff and you need somebody to just sort of share your burdens and your pains. What do? You turn face to face.
It was time to exchange their vows.
Say to her, I, Brother Dixon.
I, Brother Dixon.
According to the word of God.
According to the word of God.
I leave my father and my mother. I leave my father and my mother.
my father and my mother.
And all my relations.
And all my relations.
From, I mentioned your village.
From East and Southeast local government of Edo State.
East and Southeast local government of area of Edo State.
Yes.
And I join myself to you.
And I join myself to you.
To be a husband to you.
To be a husband to you.
From this moment forward.
From this moment forward.
We shall be one.
We shall be one.
Please celebrate them. Put your hands together. I, Pastor Grace.
I, Pastor Grace.
According to the word of God.
According to the word of God.
I leave my father and my mother.
I leave my father and my mother.
And all my relations.
And all my relations.
From your village.
From East and Southeast local governments of Edo State.
From East and Southeast local government area of Edo State. And I submit myself to you.
And I submit myself to you.
To be a wife to you.
To be a wife to you.
Where you go, I will go.
Where you go, I will go.
Where you lodge, I will lodge.
Where you lodge, I will lodge.
Your people will be my people.
Your people will be my people.
And your God, the Almighty God, shall be my God.
And your God, the Almighty God, shall be my God.
From this moment forward.
From this moment forward.
We shall be one.
We shall be one.
And then to the signing of the marriage register.
Hey! See what you have done for me. See how you set me free. Come and say it to the Lord in the highest. I say, who is greater than Jehovah, Lord divine? Oh, there is no one greater than Jehovah, Lord. Who is greater than Jehovah, Lord divine? There is no one greater. We call him Jehovah, marvelous. Greater than Jehovah.
They sealed it all as they were pronounced husband and wife.
Been around the world, searching for a miracle, but I found no one like you.
After the church service, guests proceeded to this beautifully decorated reception hall for the next chapter of activities. It was so much fun with lots of dancing, singing, games, food and drinks. Plus Events spoke with the family members of the new couple.
I feel very happy. I'm elated. I feel good because Grace is a large-hearted person, loved by everyone who comes around her. She has been wonderful. And it is my joy today that God has given her a man who is also large-hearted, kind, loving, caring man. That gives me joy.
I feel fulfilled because I long for it, even late to marry. I wish him to have married for long, but now that he consider it possible to marry, I give them my blessing.
Marriage is an honorable institution, instituted by God himself. As you have heard in the sermon in the church, without the woman, the man cannot fulfill the injunction of the Lord that says, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. I feel great. I feel great. The Lord has honored me and I return all the glory to him.
Today is my joy. So for my son this year. So when something when they say, never mind. No, say God have a time. And today, Jesus has do it. I very thank God we join them together with happiness and joy.
It started like a joke, like a dream. I think somebody introduced him to me. We didn't click at first. It took a year. I think we quarreled from the very beginning. It took a year before things started working out. And then, of course, it's been smooth, actually.
Moving from executive bachelor to husband is very, very important, you know. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to find a good wife, you know. The Bible says who finds a good wife finds a good son, obtain favor. So I've obtained my own favor, you know, it's my turn to shine, yeah.
Friends of the bride and groom also had this to say.
Yeah, it's exciting to see a young man and a young woman get married. You know, nothing can be better. Young people of these days want to live together without doing the proper things. So for them to choose to be different is interesting.
Congratulations, Grace and Dixon Osaje, as they begin a new life.
Well, that's the wrap for today, and I hope you enjoyed the events on this episode of Plus Events. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Jacinta Obiuku. Please stay safe.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a person, I don't want to say a young man. I believe when you say a young man, you are just saying know your space. But is a man I met about 15 years ago. It was a chance encounter. He's a very serious entrepreneur. He has a lot of energy, and if he loves anywhere, he loves the country. Nigeria. Alfred Okoro, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Nice to see you.
Yes, sir.
You're looking all sharp, sharp, sharp. Well, welcome. I asked you to come on this conversation set because whenever we sit down to talk, the passion I see in you about development, about Nigeria, about getting things right, I feel should be shared with more people than just in our small talk session. So let's meet who Alfred Okoro is.
Wow, okay. That's a summary, right?
Yeah.
My name is Alfred Okoro, and was born and raised here, and luckily migrated to the States at 18, did my college, and came back in 2005 to start a business going into the broadcast media. Fast forward to that, which is when we met, and moved back in 2016 when I got married. And since then, still have this itch that I can't scratch that is bringing me back.
There's still that itch. The
Yes.
itch is called Nigeria.
Yes.
Why Nigeria?
It's home. I don't know how else to explain it. To me, Nigeria is home, regardless of where you go. And I feel that when you consider a place home, everything else is temporary.
So, being in diaspora is temporary. Your home is Nigeria, wherever you go. Okay, but as someone who has tasted both sides now and you're back in the States, yet you still want to come to Nigeria, don't people ask you, what do they do you?
Every day, my mom does, my wife does, and my kids are not grown up enough to ask me, but I'm sure they will someday. But the fact remains that this country is filled with possibilities. It's just mismanaged.
Mismanaged in what sense?
No direction. And by no direction, I simply mean that the whole entity, I'm not sure we know what Nigeria is. I think it's just being called a name, Nigeria. We're divided, a nation divided. That's my perspective of it. And from that angle, I look at possibilities. There is nothing that is not here. Absolutely not. The Nigerians here seem frustrated. Everybody wants to leave. And the moment they cross these waters, they excel. Both Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, South, everybody in Nigeria. We've been ranked the most successful ethnic group in the United States. Why is it that we excel there, but not at home? It can only lead to the direction.
But what do you think can be done to fix that misdirection or lack of direction? What?
Well, for me, just like when you speak with everybody identifies problem. It's easy to identify a problem. A little kid today can identify the problem with Nigeria. I just don't think we have gotten to the point where we're fed up to say, you know what, let us make this place a home. Let us call it a home, not just a place that we find ourselves in.
You know, something that has been curious about you is that all the while that I've known you, I've never heard you say something like, let's go our separate ways.
No, I do not believe that. I completely believe we are better together. The beauty of this country is the diversity.
Can you throw more light on that?
Absolutely. If you ask the normal person, the greatest country in the world, it's called the United States. Who's an American? There's the Indian, there's the Chinese, there's the Asian, there's the African, there's everybody. Our diversity makes us the better. I believe so. I will be one of those to tell you I do not believe this country was designed to succeed. But so what? This is the card we're dealt, and we have to play that card.
But then, even if it was not designed to succeed, can't those who found themselves in there with the benefit of education and vision make it succeed?
Well, education is not knowledge. I feel that we, so far, are individualistic. And that still comes to nobody has defined this entity called home.
By we, do you mean all of us as Nigerians or particular ethnic groupings?
Every single one of us. I do not believe we call this place home. And I say that because where in Nigeria would you say is world standard? Despite all the resources. You look at the South with all the oil there, it's like a dump, unfortunately polluted. You look at the North with the massive land up there, what are we producing out of it? You look at the Southwest with the waters, what are we doing with the marine technology? So for me, I always use the we so as not to isolate everybody else. And I strongly believe that the problem with Nigeria is psychological. I think what we just need is a psychological reorientation. We have the ability, we have the knowledge, we have the talent. We're just not being harnessed and directed properly.
I always share with people the thought that what we need is a psychic reorientation in Nigeria. And I'm glad you said so too, but I want you to throw light on how that can happen.
The orientation being that I think Nigeria has had leaders by the true definition of it. My problem with those leaders is that they happen to be regional leaders, not national leaders. And that makes a whole difference. If you have 3 major ethnic groups, no disrespect to the other minor ethnic groups, but if we were to just work with 3 for the sake of our conversation, an Igbo leader is more concerned about the Southeast. A Yoruba leader is more concerned about the Southwest. An Hausa leader is concerned about the North. Is that what it's supposed to be? If you preach what Nigeria, it shouldn't matter where it is. Any kid from the South, not interested in marine or anything with petrol, go and find where it is. You should be able to move. And for me, psychological, I believe this state of origin word is counterproductive. I feel, first of all, if I ever get the opportunity to advise anybody or to talk to anybody, we should make a state of residence. It doesn't matter where you're from.
Hold that thought. We'll take a break now. When we're back, we'll continue with Alfred Okoro on Which Way Nigeria.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Alfred Okoro is my guest. Now, Alfred, you were saying something about changing the state of origin to state of residence, right?
Yes.
But that brings something to my mind. There is the National Youth Service Corps. This is a compulsory one-year service that every graduate of a higher institution must undertake. What do you think of it?
The mindset behind it is great. The implementation, I believe, is flawed. Because what would you say that a corporate today gets out of that 1 year of service? What really is the objective? You have corporates that are posted to places where they don't have accommodation. You have corporates that are placed in places that have absolutely zero help from the system. You have people paid to be posted to a different place. I mean, it happens everywhere. I just believe the implementation of the system is flawed. And by the state of residence, I don't think that a Yoruba or an Igbo boy born in Kaduna, it doesn't make you less of an Igbo and a Yoruba boy, but you are from Kaduna. Why? I believe you protect where you call home, your organizational behavior. I was born and raised in Enugu State, but my parents are from Imo. Where do you think I actually know?
Enugu now.
But I can't do anything in Enugu State. I have to go to Imo State.
Are you kidding?
No, but isn't that the law?
Is that the law now?
Lagos is a little different because I understand that in Lagos, it doesn't matter you've had senators or anything, but that's not practicable in any state outside of this. Legally, you can do something, but you are not from there, this indigenization concept. And I feel that makes people grow where they have no passion for. Let's look at that in law enforcement. You take a northern policeman, let's say a policeman from Kaduna, post him to Ogun State. His family is in Kaduna. He's the only one in Ogun State. There's a shooting somewhere, very violent shooting. What real interest does he have to interfere? What does he have to lose? Now, hold that thought. If his kids and his family are residents of that state and there's a problem, what do you think he would do? It doesn't matter his tribe. It doesn't matter his region. That's his home. So you can't post people where they have no affinity, no family association. And that's because of this indigenization concept, I believe. You have Igbo kids, I would say, grow up in the north. They don't call themselves northerners, but they're more northerners than Igbo. Where is their productivity coming from? For me, I simply believe that if we are able to do so, then you can see Igbos, you can see Yorubas that are in the north say, this is where I'm from. They participate locally, they participate nationally, but in that interest of their organizational behavior, not necessarily this geographical land called Southwest.
But sometime in the past, in our history, we've had people who were not from particular ethnic groupings residing there and even running for public office and being voted for successfully.
It's not illegal, but is it practicable?
But what went wrong? It seems we don't trust ourselves.
Possibly.
Or we're suspicious of each other.
Well, to me, on my own capacity, I believe that's that vacuum of leadership. Because based on my experience, when you say this vacuum of leadership, it's not that somebody is not occupying that seat. But when you have someone unqualified in a position that has nothing to offer, they feed on your fears. When you have an unqualified leader as the governor of a state, they will tell the locals that the foreigners are taking their jobs. Now, without those foreigners, would those jobs exist in the first place? What kind of jobs are we talking about? So it boils down to leadership at the end of the day, regardless. I think every other issue identifying as symptoms of a problem. I like using local examples. If you have a stream that is polluted, it's like water fountain falling down and it's polluted. Where do you start treating the water?
From the top.
You have to start from the top. Regardless of what you do on the bottom, the dirty water still comes down. We have to go all the way upstream. Is it going to be overnight? Absolutely not. But it has to be a buy-in from all stakeholders. Without that, I think we're just rubbing Band-Aid on the issues.
Now, you see, I want to dwell a bit more on the role of the youth in nation building. Historically, those who emerged as leaders were young people at some point, some of them even getting elected to the House of Representatives or even the Senate at 23, 25 and all that. And we even had a head of state who who got married in office, and he was in his early 30s. Today, the people in that age grouping seem to be so disillusioned that what we keep hearing most of the time is about them, some of them, not all of them, but the ones that are very popular are those who engage in internet fraud, popularly or called Yahoo and all that, or who just want to get rich quickly. Do you think if the National Youth Service program were overhauled, there could be something in it for the youth to assist them in looking forward to a very good future of service?
The question you hit on, the way I would tackle it is I look at things differently. One key thing is I try to look at things, it's easy to look at things from a first and second person perspective. But to push it a notch, also try to look at it from the third and the fourth person perspectives, where you don't see the people that would benefit from your actions. To me, I see the fraudster as a very intelligent person that is misdirected. It's not easy to scam people out of their money. Now imagine that same fraudster in a lab somewhere working on some research. It's misdirection.
Yeah.
The youth of this country, which I believe I'm still a part of, is lack of direction that bothers us. Now, I can blame us for not taking charge. I'm not saying we're lack of blame. But it translates from the fact that we've sold our souls to cash. In Igbo, there's a proverb, it might lose meaning in translation, which says, if you tell a kid what it takes to be successful, he would rather be poor.
Say it first in Igbo.
Okay, what it just means, if you tell a poor person what it takes to be successful, he would rather be poor. The problem with that is people look at success as money. That's a literal translation. But it's a proverb, which means it's not supposed to be a literal translation. Now, if you flip it, that word success could be anything. It could be being a great father. It could be being a mentor, being a teacher that graduates all your students of your class and make sure that they advance. It could be anything. It could be a businessman that takes care of people. It could be an orphanage that gets kids placed. That's success. But what is success to the average person today? How much money is in your bank account? I'm not taking away the merits of economics, but the point is that we have translated success as cash. And if you translate it as cash and I don't have a job, I'm going to do whatever means necessary to get cash because that's what we've translated success to be. And at the end of the day, it boils down to direction, misdirection, I would say, lack of leadership. Growing up, the adage used to be, walk before you run. Technology makes it, you don't necessarily need to walk, you can run. Communication has been hastened, but are we really following? I don't think we are. Look at internet penetration in the country. I wouldn't say it's where it is currently. I believe investment in technology, absolutely. I don't think we are where we are technologically to be able to do anything else. But technology should play a role, and that's where the youths are involved. Mass communication is easy now. You can literally reach masses with a tweet. It matters. But also, it comes with its own problems. Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news destroys more than bullets because it poisons minds. So as much as I'm very pro-technology, I believe in technology that is checked also. That's where I am. Everything that has a positive also has a negative. We have to be in the in-between.
Still talking technology, you know, I know that, for instance, in our space,
yes,
the media space, a lot has happened. You have more people now who watch stuff online than like 10 years ago.
Yes.
Or like even than 3 years ago. But you find that most people still need to subscribe to pay before they can use certain apps and all that. Is it just because it's here in Nigeria and the cost of data and all that?
I wouldn't really say it's because it's Nigeria. I think it's an economic model. If I build a platform, it's all purely economics. I wouldn't fault someone if they make something free or if they make something to pay. I think if you make yours to pay, it creates me an opportunity to have one that is for free. So for me, I don't think that is our problem. I just don't think that our governments, I'm not specific to any
level.
I'm not saying general. I actually prefer to call him general. I don't think his government is at fault in terms of technology penetration or anything like that. What I just think, we don't have a roadmap to be inclusive. What is our rural technology plan? You go to some places, there's no cell reception. But other countries now are making sure that everybody's online to be able to be reached for whatever reason it is. Where we're going with technology, honestly, I don't even think that's the first step. I think we just don't have a roadmap. And personally, I religiously believe for us to get anything right, we have to go back to the drawing board to define this entity called Nigeria, because it's not working.
We'll continue with that definition very soon. We'll take a break now.
Thank you.
So welcome back to the program. Alfred is still my guest. Yes, Alfred. You said something about a roadmap. What kind of roadmap do you want to develop?
For me, my objective is I would like to create a roadmap where an opportunity that will help us define this entity. For me, having met a lot of people in this country, having been to a lot of places in this country, and I've taken pride of going to about 34 states in this country by road.
By road?
Yes. And the beauty about that is you see how beautiful this country can be. My love for this country has no relationship with being north or south. I just look at it from a potential perspective. And it's sad when you see talent being wasted. I feel privileged on my own to have been able to be sent to the kind of school I was sent to by my parents, to have the privilege to go to a different country. But how do we implement that back home?
But that's your trip.
Yes.
To 34 states.
Yes.
By road. Give me like 2 takeaways.
This country is beautiful.
This country is what?
It's beautiful.
That's one.
Yes. The potential of it, the potential is massive. But it also shows me that what unites us is way bigger than what divides us.
That's deep.
Our similarities are way more than our divisions. Our divisions are probably language, religion.
Yeah.
How does that stop us from integrating? But the unification possibilities that we have in this country are huge, humongous.
In about, say, 50 years, if that were possible, how would you forecast Nigeria would be?
First of all, now I want to go back to working before we run.
Ah, okay.
Okay, because just like Wi-Fi technology, somewhere at the back, there is a cable. I don't think we can progress the way the system is set up. I do not believe so. Because if you look at a typical Nigerian, you see eyes filled with hopelessness. And that is a problem. if you bring a typical Nigerian that's probably not from what we'd call the middle class or the upper class and whatnot, what is their hope? What are they looking forward to? When you identify the word Nigeria to them, what does it mean? To me, it's hopelessness, and that is the drive.
But how do we address this?
We have to sell hope back.
Sell hope back?
Yes.
How?
By redefining Nigeria. I'm not saying it's... Number one is, if it was easy, it would be a cakewalk. It would be a child's play. I'm not saying that what we desire to get, that what we desire to want to do is, it's not supposed to be easy. Mm-hmm. But I see a Nigeria where if a Yoruba boy is good in solar technology, we should ship him out to the northwest. No, northeast. Mm. If an Igbo boy is good in agriculture, we send him out to the northwest. If an outside kid happens to be one of the best petrochemical engineers that graduated, he has no business in the north. He should be in the south-south. Mm-hmm. Vice versa. There are so many. The beauty of this country is its diversity. Southwest doesn't have everything. Mm-hmm. Southeast doesn't have everything. The north doesn't have everything. So we have to break down those barriers to make everyone feel at home, that this is home, so that we're in the southwest, so that a Yoruba kid could wake up and go to Kaduna and meet their residency laws and be a Yoruba person from Kaduna. His interest is now in Kaduna. I don't see how that affects his tribe. But for us to progress, for him to be able to do that, which is what I believe will progress us. Now, this is not something that you say, this is a magic one, let's do this and Nigeria will be better. No, do I expect resistance? Absolutely. But I just hope that my generation will realize that our parents failed us.
That's unfair.
That's our reality. But more challenging that we don't fail our kids.
I want to challenge you.
Please go ahead.
Your generation cannot say that your parents' generation failed you.
They're the leaders.
But they gave you education. They sent
What
you
kind
to
of
school.
education?
They exposed you.
I've met mass comm students that have never touched the camera. I've met computer engineers that have never had a laptop. I have met pharmacists that probably, no, I haven't met pharmacists, but I'm mostly in my technological space. But I have met graduates that only studied what the school offered them.
They didn't have a practical side to it.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I have met someone that desired to, one of my sisters desired to be a pharmacist, but the school she never got a school that offered her that. Actually, now it's automatic for me that if you tell me you studied something of biological sciences, I believe you wanted to be a doctor. That you just couldn't get medicine. That education is flawed. The education we have here is a certificate. It's not practical.
So that's not just about the parents, because some of your group are already in the educational system.
Well,
so maybe that takes us back to your leadership failure mantra.
Science teaches us. I read a book by Marcus Aurelius that said, every complex problem, simplify it. When I study Nigeria from my own lens, from my capabilities, which I want to believe is different from a whole lot of people, if I were to simplify it, it narrows down to leadership. What is the job of a leader? To give direction. Why is this road bad? The road being bad is not the problem, it's why is it actually bad? If we narrow it down, whose job is it to do? If you narrow it all the way down, you could do with budgeting, you could do with enforcement, you could do with a whole lot of things. But for me, the leadership vacuum happens to be our whole problem. And I pray and hope that my generation would understand that the only way out of this is to play inclusive politics. But not just playing inclusive politics, the objective should be first, let's redefine this entity called Nigeria in our own terms, where we will all believe that it's home.
Okay, so inclusive politics. Let's talk politics a bit.
Please.
But I will relate it to something about development. Growing up, I know that sports was used as a tool.
Yes.
To harness the boundless energies of youngsters. And there was something you could predict. Oh, this guy, send him to go and learn swimming. This one, train him in track and field and all that. And then, of course, football. How is our sports field like now, as a young person?
We're a sports-loving nation, football-loving nation.
What does that mean?
I want to believe that we are all into the European Premier League,
Yes,
English Premier League. Whenever they're playing, we know everything. What is ours? What teams do we have? You hear about our female soccer stars come back and they're not paid. You hear about our athletes go to perform to come back and they're not being paid. What is the motivation to represent this country? That is on the professional side. What is the growth plan? We don't have stadiums. When I was in primary school between 1991 and 1996, there's always inter-house sports. Every year there is an inter-house sports. You look forward to it. We compete with each other. How relevant is that now in harnessing the capabilities of the youth? We're soccer-loving nations. How many mini soccer pitches would you say you have? I'm sure you travel, you go to the UK, which is also a soccer-loving nation. You drive within neighborhoods. How many soccer pitches would you see? It doesn't have to be massive, but you see people practicing. Growing up in the States, we're more basketball and American football. You see basketball rims in virtually every county. You don't need anybody else to just go and practice. I believe sports on its own, even the income it will generate for this government, for the system, but let's not even focus on the income. Let's focus on the human capacity development. But we're not doing anything about it. What are the ministries doing to say, let's find the future stars of tomorrow and harness them? You look at, unfortunately, because of COVID, nobody is really looking at Olympics 2021. But I remember in 1996 in the Olympics, you can identify more than 20 Nigerian names born in Nigeria, not born abroad, born in Nigeria, that naturalize on different countries, just so that they will have the opportunity to participate. Why should that be the case? We are pushing away doctors. We're pushing away lawyers. We're pushing away professors. And in the same space, other people are coming in. Who are those people? Do they see this place more as a home than we do? I don't know. I don't have the answer. But I genuinely believe that running away isn't the solution. But I can share their pain. I can share the pain of a 21-year-old or a 22-year-old that's probably the oldest in their family with no job, with a supposed degree and no job. What is he or she supposed to do? The parent might be retired without a pension. Is someone being penalized? You see a government official or a pension commissioner or whatever loot the pension. I'm particular about the pension because that is the livelihood of families. What happens to him or her? What is this down effect of those? What is the downstream effect of ruining the pension system?
That's the kind of thing that will lead me to ask you about the impact of discipline. That's personal and corporate discipline. In our society, everything seems to have fallen apart.
You can relate it to, I honestly can't even say it's one thing. I genuinely believe we have sold our souls to the concept of cash. Cash is king. Whatever you have to do to make money. I have zero problem with economics. I have zero problem with the pursuit of your happiness. I actually religiously believe that. And if I get the opportunity, what I want to sell people is more strength in your pursuit of happiness, whatever your happiness might be. I can't make you to do good things, but I can punish you for doing bad. the limit to where we have decayed as a nation, I can't put a hand to where it is. But I can say it started from the erosion of the local governments.
Okay, but then what about the home? What about the home? Discipline starts in the home.
Yes, discipline starts in the home. And let's say, for example, a mother is supposed to discipline a child. Fair enough. Is the mother at home? Where is she? What if she's working? What system do we have? I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all. I do genuinely believe that, yes, family plays a huge part in a child's upbringing. But for me to judge a parent, I have to know where you're coming from.
In trying to know where they're coming from,
yes,
you must also try to understand, what the basic thresholds are for us as a society. What's acceptable in our society today?
Everything goes.
Then we're not going anywhere.
That's the decay we have. Let's use driving, for example.
Yes.
How do drivers here behave?
What's the punishment?
There's no price to pay. But the same person, would they do that in front of the cantonment gate? The same driver that would come here, double park, block the road, no care about the backup of traffic or whatever, run a red light, would they do the same in front of the cantonment gates where the military are? Price and punishment.
Well, so then it's
there's no price to pay for anything goes in Nigeria today.
I believe that even the individual should be able to say, this is beneath me, I'm not going to do it.
But then you're taking away the concept of being human. As human beings, we will do whatever we'll get away with. If not, there wouldn't be laws. The law is there to enforce what we desire as a society.
So now, imagine a young person, well, a person, let's not say is young or old, a person who wants to be involved in politics but who has no personal scruples and all that. What kind of politician is that going to be?
That's a tough one.
Yes, it is.
Because it's intrinsic. My motivation didn't come from anybody. My motivation came when I realized that I mustn't be the king. I mustn't be the number one. Because speaking with my colleagues, speaking with a bunch of friends, speaking with people I believe that are opportuned, the bigger problem that we have, I don't know if it's a black problem, but the biggest problem we have, nobody wants to be willing to pay the ultimate price. Nobody wants to do anything they will not enjoy the benefits of it. Nobody wants to start anything that they will not live to enjoy, which is a big problem because life has a weird sense of humor.
Yeah.
I could start something, and Martin Luther King, did he see the civil rights he fought for?
No, he didn't.
It actually got propelled after his death. So do you think his wife was happy about that? I bet you not. She wants her husband, probably. I don't know her, but I want to assume that she wants her husband. For me, like I said, the itch that is itching me is a selfish interest. Very selfish. It just happens to be that this is home. I'm not doing it because I love anybody else. I'm not doing it because I love the people. I'm doing it because I want my home to be better.
You want your home to be better. You want your people to
and
be better.
And if you're an occupant of my home, your benefit.
Okay, so now let's localize it. You're from Imo. You schooled in Enugu, more or less grew up in Enugu. But what you would like to do, your circumstances will prevent you from being able to do it in Enugu. That's the truth?
Like I said, it's, for me, let me just say something. I hope it doesn't take us away.
Yeah, we're
I think
still
a few years back, Abia State was created from Imo. But the Abia State governor told the Imo State teachers or something to go home. I had a problem with that. These are people that have lived there all their lives. But that's the issue that we're talking about. Enugu State and Anambra, this indigenization concept of somebody telling you you're not from here. How can you tell someone that have lived in a place all their lives that they're not from there. There are Igbo people in Lagos that are more Igbo than some Yoruba people that probably have never lived in Lagos. My wife was born and brought up in Lagos. She speaks more Yoruba than Igbo. You would actually think she's more Yoruba until you probably hear her name and last name and whatnot. To me, my Nigeria, and I'm internalizing it because it might not be someone else's, and I believe there should be diversity of opinions. There should be diversity of minds. We should not all agree. In my Nigeria, she's a Lagosian.
Yeah, she is.
Lagos is a little different.
No, but she's a Lagosian.
Okay.
She is a Lagosian.
And yeah, an Igbo person from Lagos.
Yes.
That's my Nigeria.
That's who
the
she
way I
is.
want to say it. Well, I'm not sure that's how it is applicable in the whole country. Though.
No, well, you said Lagos. That's how it is in Lagos.
No,
I can say
Lagos
that.
is one
and
out
you have
of
experienced
36.
it.
Yes.
So, but what I'm saying is that if it happened that in Imo, no, not Imo now, in Enugu, where you grew up,
yes,
right, you can't come out to run for, say, Senate.
The local sentiment.
Yes. Say,
is
no,
that
he's
you're
not one of us.
No.
How do we prevent that? That's people saying that.
And that's when
That's
words,
not government now. That's people.
Yes, sir. That's when words matter. That's when psychological matter. That's when orientation matters. Because when you look at a document, it says states of origin. You didn't ask me where I reside. That state of origin could be lack of our documentation processes because they're trying to verify a whole lot of things, but it has a gravid effect. Because if all we know is a state of residence, then you should never bring up Imo. You can ask me
Or
place
even
of
state
birth.
of birth.
Yes.
Yes.
If we focus on that, that's the thing about time. It might not be my generation. But my grandchildren, when they grow up, they'll look at their friends and, where were you born? Then we can have that mindset that it doesn't matter where somebody's from. The American we look up to, George Bush is from Texas. His younger brother is from Florida. Obama was born in Hawaii. He was the senator from Chicago. I forgot where Hillary Clinton was born, but she's the senator from New York. It doesn't matter because these states define their residency laws. And the moment you meet those residency laws, you're a resident. That's where you're from. That you were born in America, you're an American citizen, not a state resident. You have to actually reside in the states and meet their residency laws to be a resident of that state. I moved from Boston to Georgia. I'm no longer a Boston resident. I have zero business with Boston anymore. Now I'm a resident of Georgia. Whatever I want to do, if I want to run U.S. local politics, I can only run it in Georgia now, even though I've lived there less than a year, because I met their residency laws. So it's the downtrodden, it's a psychological effect of words. It matters. If you keep asking me state of origin, the word origin means something. You didn't ask me place of birth. You didn't even ask me if I've gone there. What does it matter? Ask me where I'm born. Ask me where I reside. If you don't have my father's documentation, how is that my problem? But I genuinely believe that word, state of origin and state of, I believe that word, state of origin, should be scrapped.
Okay.
It has a
The
negative
concept
effect.
of state of origin should be scrapped.
I genuinely believe that.
Okay, well, before it is scrapped, I know that your state of origin is Imo.
Yes.
It's Imo.
Yes.
Now, so your parents are from Imo, so you have some very deep affinities with Imo.
Absolutely.
All right, so looking at Imo State today,
yes,
what role do you think not what role, Imo State today,
yes,
what are its potentials?
I have taught the states, even for economic possibilities, when I was running my company here. Just like every other state in the country, in this country, which I believe is blessed,
it's blessed with youth. And no nation can run without youth. It's just direction of energy. Where are you directing that energy towards?
So there's youth.
Youth is the power, is the will. The Chinese population and all that, if they get into their 60s now, that becomes a liability. It's that youth from, I would say, for lack of a better word, 16 to maybe 45 or something, that productive youth. The state is blessed with youth. Abundance, natural resources and whatnot. They're just not being harnessed. Now, I don't want to say is this administration or that administration. As a collective, we don't have the kind of leadership we desire or we deserve.
That's generally and then particularly in Imo State. Now, what do you think the youth can do in this particular case of Imo State?
Well, if I isolate it, I think it's going to be rolled out and everything because it's the same. But if we trace back a little bit to the End SARS movement, what I got out of that movement is the power of organization. Now, I'm not talking about the end results or what started it, but the power when people come together. What I believe was wrong with it was the direction of the movement. Okay, how, strategy, bullet points, a figurehead. You can't run anything without a figurehead. But let it be a sample, a test sample of how things come up. What I love about what happened is the potential. When people come together, what can happen? And whatever can happen to Imo State can happen to Enugu, can happen to Ogun, Ondo, everywhere. Nigeria is blessed with youth. I'm not 100 on the numbers, but I think about 40 to 60% of the Nigerian population are youths. If we grade it from the 18 to 45 or something, are youths.
Yeah.
Productive youths.
Yeah.
Are we taking advantage of what is our unemployment population? It's skyrocketing now. So for me, I want to say it's unfortunate because you can't say I want to build road when someone is hungry. You can't say I want to do this, build hospital, when someone is not even eating. I think we have a microeconomic problem and that we have leaderships that don't understand the importance of small-term wins.
Okay. So what kind of small-term wins would you suggest in the case of Imo?
A hypothetical.
Yes, hypothetical, yes.
A hypothetical, if I were to run Imo State, number one would be, how do I put food on the table of citizens? It could be a welfare. It could be, give me your documentation. We have NIN now, we have BVNs now, where I find out the people that are not, the population that are not working, maybe the first week, 2 weeks, mini handout just to be able to be sure that people have something to eat. You create a skill acquisition program whereby after 3 months for this to continue, you must go somewhere to get a skill. When you come out of that, I have to also be prepared to be able to offer you something. It could be a credit to start whatever it is you're good at.
Yeah.
But it is very hard to talk to a hungry person. And when people are hungry, you could, and I think that's why stomach infrastructure politics works. And I think that's why our politicians today take advantage of it. When people are hungry, they can do anything to eat. Short-term solution will be putting food on the table. Now, that's the end result. How we go about that. We don't have social programs. Who takes care of the disabled? If someone is genuinely disabled doesn't mean when you have, it could be psychological. It could be emotional, it could be a mental problem. You're disabled. Who takes care of those people? Are they not citizens?
Yes, they are.
What plans do we have for them? Is it when we see them roaming on the streets and then naked trying to eat out of the gutter that we think they have, we call this a mad person? No. It could be a psychological problem that probably just needs health care.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll take another break now. We'll be back. So welcome back to Timeless Conversations with Alfred Okoro as my guest. So Alfred, we're talking politics now.
Yes, sir.
Politics young people are not participating.
No.
Why?
We have political parties not based on ideology. I'm speaking from my
go ahead.
experience,
I mean,
and I want to
qualified.
believe a lot of people share the same sentiment. What really is the difference between APC and PDP?
Title.
Half of the governors from PDP have migrated to APC. What is their ideology? I do not believe we have ideology-based politics. Now, the problem, because I haven't played in that politics, could be completely different, but it doesn't exist. You can't say that PDP is conservative and that APC is liberal. You cannot say that. Yeah. Even though I believe that a party should both have a liberal and conservative arms of it, depending on the geographical region, whereby one party, even let's use APC for example, the northern part of the country are more conservative than the southern part. So I would expect APC members in the north to be more conservative than APC members in the south. But people do not participate because they do not believe in the message. I was here in 2015 when Baba's election. I am not going to lie, I have never been around in a time where people were filled with hope. Maybe it turned out to just be a marketing gimmick. It's not just about me directly, but where is those promises? And for me personally, I voted for General Buhari. Yeah, maybe I think what we have is President Buhari, but what I voted for was the general that was going to instill discipline in us, that was going to bring us this military structure. I'm not sure that I'm sure there are so many things that I do not know that is transpiring, but I don't think we are getting the short end of it.
Well, quite to be fair to the government, they're building some infrastructure, fixing some interstate and federal
One
roads.
credit I would give this government is on macroeconomics. I'm not an economist, so my words might be a little different, but I think I flew into Abuja and I was impressed with the airport. Apart from that, this government, the huge credit I would give to them is from 1999, this is the only government that continued the previous administration's projects, that never abandoned them. Even if they didn't come up with brand new ones on their own, there are no ghost projects. That was very common in our politics, whereby this governor starts this road. Oh, because it's not me that started it, I don't want to give credit to this, I'm not going to. And you see that on the social media scheme, whereby the PDP sympathizers, when a railroad is completed or something, they're like, but he didn't start it. So what? To me, personally, I give them kudos on the macro level. But I'm not sure they get a pass on the micro level, and which is food on the table of everyday Nigerians. And I believe the general that people were clamoring for was the man of the people. I'm sure, like I said, it's not a criticism, but if we are to assess, I think on the micro level, I think we got the short end of the stick, if we were to look at it from that perspective.
So let's flip back to the youth now.
Yes.
Why, how do we get them interested?
We need to resell the youth on this entity called Nigeria, because I do not genuinely feel that they believe in this project.
Well, you still fall within that category, youth. So how would you sell the entity Nigeria to your fellow compatriots?
By selling them authenticity, by selling them genuineness, and by sensitization. Because it's easy to fall apart when you don't believe people, and we don't believe our politicians. Where someone, please allow me to backtrack a little bit. During the COVID, there was a lockdown, and there was the riots, and people busted into a factory. The word became a social media meme, palliatives. How can we justify that? Food that was destined for the populace was being hoarded by politicians. How can I justify that? We're talking about food. Forget the money. We are talking about food.
Yes.
And people are supposed to quarantine. So let's use the people that are working in hospitals, in hotels. So that means no money.
Yes.
Let's call the transporters. That means no money. Maybe the people the bankers, maybe banks are big enough or structured enough that they could still be paying their staff. But let's talk about the undocumented, the people that feed off of the everyday income. How are they supposed to abide by that lockdown in place? I'm not arguing the lockdown because of the epidemic. There is supposed to be a lockdown. But how are they supposed to survive? So then the word on the street came that there were this food, but some politicians stopped it. How can you justify that? Yeah, maybe not everybody wants to stick their neck out, which I can understand. The role is not for everybody.
So now, let's fast track.
Okay.
Sell Nigeria.
This is home. Nowhere like home. And all it's going to take is for us to get together. All it's going to take is for us to believe in the project. And if we believe in the Nigeria project, we define our Nigeria, not my Nigeria. Maybe my is not the word, because the word I want to use is my Nigeria, internalizing it for your own personal, not someone else's, your Nigeria. What is it you desire Nigeria to be? How do you create that? We need to resell this project, this entity. I genuinely believe that what else would they believe? There is nowhere else to go. This is home. It's just that home is not habitable.
Let me ask you this final question.
Yes, sir.
Is there hope for Nigeria?
Absolutely.
Show me.
We just need to get the right hands. And I'm sorry, even though it's your right question, I think people don't understand what the word change means. People got caught up with the change mantra, saying, we voted for change, we didn't get it. No. Change is a continuum. That we changed and didn't get it doesn't mean that we stop. If a female goes to a hair salon and gets a bad hairdresser, does she stop making her hair?
No.
She tries another hairdresser. Why is it that when we change a politician and they're bad, we give up? We change them. One of the reasons why I loved APC winning was that concept of change. It's not about the results. But if we can get the mindset that we can change people when they underperform, in the long term, it's going to be great for us. I believe in this country. It's not about anything else, but it's not a me thing. And I understand somebody that's not getting psyched up about the project. It's fine. That creates work. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. It's not meant to be easy.
So you're saying they should believe in change?
We should believe in the word change, not who spoke it. We should believe that change means that we have to keep trying until we get it right.
And we do that every election?
Every election, we have to participate. We must participate. I do not think that the parties currently existing are ideology-based, but we can change it from the outside. You can only change it from the inside.
Thank you very much, Alfred,
Thank
for
you,
your
sir.
time.
It's a pleasure.
I've had timeless conversations with Alfred Okoro. Next time, we'll bring you another interesting talk session. Bye-bye.
date for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa, where your panelists discuss thought-provoking topics in an atmosphere of seriousness, decisiveness, and laughter. Here we call a spade, and like we say here, no holds barred. All the panelists today are in one voice on the inclusion of special needs children in all spheres of life. I am calling for inclusion in the service sectors. Sholape breaks down what autism means and the need for inclusion, noting that it starts from our homes. Ezia Fakaku speaks on the right to effective intervention. Doyinshola is calling for inclusion in the classrooms and workplaces, and Zuzi points out the signs to look out for in your child. So sit back, and after this break, we'll be here to dissect it all. Stay with us. Autism Awareness Month. Inclusion and the service sector. Normal children, as they develop, get to enjoy certain things like traveling, parties, playgrounds, going to the cinema, and to restaurants. Most of us don't think twice about this until we either have a child with special needs or are confronted by a situation involving a person with special needs. Let me remind you at this point that autism spectrum disorder, ASD, is a hidden disability, making it harder for people to identify that a person has this condition. The social aspect of community is extremely important when raising a family and for the general well-being of its members. Allow me to explain further with two examples. Firstly, some children have never had the chance to experience going to the movies because of their diagnosis, something many of us take for granted. The typical cinema environment can be stressful for children with sensory difficulties or learning impairments. On top of that, other moviegoers tend to be unsympathetic due to ignorance or lack of understanding. And as a result, the experience can leave the child with special needs and their family traumatized. My second example, I recently traveled out of the country without my children. At the airport, we were taken through the check-in and immigration process by a protocol officer. Even with that, the process was tedious and long. I imagined my usual no protocol travel situation and that of other special needs families in this COVID era. Just thinking about it made me anxious, as I could imagine the sensory overload and the inevitable meltdown, as well as the stares and ungracious comments of other travelers. Those are just two scenarios. Now, viewer, think of a social setting you go to with your family and imagine if one of your children has ASD or some other challenge that makes going out and social settings as they currently are difficult. Is the answer to just keep them at home? Don't include them at all, even if you know they enjoy such activities? What if I told you there are tangible steps that the service industry can take to be inclusive? It is my opinion that the service sector must be part of the change and awareness building we talk about often on this show. So what can be done? Let's take the scenarios I just gave. Cinema going. Well, I have actually put in a proposal to a large cinema chain in regards to sensory sensitive screenings to include and introduce people with ASD and sensory issues to the cinema going experience. This would include temporary adaptation of the environment and training of staff members to understand and welcome people of different needs. Easy. As for travel, Nigeria can become part of a global program started in the UK called the Hidden Disabilities Sunflower Program. I use it with my daughter when traveling from the UK. Our family wears a sunflower lanyard which discreetly indicates to people around the wearer, including staff, colleagues, and health professionals, that they need additional support, help, or just a little more time. This means without having to explain ourselves to every person, staff can discreetly help and attend to us without disrupting other passengers and without traumatizing my child with additional needs or her neurotypical sibling. Airline staff, for example, are also given some awareness training to be able to assist passengers with hidden disabilities. Of course, you know me, I've also put in this proposal as well to the relevant bodies. I could give other scenarios like popular indoor and outdoor play centers, popular restaurant chains, and more. The key is that the service sector cannot be left out of the change and must be implored to do more to serve all members of the community in which they operate. So ladies, what do you think? There's a lot of sighing.
It's great that you went first.
Yes. Like, okay.
So now
we know
we're motivated, better motivated.
So what?
Better prepared.
Yeah, so what you know, a lot of the times when we enter these kind of conversation, there's always a kickback, there's always resistance. But I know that my child hasn't been diagnosed with autism, but the cinema going experience is hard. Why are people so slow to pick this up?
Awareness and knowledge, simple.
I
We're
agree.
in an environment where we don't speak much. You may speak as a parent, I may speak as a parent and service provider, all of us here. But if our circle remains small, then it's not really, yes, start small, but if it remains small, then not a lot of people are going to partner on to it. So I think it's all about speaking out some more. Those people that are in this situation, speaking out and not just thinking it's my problem, I can deal with it. I maintain that if somebody doesn't know how to help you, they're not going to be able to offer an assistance.
Shouldn't there be something that's literally, I don't want to say forces, but let's just say forces you as a business to cater to all members?
So I think that in addition to what everyone has said, two critical things that affect the changes, what we want is, one, you find that in our environment we resist change very, very often. And it is usually as a result of the lack of creativity. Because what happens is almost everything we have around us is the total replication of another person's idea. So when you bring in that part, asking for me to change a part of it, that means that I'm going to get totally thrown out of, my comfort zone. And because I don't have what it takes to, because I didn't conceive it in the first place, and I didn't take the time to learn about what exactly the structure is about, I'm going to find it difficult to adapt or to adjust if anything moved out of place. So that, I find, is one of the things that affects the development that we need. That's why you find that when you put something forward, you don't usually get a response on time, except you go on and on and on about it, or you start to show them how to go about it, because usually we can't conceive it.
So it's a very form of like linear, linear thinking.
Whilst I agree with that, I would also say the person you copied, like the nation or wherever you copied, they've gone ahead and moved forward. So why can't we still go back and copy? Okay, the other day I went to a children's play center, a very large children's play center in Lekki Phase 1. As I walked in with my kids, I saw this little boy a toddler flapping his hands and screaming. I knew exactly what was going on. He was with a nanny. The person he was with was a nanny, and I said, okay. I went to meet her. Where's the child's mom? And she said, oh, she went out of. I said, you know what? See, I mean well. I'm not a dangerous person. Let's take this child outside. This place is a bit too much for
the
this
sensory
child.
overload.
And she was looking at me. I said, my kids are here. So let's take this child outside. Then the mom came in. I said, this your son. Take him into the car right now. Let him be in a quiet place and let him just get over this meltdown. This is what is going on with him. And she said, she didn't know. She just said, he does this. I don't know what to do again. I don't know what to give to him. And I didn't want it to seem like I was marketing anything. I just, I just gave her the awareness. I told her, okay, this is what you need to know. And this is where you ask the school, ask questions. And I went my way. Much later, I saw the boy playing, and I was really happy. Like, okay, I'm fulfilled.
But it just serves a purpose to say, you know, it's not just the parents that have to do this. We put a lot of emphasis on government. We put a lot of emphasis on schools. But the service sector is completely left out of this conversation. And it's really important because they touch the families every day. So if we can get them involved, it helps in the general awareness and advocacy for autism and other special needs.
I agree with what you're saying. And that's why I started with saying there's nowhere I go to. As I'm going there, before I leave, I must make sure that you know about what this is. Because at the end of the day, what you've done is you've educated that space. Because you cannot say you want to take a directory and say, I'm going to knock on all of these doors and tell them about
it's impossible.
This. It's not, in fact, you come to one street, you see 2. Come next week, you see 4. And even the 2 that you saw before, they changed their people. They've changed management. So in your mind, you know, but if you do it as you move, you educate as you move, you touch more. And I feel like the gospel of the message you're trying to pass would move faster that way.
I guess another question we should be asking ourselves, what is the government's responsibility in all this? Are there not things that should be put in place? Like, okay, if you are to set up a school, for example, and you say you are an inclusive school, are there no rules that governs or guides your setting up the school operations, you know? So what are we going to, I don't like going into the government's part of the conversation.
We will leave that for another conversation. That's another complete episode. Sholakbe is coming up right after this break.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Autism and inclusion. What is autism? Autism is a lifelong spectrum condition which affects how people see, hear, feel, and experience the world. Each person with autism has their strengths and challenges. The month of April has been set aside as World Autism and Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month, with this year's theme centered around inclusion. To accept me is to include me. To include me goes beyond integration. It means giving me a seat at the table and having my voice heard. Why inclusion? Inclusion works to the benefit of all. An individual with autism gets to participate in programs in their community with their siblings, friends, and neighbors, receive preparation for adult life in the community, and learn from their peers who serve as role model to help them with social skills and communication, lack of which is a major descriptive characteristics of an individual with autism. So, if acceptance means inclusion, what benefits of inclusion translates to an improved quality of life for an individual living with autism? How then can we as a community imbibe this culture of inclusion? It starts from the home. Rather than segregating, you can pick moments or activities to be intentional about it and build from there. For example, mealtime. Decide as a family to share one meal together. If the individual with autism has dietary options, be intentional about including his meal option in the family mealtime menu. What this says to the individual with autism is, you are a part of this family. You deserve to be on this table, and your choices are accepted. At school, create an enabling environment as school owners and classroom teachers to accommodate the learning style of the individual with autism in your environment. Be intentional about interaction. Create learning content that is well understood by all. Create a supportive peer culture, both inside and outside the classroom. What this does is that it empowers learners to respect and trust each other, making empathy and caring fashionable and reinforcing positive and pro-social attitudes. As an employer, have policies that support inclusion in the workplace. Adapt your management and communication style to engage more effectively with different team members. As an employee, consider colleagues' needs and personal circumstances when planning activities. Consciously connect with people who are not the same as you. Practice active listening. That is, listen to hear and understand. Don't be quick to jump into conversations with statements or questions.
I don't know about it being fashionable, because when you say something as fashionable, it means it can go away, right? We want these things that we're being intentional about to stay. Fashion comes and goes, but the awareness, the intention is permanent and to be grown on and added to.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is that when you're building awareness, you want to get people to buy in to what you're selling. And to get people to buy in, you have to make it something that is attractive. For example, you have a classroom structure whereby everybody knows that, okay, because you helped Timmy get that food, he really did enjoy it, Oh, I helped, that pride. I was the one that helped Timmy with his lunch. I was the one that helped Tonya, for example, with on the playground, it was struggling. That's pride. That's what I mean by it becomes fashion. You have that swag. That's the fashionable.
Like the body system in the classroom.
Yeah. So that's what I mean by fashionable. If, for example, you know that when kids come to my space, they, I'm talking about as like someone that has a business now, for example, like you have a play area and everything. Anytime kids come, they feel at home, they you also as a business owner, you will go proudly to say, my space is inclusive. That pride, that's what I mean by that. And then someone that wants to come and do copy and paste will have to copy and paste that inclusiveness to, So that's it. You've turned it into a trend. Inclusion is, that's cool. What I mean by that.
Inclusion is cool.
It's cool.
Oh, absolutely. It's cool, yes.
So by fashionable, you're saying it means it makes it something worth doing, something that everybody wants to do?
Yeah, absolutely. Something that you want to emulate, something that you want to, I want to be on this
trend.
On this trend. And
so when the names are being called, I want to be a part of it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And so because we would copy, perhaps, then we'll take everything and then we'll replicate it. And the bottom line is to keep on giving and keep on providing opportunities for everybody to be there.
Now, doesn't that work better with children? I feel like children would adapt it much more quickly. It's something that you see in schools. But I just envision adults who are being told to enter this space, just being very resistant because they might think it might cost them more money. it's something that they think, why would their customers be interested? Why would people want to be interested? In fact, they wouldn't turn their customers away.
Well, it's because it has not affected them yet. I mean, if you're a business owner, you have a relative, you have a child or a relative on the spectrum, then in setting up your business, trust me, you would put that into consideration. I know some very good, there's this ice cream, really good ice cream business, and they have children on the spectrum, and I know how much they try to figure out and get organic, what's it called, the ingredients for the ice cream now. So you will definitely put it into consideration when it affects you. And that's the point I'm getting at. The point I'm getting at is when we put ourselves in other people's shoes, when you know as a business owner, you're putting in the whole, you're looking at the total picture, not just the people you want to serve, then you'll be more considerate.
But my question would be, why should you wait till it affects you before you step into that space? Whatever happens to just empathy, understanding, knowledge, arming yourself with, you know, the right tools and all of that. So if you use the example that Sholakwe gave in terms of family time, okay? So you have, let's say I have my child, a toddler or young child that's on the spectrum, and I take them over to the cousin's house. Because cousin A and B don't understand what's going on with this cousin, they just, or the parents are like, no, hey, it's the bad wife that we married, the whatever, and then you tell. So you kind of get a bit of that. But what I think should be more logical, hopefully, if we're all logical beings, is that you would want to step back and figure out, why does this individual, why does this child always respond like this? Have that conversation with a parent who's even come out. Remember the question Tonya asked, is that, are you going to keep yourself locked away because you can't fit into this space? So if you've taken that bold step to go out, why don't you tell the next person, and that person be more open and accepting or listening to logic? I don't see why we should wait for the moon to turn green before.
It's like we're constantly waiting.
That's where empathy sets in. Like, there's this before, like she rightly said, before you even consider, there's this judgmental thing, the bad wife. Oh, why is this child behaving like this? People are not willing and they are not ready to take themselves out to figure out what exactly is going on here. Why is this child not responding?
Very interesting. Very interesting banter. Up next is Asia Fakaku. Stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
So to tie all of this up, I'm going to talk to us about the right to effective intervention. Now, caring for individuals that have got special needs and people that have autism is very tricky and delicate. But there are some things that we need to put in place before we can actually do this. And I've narrowed them down into 6. So first, being properly trained professionals, the technicians that work with these individuals on a daily basis, having a program that's implemented and monitored by the right professionals, and policies, government policies in the workplace, parental training. They have to have that training done as well.
patient's right to evidence-based service, and then the person-centered service. What do I mean by properly trained technicians? These are the people that work with these individuals, the children or persons with autism, on a day-to-day basis, implementing programs that have been designed. So you have a diagnosis, you have assessments, and following that, programs are developed that will help close the gaps and transfer skills that these individuals are learning. So these technicians need to be properly trained in how to decipher those programs and then use them to train up these individuals in skill acquisition. And whilst they're doing that, they need to be supervised, and that's where program implementation and monitoring comes in. So they just don't take the program and run off on their own. People need to be supervised. So for instance, if you're working with me, I need to develop that program. I need to see that you're implementing it properly, because the skill transfer process is akin to dispensing medication. And we'll agree that if we dispense the wrong medication, that individual, in this sense, can either be damaged or just stagnated. So we want to monitor what's being done to be sure that the program is being implemented correctly, effectively, and efficiently. And that's done through data gathering, and then we review the data and we move on. The next step would be, okay, so we've trained all these people and we've designed the program. Do we have policies in place that would actually guide all of this? And that's where we believe not just the organizational policies come in, but we also have government policies. What are we doing as a people? What are we doing as a nation? What's out there? Are there guidelines? My colleagues have touched a little bit on that, but we're thinking of, are there bodies, are there organizations that have been empowered to have an oversight on what's going on, how these individuals, how the children are being handled? And then talk about the parents. It'll be good for parents to enlighten themselves. We can't overemphasize that. And I say to people, there are 24 hours in a day. If I, as a service provider, a teacher, or working on skill acquisition, I have your child for 8 hours, there's still 16 hours left that you're going to spend. So unless you give your child petidine, okay, they're going to be awake for at least 8 hours of a day. But without the petidine, they can, or you give them, they sleep for the 16 hours, or probably tap them to eat. So the more the parents are trained to recognize the child's need and not stay on the path of it's not my portion, the better they're able to see what's going on with their child and also implement the same program and the same plan when that service provider is in there. Now, for advocacy, the patient's, the child's right is paramount, and they must be treated, that's the word we use, or the intervention, the program must be evidence-based. What do I mean by that? You have to use skill acquisition strategies that have been proven to be successful. They've been tested, research has gone on, it's been documented. We'll take, for instance, the science of applied behavior analysis. There are a lot of people, charlatans, walking around and saying, oh, I'm an ABA practitioner, I'm a therapist, I'm a this, I'm a that. Nothing wrong with that. But again, for parents, you need to be asking the question, what are you doing? How are you implementing this plan? How is my child going to get better? Where is the evidence? Not sufficient to just go on Google or YouTube or wherever and pull up something. Yes, these are all nice. You get some information from it. But we need to know what you're doing. It's got to be research driven, not hearsay. Okay, and then ensure that the service you're providing is person-centered. Now, what do we mean by that? That individual that you're working with, you've got to take their opinion into account, especially as they get older. If it's a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, a minor, yes, the parent comes in because they are the ones giving consent. But when the child is deemed to have capacity, it's important that we have a discussion with that child, that individual, that learner, and ask questions. How do you want this to be done? Or this is what I'm about to do. What do you think of it? And so on and so forth. And it's not, again, for person-centered service, it's not about the mother, father, greater family. Yes, they're important as part of the clientele, but it is about that individual that is on the spectrum that has the need. We need to ensure that whatever we're doing, we carry them along, and everything is about that person. It's not about the parent's emotion, I'm sorry to say, but about the child's own emotion and needs.
Legend in the building.
Legend.
I think that any viewer watching that, what your piece just then, who just happens to be at the right place at the right time watching this, just received their blessing. You hit on so many important points, and I think sometimes the emphasis on the role the parent plays is not enough. We know you're the parent, you're looking after the child, but actually in the intervention of the child. Parenting is just not, clothing the child, making sure that they're eating. It's actually getting involved in the academics, in the education, and for children who are on the spectrum and have other needs, actually getting involved in the interventions. But why do you think so many parents are kind of head in the sand, are so resistant? Because Mr. Adebomehin, Zuzi, Ezia Fakaku, you must hit this wall every day of the week. What do you do when parents who, let's just say, are often the problem? How do you approach it? Because at the end of the day, it's the child that we're looking out for.
Okay. There are quite a number of ways that I'm aware of. One of them is to, sometimes you've had to go around the parent to work with the child, hoping that by the time the child begins to make the progress, the parent comes on board. And that has happened a number of times, really. And another way is to give them the exposure to listen to experts so that they are able to tie the pieces together. They don't need anybody then to come in and tell them, I think there's something happening here with Peter. Because if you've heard people talk about it, the people who know, you've heard different case studies, then you're able to fall in line, and we find that those ways actually do work.
Okay. I would add to that, and I would say that, yes, we meet those kind of parents. We meet those parents often, and I would use an example. There's this little lights at the center. We'll call them lights, by the way. And we're doing great. Then something happened, and we noticed a behavior contrast. Behavior contracts is at different environment, different setting. The child knows what was right at this setting. Oh, this is the center. I will behave well. I will behave appropriately. But as soon as I leave the center, oh yes, no one is watching me here, and I can behave the way I want to. At that point, I hit a brick wall. Like, what's going on? I know something changed, and I called up my supervisor, who's the legend, and I said, I actually presented the case, like, what's going on here? And the beautiful thing about ABA is evidence-based, it's data-driven, it's observable, and we've been collecting data. We could pinpoint the exact time when this behavior contracts began. And then we invited the parents.
The evidence speaks for
Evidence speaks for itself. And at that point, the parents knew, oh, this is what happened. So can we not? Because we can't keep dancing around the parents. The truth is, they would spoil your work. The parents can spoil your work. You've been working so hard. And now the parents are doing certain things. When you have data, you have evidence, you have everything just right in front, then the parents know that, oh, this actually is my fault. It's not.
So I have one quick thing to
Okay.
say, and I think that is what I find missing with service providers. The minute you have someone that's walked in and you're about to start with, providing intervention with the child, I feel like the intervention should not be just for the child. When we are making intervention, at the back of our mind, that plan that you're drawing up should also say on X amount of times or hours, you as the parents have to have X number of training, X number of, because only until we do that, before we can have a holistic approach.
So if you were coming to our center, for instance, the first thing that we do, I mean, apart from once you've read the contract, you are not starting until you read the contract. And the contract stipulates that the parent and every individual in that organism space must be trained.
Yes.
And the minimum training the parents get is the behavior technician level training. So we have people who they train, and we ask them who are the significant others. Recently, we had a grandmother, the nanny, the caregiver in the house, mommy, everybody, 5 of them from the family do the training.
Yes.
So we don't, for our center, I don't know about others, but that's what we mean about the parent training. Yeah. So everybody has to get trained. Okay? So as long as you're in that individual space, we demand. And for us, it's not just about the training, okay? So as we're collecting data in the center, you're collecting data at home. We give you the exact same plan. So if we say today, we're working on sitting down for 2 minutes or 20 seconds, you get the exact same thing to do at home.
Absolutely.
And we call in our parents, we call them to order. We've had people, and our own parents know, the parents that come to us for service, they know. Some of them go, oh, oops, am I in trouble? And I'm like, yes, you are. I say to them, we've had your child for X period of time. These are the milestones. Look at the data, okay? And like you say, see when it starts. Are you satisfied with what progress your child has made? If your response is yes, then please, it's time to end the contract and the relationship. But most times they don't. They want more. So yes, I hear you, and that's what I mean by parent training, getting the right thing. Everybody has to be on board.
I could add to that briefly and say that with ABA, we'll say, whose behavior are you really looking at? We are looking at the behavior of the individual. So the intervention, yes, everyone has to be on board. We're all looking at the behavior of that organism. Not the behavior. I don't really, it's not my business if the parent wants to go off their way. As long as they're trained and the right person, the right caregiver is there.
Is the primary
yes,
person.
Yes, is the primary person. Because the focus for me is the organism.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then you can't really get to the organism if you don't take all the stakeholders into consideration.
I think it's the chicken and the egg thing.
Yes, I know. A lovely conversation to keep going, but we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, Joy Shola will be up.
Autism is a neurological disorder that is evidenced by complex developmental dysfunction of the central nervous system. It is of a broad spectrum, and it hinders the ability of the individual to communicate, interact socially, and behave. Autism is a faceless disorder and is usually not detected until several months after birth. It is known to affect more boys than girls, in which case it tends to be more severe. There are several instances in which a baby who had ordinarily developed appropriately skills such as babbling, looking at companions, smiling, reaching for objects, suddenly begins to drop the skills, especially in areas of eye contact and speech, to retract into a world of their own, where they play alone and most of the time display forms of play, usually repetitive actions that include hopping, flapping their hands, spinning around, lining objects up, flicking switches, running around, and the likes. To date, autism can only be treated, that is, to teach the socially acceptable ways to behave, and there is no cure for autism yet, especially for the certain stereotypical behaviors. Inclusion, a culture of having a mixed collection of people with different orientation coming together to participate in activities together is advised. At inclusion, every individual is free to join their peers for learning or to work in an environment suitable for them with tools that accommodate their needs in order for them to achieve the same purpose. When appropriate inclusion is practiced, everybody's needs and rights matter. The atypical, whether living with autism or other disorders, is given a sense of belonging, has a voice and access to necessary resources that help them learn and develop in collaboration with their typical peers. The atypical individuals have the opportunity to learn appropriate behavior by immersion, and they tend to excel in the arts and areas with processes within structures. Inclusion presents a mutually beneficial opportunity for all, increasing the creativity, equipping with different ways to achieve a particular goal. It helps others develop empathy, respect, and pastoral care, and fosters the realization of the diverse orientation in people and broadens the scope of plans for the environment. Inclusion is instrumental in changing discriminatory behaviors, in building social relationships, and on the long run, a better community, society, and living. In a nutshell, on the long run, inclusion works for the typical as much, if not more than it does for the atypical. So I ask, why not inclusion?
Because someone will tell you that they don't want their child to sit next to this child that has ASD because they are going to catch the ASD or the Down syndrome or cerebral palsy.
That's where education comes in, enlightenment.
They are set in their ways. Enlighten the parents that's already set in their ways that I don't want my child sitting close to this boy.
But you know what tends to happen, at least from my own experience, is that the children are usually the best advocates.
Absolutely.
Because the children have been informed and they have also experienced it, we find that they tend to go home and tell their parents the appropriate things to do. And for me, I believe that inclusion in the school is just the same as inclusion in the workplace, because it's the same kind of needs that we're trying to address. And it's in getting the same goals, you know, so that at the end of the day, that person, whether they're a child or they're grown, gets to have things that accommodate them, be in an environment where they feel respected, and so they thrive. So we find that if a child can do it simply because they were educated, the information was broken down to them early enough, you know, and they also had the opportunity to experience it in bits, how much more with adults? Yes, adults are more set in their ways, but at the same time, what we find is that when you tell someone, this is how it is, they will doubt you until you show it to them. But the moment you show them, then it becomes relatively difficult for them to counter or to continue. You will find the people who will continue to do those things. I mean, it's always going to be that way, but the greater part of the population will, you know, drop their arms, and then they'll come to the table willing to learn, because at the end of the day, everybody wants to be part of a success story. And they already see that this child who came in the other day couldn't make eye contact, couldn't sit down, couldn't do this, is now beginning to do those things. In addition to that, another way that inclusion can be promoted is by identifying whatever skills or anything at all that that particular individual is very good at, and you blow it up. So that the typical, the adults, everybody who is going on and on about them being contagious and not wanting to be around them, sees that, okay, so while this child is not sitting down the way I want my child to sit and all of that, they're still able to do certain things that my child can learn. So with everything, you know, when you bring all of those to the table and more, then we tend to have them settling down.
So we know, like,
there are two. Sorry, am I going or you're going?
I just wanted to say something. What you said is very fantastic, but I feel like it also starts with the work culture or the school culture or all those things. Like,
oh, definitely.
Yes, because you did say, okay, the children is fantastic from them, but then I feel like even if the work culture or the work environment has not set a policy. So it still comes to, if you don't have those kind of things, you know, enforced and ingrained, it's just like how you come to the office, you say this are our own motto in this office.
Oh, definitely.
This is what we imbibe. This is our culture. So that, because you find that with adults, we're easy to toe that path when we have those structures in place, when they say, oh, in this place we don't frown at this. This is our own. So it would help as adults, unlike with children, when, you know, they are still able to imitate, and it's easier to transfer those things and communicate those things without you putting those rigid structures to help toe the path.
Yes, to quickly add to what you just said, the center is an inclusive center, the creative center, right? And we had gymnastics one day, and the parent walked up to me and said, oh, I know a lot of parents that would like to join, but because you have these other kids here, we cannot. And I said, oh, it's okay. They don't have to. We're inclusive.
The thing about inclusion, okay, sometimes we actually haven't defined inclusion properly. What is inclusion? Is inclusion taking this individual who's got autism or what other developmental needs and just plunking them into my environment and expecting them to behave and act as I am? Or is it that I have a set of scenarios and rules that will truly meet that individual's need? Am I teaching them in the way that they're going to learn? Have I created the right environment for them to thrive in? That really is inclusion. It doesn't mean that at the end of the day, parents are still going to buy in fully to what is being said, okay? And the flip side of the little caveat that we'll have, some of these individuals, or the children that are on the spectrum, you have the ones that have very strong imitative skills. And sometimes you see it in echolalia, okay, when they're repeating exactly what you see, or their imitation skills are so strong. And so maybe these parents have seen such children, and their concern then is that if I put you in this environment where I have all these others, you're going to pick it up. Different from those that think that by just sending you in here, sort of like, oh, you have malaria, and then I put you to sit beside the person and you get malaria. So you're still going to have those set of people. So I think it's important for us to clearly demarcate and let people realize that it's not okay to exclude these individuals, our population, from these environments, but rather the other way around. And that the parents who genuinely has a concern, we shouldn't also brush them off very easily and say, oh, well, we're inclusive and this is who we are. Yes, it's who we are. But I think it's also an opportunity to educate them.
Yes.
So let's don't miss out on those opportunities to keep educating the environment in its entirety.
Up next is Zusi. Stay with us.
Signs of autism to look out for in your toddler. First, we ask, what is autism? Autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder that is characterized by an impairment in the ability to communicate with others, an impairment in the ability to form social relationships, repetitive and stereotypic behavior patterns. According to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorder, DSM-5, a manual of the American Psychiatric Association, which provides us a list of diagnostic criteria as well as signs to look out for in autism. This list consists of social interaction, communication and language, restrictive, repetitive, and stereotypic behavior patterns. Social interaction, a lack of the ability to follow familiar adults with their gaze or look at what is being pointed at, a lack of enjoyment for activities other children will enjoy, example, birthday party, play dates, lack of showing or pointing at objects of interest, can be described as self-sufficient, that is, happiest when left alone, inability to look parent or caregiver in the eye-to-eye gaze or poor expression, isolate themselves in a group setting, communication and language, delayed receptive language, showing a lack of understanding of what is being said. Example, at 18 months, a child should recognize familiar individuals, objects, or places within the home. Delayed expressive language, not vocalizing words or verbalizing by gestures. Difficulty with pragmatic language. Child's inability to use language as required for different settings. For example, a 4-year-old child should be able to follow the rules of conversation, stay in topic, take turns, ask questions. An unusual intonation, repetitive use of language, impaired make-believe play. A regression or, and hold on.
Go back.
Here. Stop. A regression or an absolute loss of speech. The child should be able to wave bye-bye at 1 year. Repetitive, stereotypic behavior patterns. An unusual adherence to routines or rituals. Repetitive motor mannerism, example, body rocking, hand flapping, always seeking to touch others. Fascinated by numbers, letter sounds, or any object of choice. Fixated on objects. If your child ticks off some of these criteria, please do not wait. Early intervention makes a whole world of difference. Remember, no two children exhibit the exact same symptoms of autism, tells the statement by Dr. Stephen Shaw. If you have met one individual with autism, you have met one individual with autism. So, your child has been diagnosed with autism. Now, what next?
I always ask that question, what is diagnosis? You know me, you all know me, you know me. You know why I ask that question? I don't stop talking about, my daughter is 21. She has autism, she's on the spectrum. Okay, so think about 21 years ago, what diagnosis entailed. And I say it not out of a place of we should throw away everything that's happened, but I come from a perspective of I've seen what happened previously. Like you rightly said, the world has moved on, we're copying things. And so there are a lot of diagnostic tools out there. So it's no longer a question of I give you 10 questions to respond to, and when you've ticked off the 10, you now say, oh, you give somebody a label, they have autism, which is what is still happening. Quite a number of people are doing it. But that is just screening.
Absolutely.
So if you've done the screening and you suspect that this individual may have autism, mark my words, may have autism. What should you do? Refer them to someone that can diagnose properly, not just looking at the DSM-5 like you pointed out, because that is just a criteria.
Yes.
If we don't have people who are trained to use a tool to diagnose, that's a different. But I know there are a couple of us around who are doing that. Okay, so it's important to have that. You can have a clinical diagnosis, no problem. But at the end of the day, let's not give people the label and say they have autism without confirming.
Yeah.
I am doing a research work right now, okay, we went out of Lagos State and we met this child, a girl who's about 11, 12, thereabouts, you know, adolescent. And when I ran the diagnosis on her, she didn't meet the criteria for autism, ASD. But I kept asking myself what was going on until we got hold of the mother, who then answered the screening questions. And I compared it to what was in the DSM-5. It turned out that this child had childhood disintegrative disorder, which is also a neurodevelopmental disorder.
Maybe that's something people don't really understand, is that a doctor telling you is different from the specialist telling you, right? So like when you go for your MOT and maybe, you know, the GP has found something, you know, found a lump, I suspect it might be, you know, cancer, or found something I suspect is this. You then are referred to the specialist in that area to check.
Yeah.
So it's a similar thing.
Get the lump out, do a biopsy,
we find that.
I think for me, the next question should be, who then does the diagnosis?
Before,
because I think that a lot of it, just like as you said, some people have the screening tool and then you use the screening tool to screen out and you say this. So who does the diagnosis? Because sometimes I just go to one person, or even, you know, the doctors cannot just be the person to do a diagnosis.
They do not do diagnostics.
No, you see,
They shouldn't. But sometimes they do. That is what you get.
They shouldn't.
Someone walks into you and says,
they use what they use is a scale, like the DSM, the criteria scale.
What we're saying
so
is
that's what
it's not a
so
diagnosis.
I feel like we need to speak on that, because let people be knowledgeable about who does the diagnosis, because you said you need a diagnosis for you to be able to get intervention. So who does the diagnosis?
So that's what what I'm saying. Remember what I said. I'm not saying we should jettison the DSM criteria, because to be trained to do a diagnosis costs a lot of money. It is not readily available in the country. I remember one of the hospitals I worked with in the course of my research, when they found out I was ADOS trained and all of that, they wanted me to train them. But I said I had to go back to where I did the training to be sure that I had the approval to train the trainer.
Yes.
So that's what, so it's expensive, and I understand that. What I'm saying, or the emphasis is, we're not saying don't tell people that, don't do the assessments and everything that you're doing. But to have a definitive differential diagnosis requires a bit more than administering 10 questions, 40
not
questions, some checklists, a scale.
Not a scale.
Which is what a lot of us have. If you use the DSM-5 criteria, I know some of us won't like to hear it, but I always say it. And for me, that is the gospel truth. We say we've been copying people. Let's copy them to the
right way.
Okay? So if you use a checklist, you use a scale, you use anything other than an autism diagnostic tool, let's be honest enough to just say it there. That my clinical impression is so and so. So people, because we get that a lot in the center, people come to say, oh, they've given us a diagnosis. Not everybody will afford a diagnosis. My daughter wasn't diagnosed until 3 years ago, because she needed that report to get this, for her to access the sort of support that she required in the next stage. Okay? So that's where it's really important. If you have a suspicion, state it there, I suspect this. It's fine.
Aside
whatever
the fact
you've
that
done.
it's the diagnostic tools are expensive.
Very.
And you need to be trained. I remember as of 2 years ago, I couldn't get any tool with my level of certification. I couldn't. But last year I could get certain, because you need to be trained. And even at that, I'm even still requesting for more training, because you get a lot of reports that says otherwise. But the most important thing, aside the suspicion, a diagnostic report, I see it as opening the doorway to the right intervention for your child.
I like that.
So
Opening
it
the
opened the doorway for the right
for your
intervention.
child.
Why do I say so? I will bring this home to myself. I suspected a lot of things of my son. I don't know what was going on in Nigeria then, I really do not know. They were just, oh, your child is fine, oh, it's fine. But I knew there was something, I started doing what I could do. Thankfully, yes, it's made a lot of progress. But as soon as he got a proper assessment and a proper report, I could then put in the right intervention that for the very first time, even at school, they're saying, oh, it's a lot calmer, oh, this is going on. So that is what a diagnostic report would help you do.
We thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hoped our conversations resonated with you and that in some small way encourage you to contribute to your immediate environment. Little drops of water, they say, make a mighty ocean. Remember that there's nothing more weakening about a disability than the way people treat you over it. The advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, PlusTvAfrica, #TheAdvocateNG, and on Twitter and Instagram at PlusTvAfrica. #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/theadvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time.
See you.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the Moment of Truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the Word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted Word of God, which is able to save your soul. We'll continue with part 3 of our message titled, The Power of Family Yearly Sacrifice. The Power of Family Yearly sacrifice. Since we began, you will notice that I've not asked you to bring any yearly sacrifice yet. I gave mine, maybe some of you gave yours. I'm not asking until you fully understand that to obey is better than sacrifice and to hearken than the fat of rams. Before our Bible reading today, I'd like us to do some historical background check on Father Abraham, the father of faith and the friend of God. Who was he? Where did he come from? How did he get to the place of implicitly obeying God, despite the fact of his background? To start with, Abram, as he was named, came from a family of idol worshippers. Is anybody listening to me? Abram came from where? They were idol worshippers in their family. Joshua chapter 24 from verse 1 to 4. If we don't do this background check, you will think he just believed without God helping him to believe. He just became righteous without God giving him training in righteousness. I want to make it so simple that you will not look down on yourself. You begin to think and understand that you are a work in progress, that God has not finished with you yet. He has seen the ending from the beginning, and he has declared what you become before you were born. Joshua 24, verse 1 to 4. Then Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem and called for the elders of Israel for their heads. If the heads are not thinking straight, it will affect the entire body. He called for their heads, for their judges, and for their officers, and they presented themselves before God. And Joshua said to all the people, "Thus says the Lord God of Israel, your fathers," I can't hear you. That includes Baba. Do you understand me? That's not abuse. Your fathers, including Terah, the father of Abraham and the father of Nahor, dwelt on the other side of the river in old times, and they served other gods. Then I took your father Abraham from the other side of the river, led him throughout all the land of Canaan, and multiplied his descendants, and gave him Isaac. To Isaac I gave Jacob and Esau. To Esau I gave the mountain of Seir. Underline it. I'm coming back to it. God helping us today. I gave the mountains of Seir to possess. But to Jacob and his children went down to Egypt. The ancestors of Abraham, including Abraham, were idol. Is that clear to you? So you can't write off any man as an unbeliever until the gospel is presented to him and he rejects it. You have no right to call anyone unbeliever, ungodly, until you have presented the gospel in an intelligent way that the person can connect and understand, and he says, "I don't want." Aha. It's different. They were all idol worshippers on the other side of the river. Are there evangelists here this morning? I think you're an evangelist. You told me so. That's what God called you to do. Okay, but you teach sometimes. So we don't know which one you are. Teaching evangelist or evangelical teacher. What was the name of the evangelist that preached the gospel to Abraham? God Almighty. It was a serious business. He showed up in all his glory. You can't have such an encounter and remain the same. He showed up in all his glory to preach the gospel for the first time to Abraham. Acts of the Apostles chapter 7, beginning from verse 1 to 8. Acts 7, 1 to 8. Then the high priest said to Stephen, "Are these things so?" When they saw his face shining like that of an angel. And he said, "Brethren and fathers, listen. The God of glory appeared to our father Abraham when he was in Mesopotamia before he dwelt in Haran, and said to him, 'Get out of your country and from your relatives and come to a land that I will show you.' Then he came out of the land of the Chaldeans and dwelt in Haran. And from there, when his father was dead, he moved him to this land in which you now dwell. And God gave him no inheritance in it, not even enough to set his foot on. But even when Abraham had no child, he promised to give to him for a possession and to his descendants after him." Remember the promises made to Abraham? First was what? Land. Second was what? Descendants. And third was what? The blessing. But God spoke in this way, that his descendants will dwell in a foreign land, and that they will bring them into bondage and oppress them 400 years. And the nation to whom they will be in bondage, I will judge, said God, and after that they shall come out and serve me in this place. Then he gave him the covenant of circumcision, and so Abraham begot Isaac and circumcised him on the 8th day. You can read the rest for yourself. Who appeared to Abraham to preach the gospel? I can't hear you. How did he come? He came in all his glory. When Abraham saw the glory of God, he dumped idols. I'm going to give you some background knowledge of who I was before I became a Christian regarding Abraham. In the Quranic school, we were taught that Abraham and his ancestors were idol worshippers. But after God had appeared to him, you won't see that in your Bible. After God had appeared to him, the family, including his father and everybody, went to their annual idol worshiping festival, and Abraham pretended to be sick. He didn't go with them. But before they returned, he took an axe and broke every image in the house. Broke them down completely. When they returned and saw the havoc that was done, they asked Abraham, "You were the only one left in the house. What happened?" He said, "Don't ask me, ask the idols. They must speak to you." That was why his father followed him, that he had seen something. It was not his father's vision. He hijacked it. And when one of his sons died, you see that in the Bible. He was buried there, and God called him a second time. Get out of your country and out of your family, out of your people, unto a land that I will show you. Now, I'm not asking you to go and read the Quran in order to get your facts. I'm just telling you, I didn't get born again overnight. I was a Muslim who became a Christian and then became a pastor. Ayub Asinimo. Do you understand me? So if you are going to rabble-rouse me around the Quran, you know you want to cross the line. When my older cousin's wife turned 80, and they were going to bring the Quran down, Officer Quran Kale, which means they will read the entire Quran in one service in about 1 hour. They divided each chapter and gave to so many imams about there and alfas about there, and they were to read it. The chief imam got up, he said, "Before we say anything at all or read the Quran, we need to salute Pastor Bakari because he understands what's about to happen." I just laughed. And we became friends from that day. I have many of them as my friends. Okay. God of glory appeared to Abraham. If God of glory appears to you, you will not remain the same. You dump every idol. Give me Galatians chapter 3 and see how it captures the encounter of Abraham with Scripture while the gospel was being preached to him. Paul was referring to this when he wrote to Nigerians. Oh, foolish, I beg your pardon. Sorry, Nigerians are not foolish. Only they are young people are idle. I didn't quote anybody. Okay. Oh, foolish Galatians, who has bewitched you that you should not obey the truth, before whose eyes Jesus Christ was clearly portrayed among you as crucified, that he preached in such a way as if they were there on the day of crucifixion. This only I want to learn from you. Did you receive the Spirit by the works of the law? All legalists in the house, lend me your ears. All men who try to perform to impress God, lend me your ears. Did you receive the Spirit by the works of the law or by the hearing of faith? Are you so foolish? Haven't begun in the Spirit? Are you now being made perfect by the flesh? Can you finish in the flesh what began in the Spirit? Have you suffered so many things in vain? If indeed it was in vain. Therefore, he who supplies the Spirit to you and works miracles among you, does he do it by the works of the law or by the hearing of faith? Just as Abraham believed God. Oh, we are going to read that in at least different translations today so that you know what this means. In Genesis 15, just as Abraham believed God and was accounted to him for righteousness. Therefore, know that only those who are of faith are sons of Abraham. And the scripture, foreseeing that God would justify the Gentiles by faith, preached the gospel to Abraham beforehand, saying, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John contain the deeds and the words of Jesus Christ, what he taught and what he did. The authentic gospel is in you, Abraham. All the nations shall be blessed. Are you blessing nations? Let's start with, are you blessing neighbors? And can you say you believe the gospel when you're not a blessing to somebody else? This is the gospel. You either believe it or reject it. So then those who have faith are blessed with believing Abraham. Say to your neighbor, in me, my family, my neighbors, those who walk with me, those who are in school with me, in me, the families of the earth will be blessed. I'm here to live long. I'll live long in health. I'll live long in health with wealth. I'll live long in health with wealth, blessing God, worshiping him, serving him, using my God to honor him, and I will be a blessing to humanity. Everyone with that mentality are those you need in government. They will not go there to steal. They will go there to recover what is stolen. And the redistribution imperative will commence because we will fix Nigeria in my lifetime. In the name of Jesus. Can you see that God of glory appeared to him and preached the gospel to him? And he understood it perfectly. But how could he walk in it? He had no child. Talk to me. He had no son of his own. Eliezer of Damascus, a slave that was born by another slave in his house, was going to become his heir. How would he fully understand that in him all the families of the earth will be blessed? I'm going to take you to 4 other portions of scripture that will help us in navigating the faith of Abraham. In this particular part 3 of the message, I'm going to show you that Abraham was not righteous. Abraham had no faith. God helped Abraham to believe, and God took him on potty training. As parents train their children who are still wearing diapers, and they are potty training them. Do you have children?
Yes, sir.
Or are they for you? I'm asking you. You are sure? They look like you? Absolutely. Okay, so they are yours. You are not denying. It happened within marriage. Okay, thank you. How many are they? 2. When they were born, on the first day or about the naming ceremony, they got out of their crib and went to bathroom.
No, sir.
Huh? They didn't. So where did they poo-poo?
In their diapers.
In their diapers. And it was smelling like roses. It was wonderful. It was smelling and you enjoyed it. And you were saying, come on, do it more. I'm really inhaling this.
No, sir.
Did you do this sometimes?
Yeah.
You did that. And then you packed the diaper, changed it, cleaned it, and then threw the baby and the diaper out.
No, sir.
Why do you think a sinner or a saint who has fallen into sin is not going through process? Why do you look down on them because you have finished school, you want to burn it down? You appear and you act like you are always righteous. And you look down on other people. God took Abram by the hand, made him Abraham, and did not stop there until he became a mighty prince. I'm going to show you his frailties this morning so that you don't write yourself off. I'm not giving you license to sin. You're already a sinner. What you need is Savior, not sanctimonious preaching. Do you understand me? You need a Savior who paid the price and who will come in you to live the life. Genesis chapter 15, verse 1 to 6. I am not going to rush any message this season. I've told you. This is my legacy. I'm leaving them with you so that you will not be conscious of sin. You'll be awake to righteousness. You will allow God to do his work in you until you become his righteous sons and daughters. Because he who knew no sin became sin for us. That exchange took place that we might be made, not that we are already made, that we might be made the righteousness of God by yourself. No, still in him. Genesis 15, verse 1 to 6. After this thing, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision, saying, do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your exceedingly great reward. Now, who first told Abram this? Has anybody told Abram this all his life? Did his father was an idol worshiper? Did he tell him this? Did his mother tell him this? Who told him about God? Melchizedek. That's the problem you have when you don't listen to servants of God. You will not have an encounter with him because someone has to introduce you to him. Behold, the Lamb of God that carries away the sins of the whole world. But you're full of yourself and you know everything by yourself. Melchizedek appeared to him in chapter 14. He said, blessed be Abram of God. For the first time, he knew people who call Abraham the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. He said, it can't be that except you first become of God. Blessed be Abram of God, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be God, who has given your enemies into your hands. Ethical adjustments were made in him. You will hear that in the days to come. Certain things happen on the inside of him. He was differently wired. He no longer will need to depend on the gold of Egypt. He will not go down there to look for life, for feeding for his livestock. If you are broke, who do you go to? You don't go to God, though. You go to your ATM. And if your ATM is broke, because it happens. So what happens? And whatever will I make you? What have any ID? Me change the hello. When you want to do your hair and dress it, you go to where? Salon. Do you go to your seamstress? No. Why do you go to your hairdresser? Is the one that can fix your hair. Tori ba fe daru nko. Talo dauri. You go to God. This God is my God forever. He will be my guide even unto death. He is my source. That's why I don't look up to anybody to be my source. God may use you, but God is my source. I don't look unto the hills. Shall I look unto the hills? No way. I look unto God who created the heavens and the earth. After this thing, the word of the Lord came to Abraham in a vision, saying, do not be afraid, Abraham. I am your shield, your exceedingly great reward. But Abraham said, Lord God, what will you give me? Saying, I go childless, and the heir of my house is Eliezer of Damascus. And Abraham said, look, I've been waiting for opportunity to meet you again. Since you appeared to me in glory, and you preached to me and asked me to leave, I've left you. But what you said, it cannot work because I have no child. And Abraham said, look, you have given me no offspring. Indeed, one born in my house is my heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came to him, saying, this one shall not be your heir, but one who will come from your own body shall be your heir. Then he brought him outside. Did he believe when it was spoken? When the Lord spoke those words, did he believe? Then he brought him outside and said, look now toward heaven. You saw ID could not count even bulbs in the ceiling. You remember when it was Abraham? He couldn't count. Because what is supposed to be revealed to you, what's supposed to know by revelation, you don't know by calculation. Then he brought him outside and said, look now toward heaven and count the stars if you are able to number them. And he said to him, so shall your descendants be. Verse number 6, and he believed in the Lord, and he accounted it to him for righteousness. Was he righteous? He accounted. Let me show you. Give me NIV, verse 6. Genesis 15:6, NIV. Abraham believed the Lord, and he credited it to him as righteous. Was he righteous? God credited it to him as righteousness. You know, when you are living above your means, what you spend is called credit card. Did they call it debit card? No, debit card is the one that brings money straight from your account. Credit card, you are spending somebody's money that you will pay back. So it was credited to him as righteousness so that the training in righteousness can commence. Give it to me in the New Living Translation. And Abraham believed the Lord, and the Lord counted him as righteous. Was he righteous? The Lord counted him as righteous because of his faith. Let's go to another scripture. At this point in time, you require that for everything God will say to Abraham, he will have to show him something for him to believe. There was no difference between him and Gideon. God, if I'm going to win, I'm going to leave this, what did he call it? Huh? I can't hear you. Sleeve. I'm going to put this fleece on the ground. If it is you speaking to me, let the ground be wet, let the fleece be dry. He came back the following day, the whole ground was wet. The fleece was dry. He said, God, I don't know how to do this. Let's reverse it. To know that I am sure that I will be certain that you are the one doing this. I want this fleece alone to be wet and the ground to be dry. And God made it so. I said, that man making it true. That man put true. That's Abraham. According to the number of the stars shall be your children. Okay, since I couldn't count, I believe you. All right, we are depositing righteousness in your account and we begin to work it out. You will think now that he believed and it's been counted as righteous. Now whatever God says, you will believe. Genesis 15 verse 7. We are navigating the faith of Abraham, walking through it so that you don't condemn yourself. Then he said to him, God said, I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to inherit it. And he said, Lord God, how shall I know? Isn't this what got Zachariah into trouble? Huh? Did Mary not attempt it also? I am a virgin, I know not a man, how can this be? He said, oh, we must not ask you to be mute. You are going to carry the mother of the Lord. Okay, men are sympathetic to women, so are angels. Don't quote me on. That's why men take care of daughters and sons are angry. How shall I know that I will inherit the land? God had to enter into covenant with him. He had to walk. He sent down a burning lamp from heaven to walk in between because Abraham could not do it. So with all this, what do you expect Abraham to do now? When Sarah showed up in chapter 16, he said, Abraham, he said, yes, my lady, we left home at 75. Have you looked in the mirror? You are now 85. Before your engine will knock, there's a maid here. We have trained him for 10 years. She's pretty. She smells nice. She's good. Who knows if God will not give me a child through by proxy? So will you go into her, Abraham, Makubami? He said, okay, I will give her to you as a wife, Abraham, here, but is he not a believer? Huh? Has he not believed? Was he not counted to him as righteousness? And what was he doing around Hagar? Couldn't he wait for God? Couldn't he? Have you waited? Do you wait for God to do it? Or you believe that heaven helps those who help themselves? At the stage in Genesis 15, 1 to 6, 7 to the end, Abraham needed a sign to believe. Show me, how can I believe this? So, okay, let's cut covenant. Ladies and gentlemen, Abraham's faith was not confirmed until Genesis 22. From the moment he left home in Genesis 12, Genesis 13, Genesis 14, when he fought the world war and Melchizedek showed up, Tidal, king of nations, appeared and fought. He fought against him because he's going to become father of many nations. He must conquer Tidal. Genesis 15 was an encounter. Genesis 16, he entered into Hagar and brought forth Ishmael. Huh? Genesis 17, after 13 years, God showed up and said, I am Almighty God. Obey me and live as you should. He was not living as he should. He was not blameless. And God changed his name to Abraham and changed Sarah's name to Sarah. That's 17, right? What was the greatest plea of Abraham that day when God showed up and changed his name? let Ishmael live before you. Let's forget about this getting a son business. God had to wait for another year in chapter 18 to come and eat with him and to say, where is Sarah? This time next year. Sarah laughed. The last time I touched Abraham, Olorem. The following week, Olorem. The third week, Olorem. And then he goes, saying, Emigo, Wumbumi, Esamareri. Tarabatiko Jeku. And he look. So you laughed? He said, I didn't laugh. I said you laughed. He said, I didn't laugh. And God did not argue with her. You want me to argue with your wife? No. I'll keep quiet. God corrected her and said, no, I didn't laugh. No, but okay, I will teach you a lesson permanently. This time next year you have a child, his name will be Laughter. Are you following me? Yes, sir. Okay. That's chapter 18. Chapter 19. You saw Sodom and Gomorrah. You are going to see the dilemma that he faced, because now he established a protocol of friendship with God. He had become a friend of God. He had become a strategic prayer partner with God, and he interceded that God would not do what he wanted to do, but God said, if I find this number. So God did not destroy Sodom for what he found. He destroyed for what he did not find. I think Abraham had concluded there must be at least 10 righteous people there. And God didn't find 10 righteous. When Abraham went there the following day to see the place and to see the fire and the smoke and everything, do you think he would trust that his prayer would work? I'm asking you simple questions. Do you think he will want to pray again? When what he interceded and stood and negotiated for the destiny, everything got burnt. So you will now encourage him because prayer is the key. Prayer is the key. Prayer is the master key. When he saw smoke, you think he will pray? Look, if you pray for someone not to die, he dies. You pray for second person not to die, he dies. You pray for that person not to die, he dies. Do you understand me? You become discouraged. So was Abraham. In Genesis 22, I want you to read the heading of Genesis chapter 22. Open your Bible and read. What is the title? Abraham's faith confirmed. You know how you in the Anglican church, they baptize you and then they train you for a while and then they confirm you because they now see that you can stand. So look at where God took him from. Look at where his faith was confirmed. And after, how was the faith confirmed? After a test. After a test. Now that you have this son that you waited for patiently and misbehaved while you are waiting, let's see what you do. I want you to go and sacrifice him to me. It was a test, but it was not known to Abraham as a test. He just followed. He had gotten to the place of knowing. And I will show you in Hebrews. He knew God was able to raise him. He had allowed God to engage his faculties to think through his thoughts. I'm teaching you practical things so that you don't write yourself off. Many are the afflictions of the righteous. The Lord delivered him from them all. The righteous man falls how many times? 7 times. It's not to continue to fall, it's to produce perfection. That's the meaning of the word 7 there. So that you overcome it and you're able to stand strong. And then when you are now strong, you must not condemn others. Simon, Simon, Satan has desired to have you and to sift you, but I have prayed for you that your faith should not fail. And when you are converted or confirmed, strengthen your brethren. Don't look down on them and talk down on them. The moment anybody falls into sin here, gossip starts. I pray for you. Why can't you keep quiet? Didn't you fall before? Show me a child that was born and started walking. I said, hey, Mom, good morning. I'm taking a walk. The whole village will scatter. He will have to crawl. And then you have to do tangalakis. He fall down, he'll get up, bruises, he'll get up again. And then one day he begins to walk, and he begins to march, and he begins to take salute like Colonel Nettie. It takes process. Because Adam did not have that process. He fell so terribly. In Genesis chapter 22, Genesis 21, he was blessed with Isaac eventually, and he kicked out Hagar and Ishmael. Are you following? Yes. We'll take every bit of it because it was displeasing to him, but he had to obey. In Genesis 22, as God raised Pilate to confirm, I find no fault in him. God has to raise a king to check Abraham whether he had gotten to the place of tabernacle, or of the feast of tabernacle in his life, where God puts you as his workmanship on a display. Abimelech said, we have seen that God is with you in all that you do. Do you understand me? Abraham, if you are not conscious of it, outsiders are seeing you. Peter, if you don't know that you sound like Jesus, a girl at the gate will tell you, you are speaking like him. You see the problem I have now? I like Bolly, Toba soft, but I cannot stop on the road to buy anymore. I have to get home and send them Nikonambe. Because if I will get down to buy, next day, Pastor Tibroko is swimming in that body longe. Genesis 21, 22 to 25. Now it came to pass after these things, at that time, that Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his army, spoke to Abraham, saying, God is with you in all that you do. How many would like to say amen to that? Amen. That your activities will not cause the presence of God to be withdrawn. That God will be with you in all that you do. Now, therefore, swear to me by God that you will not deal falsely with me, with my offspring, or with my posterity, but that according to the kindness that I've done to you, you will do to me and to the land in which you have dwelt. I want to show you something. And Abraham said, I will swear. Then Abraham rebuked Abimelech because of a well of water which Abimelech's servants had seized. It means Abraham had gained stature. Look, why would you not say he had gained stature? Because this was the king he lied to in chapter 20 and said, Sarah is my sister. Same king. And I had gained stature. And that was the way I gained stature with your dad, MQ. I went to greet MQ at home. And he said, you are just coming now. What do I give you now? And he took his brown Samsonite bag. You know, I carried Samsonite bag for a long time because I saw it in his hand. I wore Aramis perfume for a very long time. I've changed it now because he was wearing, if MK will enter into this place, Aramis perfume will fill this place completely. Do you understand me? So he opened the Samsonite bag and gave me 1,500 naira. Clean note. You don't know how much dollar that is, or that was back then. I collected the money and said, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. I said, don't ever do that again. Are you not a Muslim? We bow only to God. You don't bow to man. We bow only to God. Are you not a Muslim? I said, I didn't answer the question. Because he assumed I was a Muslim. My grandfather was chief imam. My father was Otu. I went to Quranic school. So he assumed I was a Muslim. I'd gotten born again, but I couldn't say, no, I'm not a Muslim. When I gained stature, I told him, don't go. Ogmari, my body. Don't go. You're going to play with your life. I spoke to him. He sent Alaji Akin to me. Can go to him and ask. Listen, if you don't gain stature, you can't witness. You can't preach. Do you know he gained stature that he rebuked kings? It was part of the process. And then when Sarah died, I'm laying this foundation so that you can connect. You can see your roller coaster Christianity and see where God is bringing you to a place that is stable, that is sustainable, that you're not going to fear anybody. By the time Sarah died and he came to bury her, do you know how they describe Abraham now? You are a mighty prince among us. Was his father a king? Genesis chapter 23, verse 1 to 6. Sarah lived 127 years. These were the years of the life of Sarah. So Sarah died in Kirjath Arba, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. Then Abraham stood up from before his dead and spoke to the sons of Heth, saying, I am a foreigner and a visitor among you. Give me property for a burial place among you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the sons of Heth answered that Abraham, saying to him, Hear us, my Lord. Hello. It was not only Sarah who called him Lord. Hear us, my Lord. You are a mighty prince among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of your burial places. None of us will withhold from you his burial place that you may bury your dead. You can take anything you like, acquire it. You are a mighty prince. Look at the man who was afraid in Egypt, told a lie about his wife or half truth. The man who was afraid in Gerar told the same half truth after encounters with God. This man became a mighty prince. In the outer court, it was Abram. In the holy place, it was Abraham. In the Holy of Holies, he had become a mighty prince. Who is going to go on this journey with me to become mighty princes and princesses, a force to reckon with on the face of the earth because of the faith of our father, Abraham? How God walked him through and how God gave him training in righteousness. Wow. Last Sunday, our focus was on obedience being the legacy of Abraham. Obedience to God. Which the Bible clearly states in 1 Samuel chapter 15 that it is better than sacrifice. In this, beginning from today, in this third part, we are going to walk this journey of faith and training in righteousness with Father Abraham by looking at three major issues. Three major issues. Are you ready? Number one, we're going to look at how Abraham eventually became totally obedient to God despite his human frailties. How did he get to this level? I've showed you the training, the walk with God, and everything, but I want to show you how literally he became obedient to God despite his human frailties. Number two, I would like to show you how the blessing of Abraham that many believers covet and sing about is contingent upon his obedience to God. You can't separate the two. You cannot say Abraham's blessing is yours when you are rebellious, when you are disobedient. His blessing is contingent upon his obedience to God. To obey is better than sacrifice. And I will show you literally that God does not discriminate about blessing. He doesn't. And number 3, I would like to show you how Abraham transferred the legacy of his obedience to God to Isaac and Jacob, who are heirs with him of the same promise. Because of time, I'm not sure we can cover all these 3 points today, but let's start with the first point. If I'm able to finish the first point today, I think you will go home walking on your head. I'm sure. Because something will happen on the inside of you. You will not join the devil to build a case against yourself. Do you understand me? You will not gang up with Satan to build a case against yourself. You will not feel so inferior and disqualify yourself from every good thing of life. Surely, Pastor, àwọn tí wọ kíláàsì wọn kíláàsì wo ló wà. Nítorí níní owó ẹ̀dá ṣé ó kan agbára, àìní owó ẹ̀dá ò ṣé ó kan agbára, níbi tálágbára gbé ń ṣiṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe wàhálà, àní níbi tálágbára gbé ń ṣiṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe wàhálà, arọ tí ó lè dìde o á sì máa rí ṣe. Aráyé o, ẹ má pa kádàrá mi dà. Ìwọ náà fúnra ẹ má padà. Most of the time you write yourself up. I don't qualify. All those people, they have masters. I don't have master. I have a master. His name is Jesus. Amen. And when they saw Peter and John, they saw that they had masters from Yale and PhD from Cambridge. They took knowledge. They had been with Jesus. Have you been with him? Is he with you? Let's take the first one. How Abraham eventually became totally obedient to God despite his human frailties. From the life of the patriarch Abraham, one fact that we can deduce as we study the Bible is that the best of men are still men, are the very best, especially when you begin to look at the human frailties of Abraham. Who became Abraham? Who became a mighty prince? Let me give you some statistics that I've not mentioned. We all know, you know that Abraham told half-truths about his wife. Why? Out of fear for his life. They will kill me. And God is with him, oh. He had fought against Tidal, king of nations. Well, it was later he fought against Tidal. This was chapter 13. But in chapter 20, when he got to the land of Gerar, he said, we have agreed that wherever we go, you are too pretty. Me yet fair. And if fair arewa, or fair you know. Huh? Oh, they didn't say that in your hometown. And to about fair arewa, or fair you know. Look at how pretty you are. Tell me nobody is chasing you anymore. Nobody is chasing you. Only master of one. Or if need be, somebody will pray for your husband to die. That's how wicked the world is. I'm telling you. Baby, no, he said, treat them as sisters. Okay, are you with me? Sarah was so pretty that kings were after her. And kings had power. Abraham knew, wow, he who fights and runs away lives to fight. So now, why do you think Sarah will ever trust Abraham? Who will pawn him or pawn her to foreign kings? You think she would trust him? No. Read 1 Peter chapter 3. Sarah trusted God and obeyed Abraham because she expected that God would come for her. You keep on trusting your husband. He will continue to break your heart. Sorry. Woe to him that puts his trust in the ham of flesh. Trust God. He will straighten up your husband. He will straighten up your wife. Can I hear amen? All right. We all know that Abraham told half-truths about his wife. out of fear for his life at least twice in Egypt and in Gerar. Also, we know that Abraham did not consult God before going down to Egypt. He got to the promised land, there was famine. God, did he consult God? There is famine here, Lord. And how do I feed the livestock? God could have showed him what to do. He just said, well, this is common sense. You don't need to pray about this. And so, without consulting God, he went down to Egypt. And when he got there, he said, Pharaoh took her. And then God plagued Pharaoh in the night. So he learned quickly to restore the wife to the owner. And now gave him what? Gold, silver, sheep, men servants, and female servants. One of them was a parcel bomb called Agar. If you don't go where you should not go, you will not see what you should not see. You will not say what you should not say. You will not hear what you should not hear. You will not do what you should not do. That was Mama Bakari's anthem. That woman conditioned my life. That's why you don't see me in your house. Have I been to your house? No? Have I been to your house? 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 Maybe you count 10 out of many multitudes here. This is my mother, conditioned me. One of the things that amazed me, are you ready? I call it amazing grace in action in the life of Abraham, was when he lied to the king of Gerar, Abimelech. God now stood and said, that man is a prophet. Hello, ID. Will you give that testimony about a man who just lied about his wife? What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. This message will continue next week by God's grace. Until then, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
guys, you're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, right? No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
And
Look,
all of them,
all
of them in Lagos,
Let me
all
tell
of
you,
them in Nigeria.
listen to me.
Nobody.
When I'm talking, you keep quiet.
An arrogant customer who is not ashamed.
Pastor Donald, why are you not picking my calls? Why haven't you paid the balance up till now? Telling the honorable that I have not been calling him, I've not been picking his call. It's a fabricated fallacy. He did this just to debase me.
You are owing, and you are the one that is being arrogant at the same time.
A Nollywood veteran hopes to diversify into marine transportation.
Passenger boat I did not see. My money I did not see. I wanted to report him to Amadioha.
He was testing the boats, wanting the boat sink with engine.
The husband does not like the responsibilities, but he likes all the pleasures a woman has to offer.
I still believe that now. First believe person one pikin.
How you go control?
The dispute is real, and the judgment is binding. This is the Justice Court. A wife that was abandoned with 3 children.
My name is Mrs. Chinyere Nwogu. So I came here last year, June. With the case with my landlord. So during that time, in fact, things was not easy at all until I came to Justice Court. I am the defendant. First of all, I want to thank you people very, very well, because you people did well to me. I don't know how to express my feelings. I don't know, but I thank God today. So everything went fine. I've gotten a house. I got a house through you people that helped me. Although things are not still easy like that, because I need to start up business. But at least I'm happy. At least during that time, some of you that saw me that time will know that there is a lot of changes. But today, you can see me laughing. I am much happy. Thank you very much. Yes, I can say that Justice Court is different from other courts. Because if I hear about court, it remains for me to run away. But when I came to this place, I find it so easy that Justice Court is very different. It is a place that someone can come and make peace. Even though if somebody asks you that one thing, you yourself can use your mouth and tell the person that let you people go to court. Because the court is a place that they will make peace. And after making peace, you people can be related again. Like me and my landlord, that is more than friends now. We used to eat together, agree together. He used to advise me, and myself used to advise him. So I assure other people that it can happen to their life like that. So the court is a very place that you will come and make peace. They are too much, Justice Court. You people are too much.
Today on the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Iwelu Augustine, is asking the court to compel his tenant Obiora Sylvester to pay the sum of 339,750 naira overdue rent and vacate his apartment. Previously on the Justice Court.
Mr. Sylvester has been my tenant for about 3 months now, and he has refused to pay my rent as at when due. Each time I complain, I meet him for my rent. Is that he tells me the economy is hard, he has businesses, he has school fees to pay, all this and all that.
When his mother was alive, his mother was a very good member of our church, this particular church now. We took her as a mother. As a matter of fact, she was the one I discussed.
You know, you are not here to talk about. I'm not here to listen to his family history. Wait. You are in court.
Yes, ma'am.
Be very, very, very cautious of whatever you say. The reason why you are in court, you know what it's about.
Okay, ma'am.
And that's what I want you to strictly address.
Okay, ma'am.
When was the last time you paid rent?
Well, that was last year. This last year, I supposed to have balancing about 50-something thousand.
Okay, you've paid part of it, but you've not completed payment.
About 50-something thousand.
Is that correct?
Not true, ma'am.
What's your own position on it?
He pays me as at when due, sometimes 10,000, 50, 20 and all that. So I can't really say he paid a complete year.
And another thing, you can't tell me that everything on that list is false. Are you saying everything there is false?
My lord, I have my reasons. I presently cannot remember to vet everything he wrote since they are not receipted. June last year, to be precise, we sat together and he brought everything, all the money he claimed, and we balanced it. That's how we got the 339,000, which I initially was claiming 450,000. And I said, if you are claiming if you're claiming you owe me 339,000 naira, it's 339,750. Pay that and I'll let the matter close. I agreed. That's what he brought. I didn't debate that with him. So I'm surprised he's saying 50,000. And to prove it, I had a screenshot of where he wrote it. It's
Let
here.
me have a look at it then. You see the power of evidence?
Please, show my lord. And the date why I can check it. That's a screenshot of his own calculation, my lord. I was claiming 450, because that is exactly what he's owing me. But he reduced it to 339,750. And since that day, he has not paid me 1 naira till today.
Have a look at it.
Have you seen that paper before, Mr. Sylvester? At least you're a Christian.
Look at it.
If you have not seen it, tell my lord I'm lying.
You are a Christian. Look at it and tell me the truth.
The defendant, Obiora Sylvester, claims he made several unreceipted payments to Augustine that were not accounted for. Unfortunately, Sylvester does not have proofs for the total sum that he claims to have paid. However, he insisted that 56,000 naira is all he owes at this time. The landlord, Iwelu Augustine, has shown an evidence of account reconciliation that substantiates the fact that the tenant had consented to 339,750 overdue rent. This matter is unfolding as Judge Fumi continues to cross-examine both parties.
You see what I'm telling you? When you come to court, you need to be able to prove everything you say. And you were very quick at casting aspersion at his character. You see, Christianity is not about putting on this apron you have on. It's not. Christianity is about the way you relate with the next person, your heart. Do you understand? I agree with you. You could make that mistake of not having documented every payment you made to him. He did not deny that. But that's why you are having that problem in reconciling the exact amount before me until he was able to bring out this. It's there. 339.
One more thing, my lord. I don't feel comfortable him staying there again. Because he threatened me.
You need to serve him.
I already served him, my lord.
Let me have the copies of him. Show it to him first, whether you're saying.
He already has a copy, my lord.
He should serve me 6 months as yearly tenant, not 7 days.
Let me have it. Bring it.
He should serve me 6 months first, before 7 days. That's craftiness.
Okay.
You don't know.
Okay, now, as at the time this was served, your tenancy has expired. So I need to explain the new law of tenancy law in Lagos State to you. You see, before 2011, if you have a tenant in the house and you want to serve them notice to quit, excluding Banana Island, Ikoyi, Apapa, VI, but with every other area, before, when they serve you that 6-month notice, it must expire at the anniversary of the new tenancy. If your tenancy is to expire today and you want it to start tomorrow, that 6 months, when you calculate it, must end today, which is the anniversary of the new tenancy. Do you understand me? That's the law before. But the way the law is right now, as long as your tenancy has expired, if I don't intend to renew your tenancy as a tenant, I can issue that 3 months notice, but it must not expire while your tenancy is still on. Because you are still a tenant there. But when your tenancy has expired in this case, you know, the money you paid had expired. He's only required to give you 7 days notice, which is what he has done. So I don't know which lawyer you've been talking to, or you are your own lawyer. But I'm explaining the law to you.
Okay. Your Honor, my tenant has not it expires by March ending.
Which month ending? This March ending? Yes. With money you have accepted that you are owing. You don't know you are only a bona fide tenant when you are not owing rent.
It's because I didn't come with evidence. If
you accepted you are owing 56,000 naira.
I was dealing with him as a brother.
But you said, no, forget the 339. I'm even going to roll right now that, and I presume that is even 56,000 naira. Even with that 56,000 naira that you have accepted you are owing, it simply shows that your tenancy has since expired. Because you have not paid up. Once it's determined, that's the language. Once the tenancy is determined, that is expired, give you 7 days. It's because of the way tenants take it for granted, thinking that they can stay in landlord's house forever.
Mm-hmm. He told me.
And they start playing on the technicalities of the law. That's why the law was reviewed. That's the new, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about tenants generally. So that is the law right now. As far as it's concerned, he has done the right thing. It's 7 days. If you are not owing, you have paid up, and your rent is supposed to expire in March, you are entitled to that 6 months. Then, because you have been paying in bits, you are not even entitled to the 6 months notice.
Your Honor.
Okay.
I really made mistake by the way I trusted him, because in the first place I told him that he played 419 on me, because the house he's a witness. The work I did, if not that work, the house would have collapsed by now.
1 minute.
He's a living proof.
Can I say something, ma? Ma, to be frank, I gave him money for renovation. He didn't pay his rent complete. His agreement, we agreed that he won't pay agreement to me, that what he used to do to renovate. I don't want you to lie, but I know this is Ed. He's telling too much lie on me. 1. And number 2, the WC in his house, my WC, he broke it. When I accosted him of it, he told me that I did robbery. I should just get out from there. You know, he intimidates and tries to bully me. That's even the reason why I couldn't take him to court all this while. I said it when I started, that he said if I bring him to court, he will take 6 months, 3 months, and at the end I'll get tired. That's what he told me.
Austin, God in heaven.
You know what? The issue,
God will judge you.
Mr. Sylvester,
you
can't curse anybody in this court. Let me tell you, Mr. Sylvester, watch your language here. Because I can charge you for contempt of court.
I'm sorry, ma.
You are not in the marketplace.
I'm sorry, ma.
And with that thing on you, that apron, I expect the kind of things, utterances you will have will be godly. You are cursing.
I'm sorry, ma.
Is that what that uniform is for? The apron is for cursing.
I'm sorry, ma, but you don't know him.
You are just disgracing, you are disgracing your church members.
Order!
So, anyway, the way it is now, I'll still come back to the issue of rent. But now we're talking about eviction because he has served you.
Your Honor, ma. Let them give me like 5 months. Let me find that place.
Look at his reaction. I don't even have to talk. Look at him.
We eat in the same plate. You now turn things and I turn everything against me because
you threaten me.
From where?
Yes.
You
told me an
house day
Anambra
and
man
night.
that you show me that you're an Anambra man. I don't know what that means.
Austin, you can't.
Mr. Sylvester, I won't give you 5 months. Don't waste my time. Please.
All the money you collected from me, you denied all of them because I didn't write them down. Now I'm not.
You are begging somebody to extend your time to you. You are still saying all this.
Sorry.
You really have wisdom.
Sorry, ma. Sorry, ma. I'm sorry. You called my house your second house home before. Why do you? Order! Why are you doing like this?
Mr. Sylvester,
5 months.
5 months is too much.
What's the maximum period you think you can give him? I want you to... Anyway, let me hear what you have to say.
I assist him with 3 months.
And remember, there's still another issue to address on the period he's giving you. Whether it's rent-free or you are paying rent for that period. So when you're asking for a period of time to leave the house, have that at the back of your mind too.
Your Honor, ma. Let's make it 4. I'm pleading, let's make it 4 months because he knows.
You said 3. Or will you give him 4?
No, ma.
He didn't accept. He shook his head immediately you said so.
Wilson, I am pleading with you to make it that 4 months. I know why I maintain that 4 months. I never had intention of this kind of matter with you. But since it has come up now, let's take it like that. Make it that 4 months. I and you, yourself.
Mr. Sylvester, I can allow...
I'm still talking.
I don't want to go long. I would have allowed the 4 months.
I'm still talking now, please.
No, let me tell you why, so I don't waste...
Let me finish what I'm saying, you can talk. It's only I and myself knows what all that we did together. This court does not know that. I don't want to be returning back what they say, what has passed. But you knows what I'm talking about. There's no two difference between 3 and 4. Even if if it may even restart that time. I didn't see more difference between 3 and 4. I'm not even praying that it will be up to that at that time. But you understand me very well.
Are you good? Mr. Sylvester, I could have left 4 months, but by June, my rent where I stay will expire. And my plan is to collect this one to pay where I am staying now. That is the reason. I would have asked you to stay 5 months, but I don't like owing my landlord. I told you. He doesn't joke with money. I'm sure you'll be watching this way by one day. He doesn't play with money. If I ask you to stay 6 months, I'll be owing him, and I have a problem with him. That's why I calculated that 3 months. Because by June, my rent will expire. You understand? I can say 5 months, you know me. But my hands are tied. My hands are tied.
What I'm saying, asking is that there is no two difference between 3 and 4. But I won't. I still maintain that.
It's okay, do the 4 months.
It's only.
Let me owe him for 1 month. Do the 4 months, let me owe him. It's okay.
Thank
you. Do the 4 months, so you'll be good.
Okay, so.
Let him do the 4 months.
You've agreed on 4 months.
Just do it.
Then can you give him the 4 months rent-free?
Rent-free. I will do that, man, if he pays me what he's owing me. 339,750.
You see, we have to be practical. You're entitled to your money for now. So when can you raise the money?
Which the 56,000?
He's asking, okay, 56. When do you want to pay up the 56,000?
Okay, ma. I'll give him in less than 2 weeks.
In less than 2 weeks? I'll even give you up to 2 weeks. Is that okay?
It's okay,
so we make it 2 weeks. Now, how much is the total sum you are claiming?
339,750 naira now.
339. Let's take it 339. If you deduct 56 from 339, what's the balance?
283,000.
There will be 283,000 naira left. Okay, so, Mr. Sylvester.
No.
You cannot prove to the court that you are not in 283,000. But, however, you accepted to be owing some of money. His claim, he has a proof for the sum of 283,000 naira that you have not paid. But I've deducted the 56,000 naira from the total sum initially. Then the balance of 283,000 naira.
Judge Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
You have to pay him 133,000 naira. Apart from the 56,000 you are paying in 2 weeks' time. You pay him 133,000 naira by the time you move out of the premises. Do you understand? Ordinarily, my judgment against you should be for 283,000 naira. But the court will step in to assist you to offset part of the money. Because I know you still have to look for money to get in new premises. Is that not so?
Yes, ma'am.
So the court will assist you to pay him 150,000 naira. You'll pay him 56,000 naira within the next 2 weeks. Then, within the next 4 months, make sure you pay him the balance of 133,000 naira. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Then I'll give you an advice. Based on the kind of relationship you've had in the past, you shouldn't have allowed this matter to degenerate to this level. Even when you wanted 4 months, he gave you 4 months free. So if you approach him, do you understand? There's a way you probably could have worked this out. Do you get what I'm telling you?
Very much.
You do? All right then. I did not hear thank you from you.
Thank you.
Now you are smiling. I hope you are happy too. And I would love the two of you to maintain your relationship for whatever it is. Don't be cocky. There is a trace of arrogance in you that I see. It's not good. Be humble. So that's my judgment.
All right.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen,
We dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on PlusTvAfrica, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
Listen to this. Quote, "Let it be known that I will not hesitate to commence the process of mobilizing, sensitizing, and conscientizing like minds and team up with other stakeholders to drum up the necessary support that will birth a Southern candidate for the People's Democratic Party." End of quote. So says my guest today on the program, a former information commissioner in Edo State under Governor Adams Oshiomhole. He's also spokesman for former military president Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, and in 2019, he was the spokesperson of the Presidential Campaign Council of the People's Democratic Party. Kazim Afegbua joins me on the program today. I wanted to introduce you with PDP, People's Democratic Party, but I wasn't even sure if you are still in that party. Are you still in the PDP?
Well, I'm still a bona fide member of the PDP. Since I rejoined the party in 2017, I haven't left.
Right.
It's true that in 2020 I was suspended for 1 month. So after 1 month, I was reintegrated back to the party.
Okay.
So I have no other party for now, and I've told myself if I must join any other party, it has to be retirement. I don't want to stay, move here, move there, no.
And be active.
There was a reason why I actually left the APC in 2017, because having been part of the process in 2014, 2015, I was expecting to see, a spontaneous takeoff of action that will help to relaunch the country on the superhighway of development, in terms of reforms, in terms of issues, in terms of policy formation and all of that.
Yes.
You know, the APC had a manifesto that was very
Robust,
edible, that you can eat. But no sooner the president came on board than he jettisoned it, and that became the fundamental flaw, ab initio, of APC's several faulty steps.
Because I remember you were a commissioner for information in Edo State under the APC administration of Adams Oshomole, and some people say you run with the rabbit and you hunt with the hare. You're on both sides.
It wasn't that. I joined Adams Oshomole in 2011, you know, to campaign for his second term because he came asking for my support. And I gave it after the election. He insisted I have to work in the government. I said no. He insisted. He prevailed. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and all of that. Then the final analysis, I said, okay, let me go and work. So I became his special advisor on media.
Yes.
I've been issued. Then later, when the opportunity came, he made me the commissioner for information before the expiration of the tenure in 2016.
Yes.
And so for me, I'm not an itinerant politician. I don't see myself as one. I see myself more as a media practitioner who is busy doing his work, but found himself in the environment of politicians. And because of the rules of the game, you have to belong to a party.
Yes.
If they want to appoint you, for example, they will say, come and become a party member and all of that. That's just it. But other than that, I see myself more as a Nigerian who is passionate to see, you know, a difference in the way and manner we engage, you know, governance in this part of the world.
Yeah. Thankfully, you said you are still in the PDP. It appears to me that the party does not seem to want to restrict the presidential ticket to the South, perhaps because they see President Buhari as APC's northern candidate, and they feel that they, the PDP, are entitled to have their own northern candidate. Of course, the last president of the PDP was the late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua.
That's a northern
candidate.
Yeah.
Northern president was Yar'Adua. May his soul rest in peace. And so his tenure was truncated after 2 years. So perhaps there is a sense, you know, of right or wrong, whichever way you want to look at it, for the party saying, we want our own northern president.
I find it very distasteful, very discomforting, and quite disheartening when I hear people who are supposed to be elder statesmen, when they come up with curious arithmetics to begin to bifurcate the country on the platform of, oh, the North did this one, and this one, there's 2 years left, and so it is nauseating. The point is, Nigeria got independence in 1960.
Yes.
Till date will be 62 years, October 1st, 2022. That means we will be 62 years old. Now, you cannot be using the fractional, you know, arithmetics of 1999 to date to write the whole history of Nigeria as if we started the country in 1999. No. In those years, 1960 to date, the North had occupied power for 48 years.
Out of 62.
Out of 62. So, where is even the morality ab initio for you to even begin to say you are aspiring under any guise after President Buhari that the power should remain in the North again? That's one.
Yes.
Secondly, the President Buhari will be completing 8 years next year. He's not president of the All Progressive Congress. He is president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and commander-in-chief of Nigeria Armed Forces. His policies and programs are for the entire 200 million plus Nigerians. So my agitation and my position is very clear. Keep all your curious, dubious arithmetics aside. Let us look at the country in a plural society like Nigeria, where you have over 417 ethnic configurations, with the delicate balance of our heterogeneous components. You need to balance all the power algorithms. You need to balance all the equations so that people will have sense of ownership of the country, sense of belongingness to the union. Otherwise, once you put in place measures that tend to suggest that some persons are more Nigerian than the others, then politics of exclusion will now be the order of the day rather than politics of inclusion. So my position is very clear, and I think it's also audible to the deaf and visible to the blind, that all these agitations going on in the country are a function of the dysfunctionalities in the system, one, the obvious marginalization, the injustices, and the lack of fairness. That is why you kept hearing diction like nepotism, favoritism, selective amnesia, cronyism, all taking place within our geopolitical landscape. If the order were to be right, we won't be hearing of all of this. Look at agitation in the southeast. What are they asking for? Look at the Old Republic agitation. What are they asking for? Look at banditry. Look at kidnapping. Look at all of this. When you listen to them, there is a missing link in the connecting dots that make up this country. So when I hear all these kind of permutations, arguments, commentaries by persons who some of them who possess PhD, for God's sake, and I'm wondering, Angela, is it about pecuniary interest, or because you feel that your stomach infrastructure is one that should drive your mental, acumen, or what could be the motivation?
The motivation for some people are saying, look, the North has 19 states, and it would seem that they think they have the numbers. So if the APC fields a southern candidate and the PDP fields a northern candidate, it appears that many people think all the northerners will queue behind the northern candidate of the PDP, and that with their 19 states, they have the numbers to swing that election.
Another product of lazy scholarship. I call it lazy because I am trained to interrogate, and using empirical foundation or basis or statistics, I should be able to connect the dots in our political equation. How do I mean? Now, in 2019,
yes,
we fielded a northern candidate in PDP who, in our estimation, will be popular enough to contend with a failing President Buhari, with all the agitations, with all the crises, hunger, poverty, impoverishment, dislocations, economic predatories. We thought our candidate will be able to shine from the Northeast zone. So when I hear this kind of narration, PDP is trying to be strategic.
Yes.
You want to give the North.
Yes.
Who told you that the anger in the minds of the Southerners will allow them to vote for a PDP candidate if the candidate is not from the South? Haven't you had leaders of thoughts of the Middle Belt zone saying that they don't want a northern candidate in 2023, that they should give to the South because they duly deserve to be so given? It is not so much about the geopolitical zone of the individual. First, it's about whether there is equity in such recognition as a candidate,
yes,
whether there is fairness, whether there is some level of balance. In 2019, the southern aspirants dropped their aspirations to allow room for all northern aspirants to be candidates of the PDP. there was no single Southern aspirant in 2019. In recognition of the fact that in 2015, President Jonathan was the candidate, and so for that reason, there's a need for us to balance the equation.
Yes.
They allowed enough. Now, it's only natural, Angela, if it is not a product of greed, that the Northern aspirants allow the South to produce a candidate in show of reciprocal love, affection, understanding, and balance.
So when you see people like former Senate President Bukola Saraki and Atiku Abubakar of PDP's Tambuwal, Governor of Sokoto, all coming together and saying they're looking for a consensus candidate for the PDP, what comes to mind then?
It is morally wrong for aspirants of a particular zone of the country to be driving a consensus without integrating and involving other aspirants from the southern zone. That is where the conspiracy comes in.
So I read your opinion on the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar. You've used some words like perennial, aspirant and all that. You said, I'm quoting you now, those urging him, that's Atiku, those urging him on are just after his money. No more, no less. End of quote. You still stand by this?
Yes, of course. You see, at this age, which is the age of ideas, you need leaders like Atiku Abubakar to urge and guide the younger ones to take up the gauntlets from the point of failure of his own generation to a new generation that is interrogative, that is constructively engaging, and that can collectively bargain for what should be the future and the vision of a new country, Nigeria, in the 21st century. I don't want us to be detained by continuously indulging the excesses, quote unquote, of those who are already fatigued, who are tired, who should be resting, so that they don't convert the Aso Villa to a retirement home. You see, your strategy is as good as the persons you are using to execute them.
Yes.
We can say, okay, do not have it, PDP. The APC, they will produce a southern candidate, right?
Yes.
On election day, rather than for me to travel to my village to ensure that I deliver my polling units, I will sit down in Abuja and be drinking my coffee. What happens? The votes you will have gotten as a result of my intervention in my little village of Okwela, you won't get it. Because I want to sabotage the system. Or, alternatively, I can say, okay, my followers, vote for APC, since they have a southern candidate. You see, in politics, the much I have read about democracies in plural societies is a study that people must learn from. As small as Switzerland is, their democracy is structured along 7 constitutional bases. If you are president, this group takes presidency, the VP goes to this.
Yes.
The other person takes this and all that. That's why they have lived and they have developed. Nobody is going to say this group is dominating. If you produce a president this time, we already know that next time this group is going to produce. And in other societies that are plural in nature, how do you balance the political equation? If you don't balance it, Angela, what you get are going to be protestations, agitations that would distract the government in place from performing its governance responsibility. People are not looking at that. They see not allowing the South to produce a candidate in PDP or not producing even presidency in 2023 from the South will spell doom for this country. Go and write today's date down. People just think that Nigeria is still a work in progress. Fine. But the challenges facing us, they are so daunting, so enormous, that the politics aspect of it must be stabilized, must be cultivated to a desired end. Go and check revolutions in countries where they have happened. They play on the sentiments of the loopholes. They play on sentiments of injustices, marginalization, exclusion, to gain the momentum of other citizenry to go out there and ask for regime change. Those people who are carrying out those curious arithmetics and figures and telling you this, telling you that, please, next time they do that, ask them. If in 2023, another candidate is given now, and he fails the exam, that's the election, are they saying in 2027 again, because he didn't win, they should still give them the candidature until they win?
Join us again after the break. Now, you are also angry at the former vice president. You said that after 2019, Atiku Abubakar retired to Dubai in the United Arab Emirates and abandoned the party. And I thought, well, having lost that election in 2019, what was he supposed to do?
You don't say you lose election until after you have dispensed with the tribunal and the litigations arising from that election.
Right.
After the election, it's like a general that has gone to war. When the dust of war has not simmered, the general escaping through the back door, allowing the troops to find their way back to the barracks. That would be a poor marksmanship in military parlance, so to speak. Now, he was the one who led us to war in 2019. We expected him to return to the barracks, sit down, take a critical assessment of what happened at the war front, so that we can learn from that. The party can also learn from that. He instead ran away to Dubai for 2 good years, incommunicado to a lot of us. And we were here, we prosecuted the tribunal. Imagine how it would have been if Alhaji Atiku was seen sitting down in that tribunal in court.
As the candidate?
As the candidate, looking at the judges to say, okay, let me see what you're going to do this time. Because we had very good grounds, to knock off that election. But again, there's what they call public policy in law. If you are crying more than they believe, and the person for whom is the epitome of the candidature, the symbol of the struggle, is not seen, in the minds of the judges, they will seem that, oh, okay, the man has even given up. After all, he's not around.
Yes.
So he's in Dubai. So why are you people bothering yourselves? So it's like us crying more than they believed. That is not a good sign of leadership. And when people keep talking about, oh, Atiku is a leader, is this, is that, and I'm wondering, I say, what kind of leadership? It's like me watching Dino Melaye a couple of days back on Channels TV, saying that God spoke to him that Atiku Abubakar will be the candidate, will be the president of Nigeria in 2023. And I'm saying, what? My friend Dino again? I said, no. You told us about President Buhari in 2015 that you saw him as a messiah.
Yes.
And we have seen Buhari now that is more like an excess luggage than what is desirable for Nigerians at this time. Well, all of us, everybody, whether you like it, the Buhari brand has been completely defeated and deflated. My advice to Alhaji Atiku was a very profound one. But when people speak truth, because in politics, when you speak truth, you are almost considered a lonely man. Because politics is a game where those who speak the truth are in the minority, those who speak the lies, tell the lies, falsehood and all of that, they are the majority. But I would not stop telling a man like him, first on account of his age, second on the fact that he has been perpetually contesting presidency since 1992. during MKO Abiola Kigibe era. He contested.
This is even way before
our democracy,
1999.
yes. So if you have spent 32 years of your life contesting and seeking ticket to preserve the country and you're not getting it, Angela, the onerous thing to do is for you to take a bow. People must know when to exit from the corridors of power. It doesn't remove anything from your content, from your character, from your name. Be an elder statesman, guide the younger ones through an evolutionary process of acquiring power and sustaining same. Instead of continuously saying you want to be the king rather than being a kingmaker. Yeah. It is possible that the destiny of life, that God did not make you, did not add you being the king in your own destiny.
Yes.
Or if you want to force your way, too bad. So my advice is a patriotic one. But the people have been calling me all manners of names.
I was going to go there because some of his supporters are really miffed at you, and they're saying that the only reason you're criticizing Atiku Abubakar is because you have a candidate you're promoting within the PDP, and that candidate is from the South. So I'm going to ask you straight up, are you working for the Rivers State Governor, Nyesom Wike?
You see, they have said all manners of things to the point that even if possible, they might also conclude that I'm being spoon-fed each time I have opportunity to eat a meal. Please, when you see Wike, tell him that I really want to work for him. I'll be proud to work for him or any other person from the South who has the courage, the guts, the boldness to look at issues on the face, or persons in the face, and say it as it is. And I have my admiration for Wike. He may not be the best of individuals in terms of his style.
Yes.
What has style got to do with this? But Wike is not one person who will govern or preside using body language. You must know where he belongs. You must know what is in his mind.
Because he will tell you.
Because he will tell you. He will speak out. Oh, some person is coming. Oh, if you know Wike, tell him he shouldn't be talking. Somebody should be talking for him. Why would he not talk? We need an unusual Nigerian from the southern part of the country to solve an unusual situation that we find ourselves. That Wike is an unusual Nigerian in his style. A man who doesn't believe in psychophancy is my kind of person. Or rankadede kind of politics that, other persons are used to. That's my kind of person. Blunt but fair. I'd rather go to war with such a man who can risk his own life wanting to die for a cause than support an Atiku Abubakar or someone else who, when they hear the sound of knockout, they will escape through the back door to Dubai. Angela, I like people who can confront situations boldly with uncommon guts. That is the only way we can solve our problems.
The question of the Southeast now, saying that they're marginalized, and everyone saying, well, people of the Southeast, they've always voted PDP. And even till now, they're still partial to the PDP. Now, if the PDP will zone it to the South, you think it is fair for the Southeast to get the ticket? And if you do you think fielding a man like Nyesom Wike, Nyesom, being an Igbo-sounding name to me, will that satisfy the agitation of people of the Southeast?
You see, let's get it straight. It's not even about Nyesom Wike. It's about the propriety of having a Southerner as candidate of the PDP and a Southerner as candidate of the APC. From the reality so far in the political landscape, APC is sure going to go to take its candidate from the South. PDP should also take a candidate from the South. Now, when they see that opportunity to us as Southerners, The operators, the stakeholders, the leaders, the chieftains of the party may sit down to say, can't we do consensus arrangement?
Now that it's in the
Now
South.
that it is in the South?
Yes.
Then, that way, they can commence the process of discussion for consensus. And if, peradventure, the consensus fails,
Then
who
you
says
go to
they can go to
election.
election? The Southeastern can win the ticket. We have good candidates there.
Yeah.
So somebody say, oh, it's about merit, it's about competence. Angela, there is nowhere in this country where you don't have the competence, the merit, and all of that. How do you underscore merit or competence when the person has not been given opportunity?
Yeah.
We should be interrogating what they are doing in their respective states now, those who are governors and those who are not governors, what they did before, so that we can also interrogate whether they have the competence to lead the country.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
And where they have not had that opportunity, then they need to participate, they need to perform before we begin to talk about merit and competence. But we have people who are presently governors from the South who have been well. We can use that one as a basis to measure their performance.
Yes.
Having Northern presidency for 16 unbroken years in the North. Kai, Angela.
You think Nigeria will recover from that?
Nigeria will implode. I can tell you that for free. I'm old enough, I'm networked enough in the system to know that for a plural society like Nigeria, that sense of belonging is key to driving the national narrative. And if you are unable to build national cohesion, it will lead to polarization. And once the country is polarized on ethnic and religious lines, you are likely going to have national anomy. And when you have national anomy, anarchy sets in. And when anarchy sets in, it's to your tent, O Israel.
Join us again after the break. Now, I wanted your opinion as well on religion. You mentioned religion, you mentioned ethnicity earlier on. Should the next president be a Christian? And is age a factor?
Well, when I was taking up Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, I used age as one of the criteria. And someone called me and said, no, Biden is 78.
Yes, Trump was 74.
Trump was 74. I was just laughing. How can you compare darkness and light? Age in America is different to that of Nigeria. In Nigeria, our leaders, because of the numerous crises in the system, they have become fatigued. At 77, Angela, I don't pray to be running around campaigning for election at 77. No. They are fatigued. We don't want Aso Rock to become a retirement home for the aged. I want to grow old and be a responsible father to my grandchildren. So, back to your question.
Yes.
The president of this country in 2023 should be a Christian. You need to balance the algorithm. I keep saying this.
Yes.
Be a Christian from the South. Because people are already introducing the sentiments of religion, which also has brought up the word religious bigotry.
So that brings us to the matter now of the aspirants, those who have actually declared that they want to participate in the race. Yeah. For instance, you know, let's look at the APC. On Monday the 10th of April, the current vice president declared. The Friday before that, the Minister for Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, he also declared. And Amechi comes with a lot of history. He's been Speaker for 8 years, Governor for 8 years, now Minister for 7 years. He's representing the South-South, but some people say maybe his candidacy will satisfy the people of Igbo extraction because his middle name is Chibweke. And then, of course, we have other people within the APC all aspiring. We also have the former Lagos State Governor, Bola Tinubu coming in, he's a Muslim. So if we say that the next president should be Southern, the APC has considered that, Buhari being a Muslim, the next president should be Christian, why are we seeing people who are Muslim still throwing their hat in the ring?
That's mine is just a matter of opinion. I am not in the minds of people who will decide their fate in their primaries. The delegates will vote, and based on your ability to network the delegates,
yes,
the outcome may be. But interrogating the aspirants of the APC, I do not personally think that a Rotimi Amechi, for example, has the mental stability to preside over this country.
Why not?
He's quick to temper.
He's temperamental.
Temperamental. The little I've seen of him, he's my friend. But just look at when he went to the train attack. He is part and parcel of the process. He is part of the federal government that has crippled Nigeria up to this to this level. Now, he tells you, oh, you see, I told them to approve XYZ of money so that we can do security surveillance on the rail track. They didn't. They play politics with it and all of that. Look at what has landed. Can that money equate to the lives we have lost now and all of that? Leaders don't speak like that.
Yes, but what about if he was coming from a place of frustration?
You see, let me tell you, but he was coming from a point of frustration. But when we now read the memo of why that contract was refused,
yes,
you could see a company that has 84 million naira turnover asking to do a contract of 3.2 billion.
Yes.
Come on. A company that was registered in 2019.
And the Procurement Act is clear.
It's very clear on all of
yes.
this. And the company that was registered in 2019 wanted to do that kind of contract, and you want the money to be paid all front because the company does not have the financial wherewithal to execute that kind of job. For God's sake, can't you be fair for once? Did you hear him talk again? Rather than even paper down the tempers, in the polity, barely 5 days later, he went to declare that he wants to be president of Nigeria. Come on, who are your advisors? Nobody does that. The timing of his declaration was completely wrong. And he loaded the Amese Maker Stadium in Port Harcourt to full capacity, and he was running around. Are you running on top of the graves of those who were killed? Or the 167 that are still being kept in captivity? Come on. We should show some level of emotional intelligence when we do things. We are talking about Nigerians, we are talking about lives. Is your ambition more important to do than those who have been killed or those who have been kept in captivity? Can't you even say, because I have failed in this aspect and we have failed in this thing, I'm not going to run? What is this craze? What is this craze about power? You understand? I understand quite clearly that power is a crazy aphrodisiac. Everybody want to they say it makes men blind to their intentions. But for God's sake, if you possess the emotional intelligence, you will have the stability of mind to be able to react to situations when they occur.
Yes.
And for an Amechi to go and declare an aspiration to govern this country when the country was still mourning, for me, is a carriage of excess kindness, which anybody does not need at this point.
Right.
It's a slap on our collective faces. If you like, call it Bianca slap.
Oh my God. Okay, so I want your opinion on this. The vice president. There's been a lot of reaction from people.
I hope you know, before you even ask your question, I hope you know that I'm a member of PDP.
I know.
And that I'm not going to be advertising or selling an aspirant.
No, I'm not bringing in
if I'm talking from the point of view of the individuals,
yes,
I would say that the vice president.
Do you see it as a betrayal? That's where I'm going, because a lot of people are talking about betrayal. He's a traitor. If someone is your mentor and your godfather, you shouldn't go up against him. My argument is this: if a man gets to the post of a vice president, you know, and another man who is his mentor only ended up at the post of a governor, what other aspiration is left for a vice president? I don't see a vice president heading to the Senate or to the House of Representatives or even wanting to be a minister. The only logical place for a vice president to go next is the presidency. But supporters of former Lagos governor Tinubu see it as a betrayal. Do you agree that he has betrayed?
Well, I'm going to raise 3 points.
Yes.
While interrogating Professor Yemi Osinbajo. And in raising those points, first, he has a right under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to aspire to any position. The point of betrayal is on the aspect of morality or lack of it. You see, the point is, for him and the circumstances that threw him up or gave him some level of political ascendancy,
yes,
I will expect that he's been able to rub minds with his benefactor, Bola Ahmed Tinubu in this instance, reach a conclusion with him before declaration.
Yes.
If he didn't do that, well, to some extent, those who are saying it's betrayal, that aspect may hold water.
What if he did and the other one says...
Let me...
Okay,
the other point is, Osinbajo's aspiration is also going to be a hard sell.
Why?
You know why? Hard sell in the sense that he's being unable to insulate himself away from the Buhari halitosis, the Buhari's bad market politics, so to speak. You know, when you see or listen to his declaration speech, that introductory part of it slaughtered the entire speech. Because Nigerians are trying to see an individual who will be man enough to look at the system in place and say, no, we haven't gotten it right. Perhaps because I have been a vice president who is unable to take decisions or self-delegated, we have found ourselves in this cul-de-sac. At any rate, we will not lose hope, because there's a tendency for me to interrogate issues better than what we presently have. You see, when you have individuals who cannot look at their boss's face to tell them the home plain truth, who are afraid to lose their position because of what the benefit, I don't know. Yeah. I find problem and I find quarrel with that. Go and ask anybody who served in the Edo government when I was there. As a commissioner, even as a special advisor, I interrogated Adam Soshimole. When he started to take a decision, I said, no, you can't take this kind of decision, because this is the positive, these are the negatives. And I'm not going to be part and parcel of it. If you go ahead and take the decision, the backlash, tell your other persons to manage the backlash. I can say will not be part of it.
Do you think it would have looked good to the vice president to throw President Buhari under the bus in his declaration speech so publicly?
You see, the vice president is contesting for president. President Buhari is not going to contest for president again. President Buhari is also a bad market for any aspirant who wants to think that they will continue from where Buhari stopped. We are suffering bad leadership. We are suffering from incompetence. We are suffering from cluelessness. We are suffering from, poor policy implementation. ASU has been on strike for only God knows when. Our university education is dying. And we'll sit down here, we'll keep talking. This is the bedrock of any nation. Where is our science academy? What are they churning out? We are a consuming nation. They are borrowing left, right, and center, night and day. Trader money presided over by Yemi Osinbajo. Where has that taken on? Has it brought some level of financial inclusion amongst the informal sector? These are the issues. So when you want to talk, because you want to contest for president,
yes,
let Nigerians see you as Yemi Osinbajo, as an aspirant, not Yemi Osinbajo, the vice president. That's why I said that speech, or whoever wrote his speech for him, did damage to him. That's the truth. Because you take away the Yemi Osinbajo that is vice president, you put him as Yemi Osinbajo, the aspirant. What are your strong selling points? He's a professor. The second point is an articulate, middle-aged man. The third point, he understands the issues. The fourth point, he can be a man of himself.
Yes.
The few times he was acting president, he took far-reaching decisions that tend to suggest that this man, if given opportunity to be president, he can make sense out of it.
People did not see that in his declarations.
No, they didn't see that. Even you and I, we didn't see that. We saw a man who was telling us about President Buhari's integrity. What integrity? Integrity, my foot. You know? They're talking about the presidency as a patriotic Nigerian and other patriotism. Yes. What kind of patriotism is? How do you define it? They're telling Nigeria that you have traveled far away Nigeria now. In those places you are traveling, what are you seeing? You are seeing blood everywhere. Kidnapping, economic dislocation, IDPs, internally displaced persons. That's what you see everywhere in Nigeria, everywhere you go in Nigeria. Insecurity everywhere. Even these days, is it not curious that you are not even hearing of armed robbery again? What you hear is now kidnapping and armed banditry. Are you not surprised? We used to dread armed robbery. But these days, it's little talked about. People now talk about kidnapping. They talk about armed banditry. They want to speak to President Buhari. 167 being kept in captivity.
Since the training incident.
Since the training incident.
Yeah.
They say they want to talk to President Buhari. They don't want to talk to anybody. They are not asking for ransom. Are you saying something? There's some level of conspiracy. So I want to see an individual who can come forward with, tested solutions to our problems. How do we solve insecurity? Osinbajo is the part and parcel of the process. What is he going to do differently that this government is not doing? It's a big problem.
It is, because but then that question will go to anyone coming from the APC.
Of course, it is easier for anyone to take this government to task because the government has been the one on the throne since 2015.
Yes.
And Osinbajo is part and parcel of it. It's a joint ticket, isn't it? So, whatever, if you blame President Buhari, you must blame Osinbajo. That's why I tell you that it's a big problem because it will be difficult for people to insulate him away from the image of a Buhari, who is seen as a nepotist, who people accuse of favoritism, cronyism, or what have you.
Yes.
Even in terms of appointments, in terms of projects, in terms of anything. Go to the Aura today and see the number of projects that have lined up in that place. What is the contribution of that community to the entire country?
Yeah. On the final note, Mr. Febwa, who do you see in the final analysis, the PDP candidate and the APC candidate? Who do you think will emerge? Just looking at
it's not about who will emerge. You see, I'm a member of PDP. I like to be a member, just a member, so that I can interrogate anybody in the party. Whether you are the chairman, you are there, I can speak my mind.
Yes.
Because you see, I've gone past the stage where people will say, no, why are you criticizing the chairman? If a chairman of a party is not doing well, you speak to him. If you speak to him in private, he's not listening, you speak to him in public. It's about our country. What is of primacy to me is about the wellness of my country. How many people are able to wake up in the morning and they are able to make a living out of their legitimate aspirations? If you look at the World Bank classification of the poor and why they classify Nigeria as the poverty capital of the world, Angela, you will shed tears. We are talking about a family of 5, for example. The food at home can only feed 2 out of the 5. Then the mother and father, they now ration. These are our 2 youngest children. Let them eat this one. Let us go and hustle. Whatever we get, we'll give to the third. Then before we can consider ourselves.
Yes.
We're talking about a situation where education, access to education, a child will have to trek some 10 kilometers to get to the nearest school. Or you want to see the kind of shanty that was displayed on Facebook a couple of days back in Kogi State, one community like that.
Yes.
Under a shanty and those children. Those kind of scenarios. So these scenarios permeate the length and breadth of Nigeria. It's the reason why they call it the poverty capital, because those who are going through these kind of situations are in millions. You say about 100 million people. And then you ask yourself, what is the government policy to address these critical sectors of the economy? The education of the rural, the health of the rural. Is sick, no hospital, no dispensary to go. Water supply, housing. They are living in shanty. Even the space available cannot accommodate a family of 4. They sleep on top of themselves. When it's raining, it's dripping down. These are all scenarios that this current government has not been able to address. So, for us, for me, I want an individual who can speak or take action. I may be sentimental. I am not close to Wike, but I like and I love his style. I like people who have guts, who are not carried away by their own position, who speak to us like ordinary citizens, who can go on the streets, bare feet, and confront situations. When I saw him entering the forest to go and stop bunkering, and those who are committing that kind of crime in Rivers State, I said, yes, this is my kind of person. I want a man who can test out and pick bullets for me and for the entire citizenry, who is not afraid to die for a cause, just like Zelensky of Ukraine, who says, no, I'm not going to follow your corridor of escape, and rather chose to remain even within God, that he wants to go and confront Russia invasion.
Yes. So those kind of leaders are rare, and that's the kind of person I've seen in Wike. They've been accusing me of being his lackey, or he's the one sponsoring him. Please, when you see him, tell him that I want him to sponsor me. to speak truth to power. No, they are not interrogating what I am saying. They know I'm not telling lies. But the convenient way to blackmail me is, it's being sponsored by Wiki. And so what? I want to be sponsored so I can speak truth to power. I can speak the minds of the voiceless millions out there who have been exploited over years, by economic buccaneers, who are masquerading as politicians, going about contesting and becoming perpetual aspirants and candidates. So for me, I want to see a new Nigeria in 2023. And a man who has the gravitas, the grit, and the uncommon guts to look at you in the face and say, Angela, you have stolen 2 billion naira. Go and return it now before I take you up. Go and refund that money now. I'm not the one who will say, Angela, you have stolen 2 billion. Just return 100 million. The remaining one, send this one to this place. Take care of my wife's interest. Take care of my son. It's in UK and all that. That's not the kind of leader I want. So leaders who cannot know their body language, you cannot speak when the issues are burning. They are not my kind of leaders. And it is the unfortunate scenario we find ourselves under a Buhari presidency. Because for him to speak against banditry was a problem. For them to condemn herders who are killing farmers in their farms and all that was a problem. He even came about and said that he was going to retool the law, 1960 law, of herders grazing routes across the country. My God, 21st century, you are still engaged in those barbaric and primitive animal husbandry? No. This is the age of grazing, not open grazing, ranching. Ranch them.
You ranch them. They produce more for you. Even the quality of the milk will be more profound than what you get now. Even the cows in Nigeria are complaining. Too much of trekking. They killed them in the process. A man was killed in Gwagwalada area. This is the chairman of Magma Mietiala. You know, because they said they went to sell cows when he was coming with the money and all that. You see, everybody is complaining. Cows are complaining. Goats are complaining. Everybody, because of insecurity. And we have a president who hardly talks to us. A monologue cannot help the cause of the aspirations of 200 million Nigerians who are very, very active. You know, active population going everywhere and all of that. So, 2023, I pray that PDP wins.
Thank you for
because that is the only party that personally resonates hope. And you know why? APC, even to organize convention, was a problem. The government was confused, the party was confused. And as we speak now, the party is still confused. They don't know how to solve the problems they left behind. They are still just, it's not like bottled anger, you know, here and there. The government in place is still confused. The good thing you will give to this government, they are experts in condolence letter writing. They know how to write condolence messages. They have a template. And the second thing they know how to do good, birthdays. Anybody who is doing birthday, they know how to write. But let them speak to us on issues, they will be insulting us. They will tell us heaven will not fall. Oh, fuel scarcity. Heaven will not fall. It has happened before. How can you be detained by the past? We are talking about Nigeria of today. You imported adulterated fuel. Heads did not roll. Did you hear that anybody was sacked or fired? That cannot happen under a wicked presidency. He will fire the person and make the person to face the full wrath of the law. We were queuing up here. The president went, national grid collapsed. The president left here, went to London to go and take care of his health. He's like telling people, if you people can, if you like, shout from now to thy kingdom come. Let me go and take care of myself. Medical tourism. This is the same president who told us in 2015 that why would he be traveling overseas to go and seek medical help? Today, 7 years after, Angela, name one legacy health sector hospital that can take care of the health needs of the president that we have. Even Aso Clinic, the one they told us, the wife complained at some point that the budget money, they don't see the money. So what is our problem? What is wrong with us? You can't come out clean? Is it about integrity? Who wants to eat integrity? Is integrity a menu that I'm going to serve my family in the house? Who cares about your personal integrity? What's the meaning of that? Corruption is all over the place, walking on the streets of this country. And here you people go, what to tell me, the president is a man of integrity. Integrity, why do you define it?
Thank you very much for speaking with me today, Mr. Afegwa.
Angela, it's been a pleasure. You know, I can tell you that the way I'm boiling inside me is because I do not have any other country I can call my own. I don't have a second passport. I don't intend to have it. I want to live and die in this country. But I want a country where my two lovely daughters will have a say. They can sleep without the fear of somebody burgling the house.
And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
On Plus TV News now, Christians celebrate Easter amid calls for hope, unity. Archbishop of Canterbury slams UK government's plan to send migrants to Rwanda. Pope Francis pleads for peace as Ukraine enters Easter of war. Good evening and happy Easter. I am Maureen Menongwezigu and this is News Now. As Christians worldwide celebrate Easter Sunday, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has assured Nigerians of the restoration of peace and a more prosperous future for all, regardless of current challenges. Professor Osinbajo said this on Sunday in a chat with journalists shortly after the Easter Sunday service at the State House Chapel, Aso Villa, Abuja.
So where there is despair, I pray that hope will be restored. Where there is fear, I pray that there will be encouragement, there will be confidence. Where there is deprivation, I pray that there will be prosperity and there will be abundance. I think that one of the things that the power of resurrection teaches us is, just as was said today in the message that was preached. Yes, there may be things that appear to be dead, but the power of the resurrection is the one that assures us that life will come after death. So we're completely confident that, especially for our country, that everywhere where we've suffered deprivation or loss, there will be restoration. That is the promise of the resurrection.
Also, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has congratulated Christians on Easter, calling for unity and peace among Nigerians. Gbajabiamila, who noted the period calls for sober reflection and dedication to nationhood, urged Christians to be their brothers' keepers at all times. The speaker also asked all citizens to support the government in its effort to tackle the insecurity in the country. He stated that in the spirit of Easter, Nigerians should continue to live peacefully with one another, irrespective of any perceived differences. Presidential aspirant and Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi has called on Nigerians to be kind, open-hearted, and accommodating to one another. In his Easter message, Amechi urged citizens to be united, saying unity of purpose would engender growth and uplift the nation. He called on Nigerians to come together and tackle the challenges bedeviling the country. He called for a reflection of the values of Christ, irrespective of religion or cultural backgrounds. And as Christians in Nigeria join the rest of the world to celebrate the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, they have been urged to show love towards one another and shun divisive tendencies. This admonition is coming from a chieftain of the APC in Bayelsa State, Reuben Wilson. He says Easter is significant because of the sacrifice and love shown by Christ, and calls on all believers to practice same by loving their country and fellow citizens, irrespective of tribe, tongue, or political affiliation. Wilson, who is the founder of the Reuben Initiative for Good Leadership and Accountability, also decries the crisis rocking the APC in Bayelsa State, which degenerated into shootings and other violent conducts in court premises last week. He maintains that the APC supporters in Bayelsa are like slaves in their own state and are facing untold hardship because their leaders are fighting against themselves at a time they needed to unite and work towards winning elections. Christians in Nigeria and across the world are celebrating Easter, commemorating the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Faithfuls throng to the various denominations of the Christian faith to commemorate the day in prayers and thanksgiving. Our correspondent, Ngozi Kohechisi, was at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, City of David in Victoria Island.
The mood is of high praise and thanksgiving, obviously for another Easter celebration. According to the Christian doctrine, Easter marks the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Christians believe that Jesus' death is the supreme sacrifice for salvation, and his resurrection is a proof that everything Jesus stands for is true.
Let this Easter, for you, my brother and my sister, mark a powerful turning point in each of our lives. That say, I must live life the way it is written of me. You know? Otherwise, I'm purely religious. And that's meaningless.
Miracles when you move, such an easy thing for you to do. Your hand is moving right now.
More singing and dancing is the order of the day. Outside the auditorium, some congregants of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, City of David, speaks on the significance of the celebration and how it should reflect on daily living.
Christ went to the cross to die for us, and he rose again. And because we have salvation and redemption, we can live our lives as saints, God helping us, and the Holy Spirit that dwells in us will teach us all things and how to behave and how to live our lives like Christians, good Christians.
We're all aware Easter is the time that Christ died and Christ rose, and he has used that as an opportunity to wash off all our sins. So it's a time for us to reflect on what Christ has done.
This is the day that Jesus rose, and it means that we were crucified with him, we also rose with him. So all our challenges, all our problems have been taken care of. We just have to have faith and do our own part. For us, we need to live right. We need to live like Jesus Christ. There are some scriptures that was shared by Pastor Okeonuz on how we should live.
The people are hopeful of peace, unity, and stability. Ngozi Kohechisi, Plus TV News.
Christians in Nigeria and across the world are celebrating Easter, commemorating the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead. To mark Easter, Christians thronged churches for special services, prayers, and thanksgiving. Okay, it does appear we do not have that report at the moment. The Catholic Archbishop of the Diocese of Sokoto, Matthew Kuka, has criticized the President, Muhammadu Buhari, over insecurity, corruption, and division in Nigeria. Kuka made his complaints known in his Easter message on Sunday titled, "To Mend a Broken Nation, the Easter Metaphor." According to the bishop, every aspect of life in Nigeria has been destroyed while corruption is enthroned. He also faulted amnesty granted to terrorists and former governors of Plateau State, Senator Joshua Darie, and Taraba State, Reverend Jolly Nyame. As Nigerians celebrate Easter, the National Emergency Management Agency has urged motorists plying major roads in Ibadan to drive with caution. Oyo State Zonal Coordinator Nema Sahid Akiode made this call during his visit to Iwo Road to meet with traffic officers, park managers, and motorists. Park manager Iwo Road branch, Trimesiyu Odunayo, said they are fully on ground to ensure free flow of traffic, and we're happy to receive the officials of NEMA. He urged motorists not to drink and drive, as it is one of the major causes of road accidents.
We are sensitizing people not to overspeed during this period in order to save lives. You need to be prepared not to overspeed. That is what we are, and to be able to monitor the traffic flow within those high spot area. Like this is a very high density area for traffic movement where it connects to other states. Travelers will go. We need to sensitize them to drive safely, not to drink during these festive years. If you must drink, you must not drive, and if you must drive, you must not drink.
That's what we buy. Come on, Rora, see, come on, Fesso, see, come on, overloading, carry mama, say, giddy, láàrin ojú pópó, carry pé, ẹ bá ti ń darí wa náà ni ká máa lọ ní sẹ́ńtẹ̀lì, ká má kánjú, torí pé tí èèyàn bá lọ dáadáa, túbọ̀ dáadáa, ó ń lọ dáa jù. Ní ìdàkejì, tá bá dẹ̀ ń wa mọ́tò, ká má ṣe mutí.
It was a Black Easter Sunday in Imo State as a known gunman killed some persons. Details are still sketchy, but reports say the shooting started from Banana Junction, then to the popular Three Palm Tree Junction in Olu. Timbre Junction and its environs were also affected. Eyewitnesses say many lives were lost. Police authorities are yet to react to the attack. And terrorists have killed 4 persons in Gwada community in Shiroro local government area of Niger State. Residents had received information from the terrorists that they would invade the community earlier. The terrorists attacked for about 4 hours on Saturday evening when Muslims were breaking Ramadan fasting, leading to the abduction of 2 persons. One of them is a businesswoman whose shop was looted, and the other son of one of the officials of the North-South Power Company. Spokesperson of the Coalition of Shiroro Association, Salisu Mohammed Sabo, confirmed the incident. He said they began the attack from the Tatila Junction that joined the Gwade community in with other communities. Ondo State workers under the Joint Negotiating Council, JNC, have donated 30 motorcycles to Western Nigeria Security Network Agency, codenamed Amotoko Corps, in the state, while presenting the motorcycles to Amotoko Commander, Chairman JNC, Comrade Oluwani Fabumi, said the bikes were presented to the Corps to aid their performance. The motorcycles were received by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Labor Matters, Dare Aragbaye, on behalf of the state government. The state commander of Amotoko, Adetunji Adeleye, said the donation would assist them to do more in protecting the people and the state.
We are immensely grateful for the support from the public, most especially the workers of the Ondo State government, for this show of love that I want to call it. And we want to ask for more support. We can only achieve with your continuous support. And with this, I'm very sure that in places where it takes us time because one of our major objectives is to compress response to distress time.
Real gesture, and it's unprecedented. And like I said in my remarks, which I rendered on behalf of Mr. Governor, it was not as if workers did this out of surplus. Like any other labor group anywhere, there will be outstanding demands, including salary payment.
And that's why we spoke to our member, we discussed, okay, little, let's contribute and do our own little assistance. And this is a pointer to all the multinationals, the NGOs, the big people in the state to come and join this lofty idea. If you recollect, in the last 20 years, that's what we call Lagos State Security Trust Fund. Banks, multinationals, they contributed.
Southwest Security Network, code name Amotekun, is our own agency, and what we need to do is to collaborate and support him. And I want to tell you, this bike was bought with money from the salaries of those states. We need to task one another.
Former Governor of Zamfara State, Alhaji Abdulaziz Yari, Senator Kabir Garba Mafara, and other top APC members have finally defected to the PDP. Briefing journalists in Gusau on Sunday, the Zamfara State PDP chairman, retired Colonel Balamande, confirmed that the party received Yari, Murafa, and other top APC members who have joined the party together with their supporters. The chairman maintained that the new members will be officially received in Gusau soon. The Director General Yahya Bello Presidential Campaign Organization, Hafsat Abiola Costello, says the governor of Kogi State will defeat other perceived heavyweights in the forthcoming primaries of the APC in a free and fair contest. Abiola Costello said this while addressing a World Press Conference in Abuja on the candidacy of Governor Bello, a top contender for the 2023 presidency. She said the fact that he was independent and never accepted to have a godfather was a big plus for him, noting that the masses will be his godfathers once he becomes president. She, however, said though it was clear that Bello had resisted the idea of godfathers for long, he would carry the older politicians along when he becomes the president of Nigeria.
This person that I'm representing today, Governor Yahya Bello, fights for young people. His government has 95% of the appointees are young people. It doesn't just use them to campaign. It puts them in his structures with opportunities to have dignified work. Even look at his campaign council. Look at all of us that are here, members of his campaign council. You should see that we're not old people. Indeed, many people said to him that for your Director General, you can have somebody much older that has more experience. And he fought to be able to have somebody, to have me serve in this role, even though I'm younger than the people that were being considered, even though I am female. You also recall that his ADC is female. I want to mention these breakthrough appointments for women. Why? Because since I was appointed as his Director General, I've been getting messages from other aspirants saying that I could have come to do that, play that role for them. The truth is they never asked.
The National Coalition Group Osun State Chapter has appealed to the leadership of the All Progressive Congress to adopt the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, as the party's flag bearer for the 2023 general elections. Leader of the group in the state, Taiwo Aderemi, said feelers so far across the country indicate that Professor Osinbajo is loved by most Nigerians and has their support.
In most time, you hardly see any, the assistant, maybe deputy or vice being aired off. But during his tenure, this man has been able, at least, to tell people that, look, I have something upstairs. He has been able to contribute to what, at least, the president has been doing. So, to me, the man is qualified. The man is excellent. And the experience is there also. And above all, the whole country wants him.
Stakeholders at the meeting said events of the last few days since the Vice President's declaration pointed to the fact that most Nigerians have confidence in the capacity and the ability of the Vice President to make Nigeria great again.
Yemi Osinbajo is a nice man, a vision man, a passion man, and we know he can do it. Ever since he has become the Vice President of Nigeria, he has been putting some things in place, like empowering women, like youth, every other activities that is going under Yemi Osinbajo is one of the things that we believe that if he becomes the president of Nigeria, he will be able to perform more than that.
We are climbing for a better Nigeria, fine. But we need someone that can lead, someone that can change the nation of the nation. You know, we need idea, need ideology, need innovation to introduce to our nation. Because if we have a neighboring country over there, they are doing fine. In terms of the well-stable electricity, everything is okay in that particular country. In this our nation too, we can come out with something which we have the utmost belief in the Professor Yemi Osinbajo that actually he will do it.
Prof is different to have a knowledge and capability, stability to develop the country. And also, actually, we know him as a Christian. He proved as a Christian because the way he's doing as a vice president, we're proud of him.
The group is optimistic that Professor Osinbajo will deliver good governance, stressing that the APC should choose a man that is fit for victory. Former national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, the PDP, Senator Barnabas Gemade, has declared his intention to run for governor in Benue State. Gemade said he would use his wealth of experience to rehabilitate and reconstruct a new and better Benue State if given the opportunity. The senator disclosed this during the public presentation of his policy document for Benue 23 governorship elections, 23 in Makurdi. The 15-point agenda of the Gemade unveiled manifesto further enlisted areas of security and social welfare as his administration will engage both conventional and unconventional strategies to curb the menace of incessant attacks on the Benue populace, also stating the provision of basic amenities including water, housing, roads, electricity, and transportation for the people.
I have in the last 18 months engaged in consultations of individuals, communities, groups, and local governments in the state, and people beyond the state, which has finally led to today for my formal declaration for the intention to govern the state.
Also, an APC chieftain, Richard Asema, said the declaration of Senator Gemade speaks volume. Benue returned to the good old days. On his part, a community leader, Dr. Simon Gesa, said Gemade has been tested while holding other positions within the state and at the federal level.
He is the best. He is matured.
Yes.
He is exposed. He is tested and trusted. He is one of the Nigerians that is free from corrupt charges. He has served Nigeria maliciously, and there has been a previous no case of corrupt allegations against him.
It will blow open electoral Pandora box that will dismantle and dislodge the ruling PDP in the state. In fact, this declaration alone will send jitters into their spine.
Chairman of the APC Benue State Chapter, Austin Agada, represented by the Publicity Secretary, Dan Morgan Umhomo, lauded the dexterity of aspirants jostling for the governorship seat, expressing confidence in Senator Gemade to deliver if given the party's ticket. Human rights activist Femi Falana SAN has urged the federal government to extend the presidential pardon granted some top Nigerians to people serving terms for petty offenses. Falana made the call at the first anniversary lecture of late spokesman of Afenifere, Yinka Odumaki. He said doing so for convicts without selectivity and irrespective of class will give a reflection of fairness and equality for all before the law.
If you want to pardon your friends, you must also extend presidential pardon to all thieves in Nigeria. Because if the big thieves are being asked to go away, you must also extend that facility to others. Apart from changing military decrees to acts of parliament, the National Assembly has not shown any readiness to review the Constitution with a view to restoring the federal status of the Republic. Hence the demand for a sovereign national conference or restructuring of the country. Now, what did they do, the APC people? In their manifesto, it is well stated that if you elect us, if you put us in office, we are going to restore federalism in Nigeria. Oh, that's what the APC put out in 2014. As soon as they were voted to power, President Buhari said he doesn't know what they mean by restructuring. He doesn't believe in it. But in 2018, when we're going to have another election, a committee of APC was set up to deceive Nigerians, either by the governor of Kaduna State, Governor El-Rufai. And that committee came out, beautiful program on restructuring, that Nigeria should be restructured. It was in their manifesto. They set up another committee on it. That committee said, restructure Nigeria for the purpose of the election. After the election, that report was thrown into the dustbin. And that is where we are.
The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has asked President Muhammadu Buhari to withdraw the pardon granted to former governors of Plateau and Taraba states. SERAP is also urging the president to propose a constitutional amendment to the National Assembly to reform the provisions on the exercise of the prerogative of mercy to make the provisions more transparent, consistent, and compatible. Senator Joshua Darie and Reverend Jolin Yame were jailed for stealing 1.16 billion naira and 1.6 billion naira. The National Council of State had last week endorsed the pardon of the two former governors and 157 others serving jail terms following the recommendations of the Presidential Advisory Committee on the Prerogative of Mercy. As Christians are basking in the euphoria of the Easter celebration, some Nigerians say it is worth celebrating irrespective of the many challenges. That's on Street Views. Take a listen.
It signifies freedom for me. Means that Christ came, he sacrificed himself, and he has died so that a lot of sins that a lot of people commit, even before they commit it, they are forgiven. And so once they just accept him, everything is gone. Yeah, there's insecurity, there is a lot of things, but Jesus did not cause it.
As a Catholic, Good Friday meant a lot to me because we are celebrating the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. If you are alive today, despite the security situation in the country, you should celebrate yourself. You should celebrate Christ, because without Christ, there's no life.
Where there is life, there is hope, right? We have to, we don't we are Nigerians. No matter the condition, we are going to continue smiling and celebrating our life because we are alive and there is health, and we thank God.
It's worth celebrating because no matter what, we can't just deny ourselves the right to be happy.
So we need to be happy to share because now Nigeria self is very bad. So the only way you can come out of the bad situation is just for you to give yourself that happiness.
As a Christian, I just understood that Good Friday is the day that Jesus Christ went to Galilee and he was crucified on the cross of Calvary, and it's a very significant event. So regardless of whatever may be, what may come, the circumstances on ground, it should be celebrated, and it should be taken into consideration that this particular day is actually the day that somebody came from heaven, took the form of man, and died for our sins.
In what it, in any condition, we should praise God. When you are alive, be able to praise God. And especially this week, most of people is late. Maybe sickness or one thing or the other happens suddenly. So when we are alive, you praise God.
Ó ṣeun gbogbo nínú ayé wa nítorí pé ńgbà tí Jésù kú fún wa tán ó tún jíǹde tó rà wá padà nínú ẹ̀ṣẹ̀. Ìwé mímọ́ náà ló sọ wí nínú ohun gbogbo ní ká ṣáà máa dúpẹ́. Ó lọ́pẹ́ ni. Ọpẹ́ ló yẹ. Ọpẹ́ ló yẹ. Àwa láyé, ọpẹ́ ló yẹ.
Christians in Nigeria and across the world are celebrating Easter, commemorating the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead. To mark Easter, Christians thronged churches for special services, prayers, and thanksgiving.
In Ogun State, faithful were seen attending worship service to celebrate Easter. The effect of the economic hardship could be felt as they celebrate in moderation. Some Christian leaders called on residents to emulate the lifestyle of Jesus and be hopeful for a better Nigeria.
No advice to federal government than God to intervene, because these terrorists of 18, government cannot know where they will spread today. But if God intervene, terrorists will stop. They should have patience. There's nothing that has beginning without end. And we should be prayerful. Within a short time, it will then be the thing of the past.
Christians to follow the footsteps of Christ. He humbled himself in obedience to the Father's will, and is in glory now. So which we will do whatever comes our way. We will humble ourselves and do the right thing. In the end, glory will be ours.
I want to say to every Nigerian and everyone listening to us all over the world that there's hope in God. We should be hopeful that everything shall be well and the Lord will restore. Who brought Jesus back to the life? And the reason why we are celebrating today is means there's hope for the entire world. There's a hope for Nigeria. There's hope for everyone who's hopeless in any situation we find ourselves. God will surely intervene in our situation and bring us victory. So there will be victory for Nigeria. There will be victory for every family, victory for every life, every state, every ethnic, and every group in this nation.
In Imo State, the governor, Hope Uzodimma, said insecurity is caused by desperate, wicked politicians who vowed to make the state ungovernable. Speaking during a church service to mark the resurrection of Jesus Christ in his hometown, Omoma, in Oru East local government area of the state, the governor appealed to those behind the attacks to shield their sword in the spirit of Easter. Other leaders in the state used the occasion to preach peace among brethren in the state.
Imo State currently is passing through a trying period. Imo State is passing through a trying period. A period where things that were not known before to us are happening. The killing of innocent human beings, the burning of government assets and public assets, burning down police stations, local governments, politics with bitterness. We have been confronted with this situation. We have done our best as Christians not to follow the old law of an eye for an eye, it's our hope and expectation that this period of Lent and Easter will touch the heart of those who are sponsoring violence in Imo State, who are taking lives, letting innocent blood, and God will touch their hearts to repent.
We are here this morning to celebrate Mass and give thanks for the gift of seeing another Easter celebration. My goodwill message to the people of Okigwe North and the entire Imo is to seize the opportunity and the gift of life which Christ has given us to be law-abiding and stop the letting of blood. This is a time for rejoicing. Christ has paid the ultimate sacrifice. There is no more need for any much more loss of life. I use this opportunity to plead for peace as a woman and as a mother and as a representative of the people. I want to appreciate the governor of Imo State, our father, His Excellency Governor Hope Uzodimma, for his temerity, for his strength and purposeful leadership for the people of Imo State. I pray that the good Lord will continue to protect and strengthen him and his entire family and bring everlasting peace and prosperity to the people of Imo State.
We had it all from the governor that the risen Christ has paid our dues and that we should love one another and make sure that insecurity ceases in Imo State because we are brothers and there's no need letting blood. It is not good. We are all creatures made by God and as God's children we need to love ourselves and make Imo State great. Our governor, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodimma, have been so wonderful, doing great jobs in the state.
Also in Jos Plateau State, Christian faithful were in a festive mood. Messages centered on sacrifice and love as exemplified by Jesus Christ who laid down his life for mankind. Some residents who spoke admonished all to pursue peace with all men and lend a helping hand to those in need.
First of all, you know all that Jesus came and died for us. So we have to follow his footsteps for peace to reign in Plateau State. And we have to keep to God's word for peace to reign. We should be like Jesus Christ who came and sacrificed himself for us so that we all can be free from sin.
We thank God for this day today. There are many of us who want to see the day today, but they couldn't. But for us that have seen this day today, it's a great thing to say and to stretch our hands on people that does not have. Easter is all about love, the rising of Jesus Christ. None of us would die today and rise until the last day. We are very grateful to see this day today, for we are going to rise at the end of the day with the Lord Jesus.
Easter or Resurrection Sunday is a Christian festival and holiday commemorating the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, described in the New Testament as having occurred on the third day of his burial, following his crucifixion at Calvary.
Still ahead. Provincial Premier death toll from South African floods now 443. Details when we return.
Creative Industry Power presents one event, 4 locations, 7 days, 10 countries, 168 hours of fun in the city of Lagos. It's the Creative Industry Festival, C-Fest, from the 1st of May to the 7th of May, 2022. Get ready to rock and be rocked the creative way. For more details, visit www.festival.creativeindustrygroup.ng.com. For advert bookings and exhibition stands, call 0913-569-9010. Maximum security guaranteed. C-Fest 2022, powered by Creative Industry Power. Supported by PlusTvAfrica.
Welcome back. You see watching news now on Plus TV Africa. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Welby, has deemed that subcontracting the UK's event to a country that seeks to, like Rwanda, was the opposite nature of God. Criticism are still pouring after British government signed Rwanda to offshore asylum. The millions of pounds scheme transporting people deemed to enter the UK illegally to the African country, where they will allow them to apply for the right to. Meanwhile, the Home Office defended the plan, saying the proud history of supporting, adding that Rwanda was safe. Meanwhile, the Home Office has defended the plan, saying that UK had a proud history of supporting those in, adding that Rwanda was safe and secure and would process claims in accordance with international human rights laws.
Why there are such serious ethical questions about sending asylum seekers overseas. The details are for politics and politicians. The principle must stand the judgment of God, and it cannot. It cannot carry the weight of resurrection justice. It cannot carry the weight of life conquering death. It cannot carry the weight of the resurrection that was revealed first to the least valued. For as a policy, it privileges the rich and the strong. And it cannot carry the weight of our national responsibility as a country formed by Christian values, because subcontracting out our responsibilities, even to a country that seeks to do well, like Rwanda, is the opposite of the nature of God, who himself took responsibility for our failures.
The Premier of South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal Premier Province says the death toll from floods this week now stands at 443, with 63 people missing. A senior provincial official said the floods have alone cost at least 10 billion rand in damage in KZN as rescuers hunted for the missing and more rain was expected. The floods have left thousands homeless, knocked out power and water services and disrupted operations at one of Africa's busiest ports, Durban. Revai Pillay, a KZN official responsible for economic development, tourism and environmental affairs, said that in addition to just over 400 deaths, about 40 to 50 people were unaccounted for. Referring to the damage, he said it had exceeded the 10 billion mark at this point. In a statement, President Cyril Ramaphosa said he had delayed a working visit to Saudi Arabia to focus on the disaster. Ramaphosa will meet cabinet ministers to assess the response to the crisis. And apart from security issues plaguing Cameroon's English-speaking southwestern region, of late, it has been reeling under a cholera epidemic. A researcher in health economics, Albert Z, said that the Anglophone regions of Bamenda and Bua are suffering from severe health issues. Since 2017, the country has been engulfed by a deadly conflict rooted in the colonization by both the French and British governments, and the two languages that came with it, French and English. On the disease front, Health Minister Manoda Malachi said that so far 4,627 cholera cases with 105 deaths have been reported in the country. The regional governor, Bernard Okalia Bilai, blames cholera in Bua and other southeastern cities on the lack of clean water caused by the long dry season. Okalia Bilai blamed the disease on the way livestock and some people continue to use waterways for defecation. And Tunisia's defense ministry says the country will work with others that have offered to help it to prevent environmental damage after a merchant ship carrying up to 1,000 tons of oil sank in its waters. The ship was heading from Equatorial Guinea to Malta when it sank 7 miles off the coast of the southern city of Gabes on Friday. The Tunisian Navy rescued all 7 crew members following a distress call. Red Mort was carrying out 750 tons and 1,000 tons of fuel, officials said. The Defense Ministry did not name the countries that had offered to help, but local media said Italy was expected to send a naval vessel specialized in dealing with marine disasters. Pope Francis has urged leaders to hear the people's plea for peace in Ukraine as he implicitly criticized Russia for dragging the country into a cruel and senseless conflict. The 85-year-old Pope made his comment in his twice-yearly world address to about 50,000 people in St. Peter's Square after a long mass. Pope Francis dedicated much of the address on the overview of world conflicts to Ukraine, comparing the shock of another war in Europe to the shock of the apostles who saw the risen Jesus. Moscow describes the action it launched on February 24th, a special military operation. Ukrainians have attended church services to mark Orthodox Palm Sunday and pray for victory over the invading Russian army. Palm Sunday church service with worshippers carrying branches of fairy catkins of pussy willow, an Eastern European substitute of palm and olive branches, is normally a time of joyful celebration in Ukraine. But this year, attending the Palm Sunday service became an act of courage for many. Kyiv's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, appealed to residents to remain at homes after one person was killed and several wounded in missile strikes in the Ukrainian capital on Saturday. Ukraine is predominantly Orthodox, and Christians there celebrate Easter a week later on April 24th. Shelling in Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv, has killed 5 and injured 13. That's according to Ukrainian broadcaster Sospline. Correspondents in Kharkiv, multiple explosions in quick and saw debris from missiles after failing to overcome Ukrainian resistance in the north. The Russian military has refocused its ground offensive on Donbas while maintaining long-distance strikes elsewhere, including the capital, Kyiv. About 4 million Ukrainians have fled the country. Cities have been shattered and thousands have died since the start of the invasion on February 24th. Ukrainian Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal says the remaining Ukrainian forces in the southern part of Mariupol are still fighting and continue to defy a Russian demand that they surrender. He said the city still has not fallen and that Ukrainian soldiers still control some parts of the city.
City still is not fallen. There is still our military forces, our soldiers, so they will fight till the end. And as for now, they still are in Mariupol. Our financial team will work next week in Washington with all the specialists and managers of World Bank, of IMF, of US Treasury, and we all will have communications and negotiations about financial support of our country.
French far-right presidential candidate Marine Le Pen has denied being a climate skeptic in response to an attack by President Emmanuel Macron. On Saturday, Macron told supporters in Marseille he would focus his new presidency on making France free of fossil fuels and slammed Le Pen as a climate skeptic. Speaking on France 3 TV, a week ahead of the April 24th runoff, Le Pen said she doesn't know what Macron is basing that on, but she's never been climate skeptic and has a program that takes environment and ecology into consideration.
Je ne sais même pas sur quoi ils se fondent pour dire cela. Je n'ai jamais été climato-sceptique. J'ai un projet qui précisément tient compte de l'environnement, tient compte de l'écologie. Je ne vois pas comment on peut être climato-sceptique quand on discute, par exemple, avec les vignerons, comme je l'ai fait à de très multiples reprises durant les 31 semaines de campagne que j'ai pu faire et qui nous expliquent qu'évidemment, eux-mêmes constatent, bien entendu, dans leur production agricole, dans leur vendange, qu'il y a un changement du climat. Donc,
Up next, FG announces new cigarette shisha tax. That's in business news after this short break.
Welcome to Business News. The federal government of Nigeria has announced that the new tax regime for tobacco will be implemented from June the 1st, 2022. The Director of Technical Services, Federal Ministry of Finance, Fatima Hayatu, said this at a meeting with the Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center. Hayatu, who called the tobacco industry a powerful one, assures that the ministry is committed to checkmating illicit flow of the product into the market. She hinted that plans were underway to engage relevant stakeholders to implement a robust track and trace system. The director said that the taxation on a stick of cigarette was 2.90 kobo, but was now increased to 4 naira 20 kobo. This followed ECOWA's recommendation of 0.02% per stick of cigarette, which at the current exchange would be given 8 naira 40 kobo. Many crypto assets have fallen over the past 7 days, but the losses have not been as severe as the week before. Bitcoin lost 5% over the last week and was trading at $40,200. As at time of this writing, Ethereum fell 5.8% and is now trading at $3,000. The global crypto market valuation was at $1.88 trillion, at 0.19% decrease over the last day. Liquidity in the market also dropped as the total crypto market value for the day stood at $49 billion, which makes 18.06% decrease. The Nigerian Communication, NCC, and Google Global Service Nigeria have forged an alliance towards the actualization of national targets for broadband access in furtherance of Nigeria's digital transformation policy. The two organizations made the commitment when a delegation from Google Global Services Nigeria paid a costed visit to a commission's head office in Abuja recently to deliberate on a viable collaborative interventions to propel digital transformation across the country and Africa. Receiving the Google delegation, the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, NCC, Professor Umar Gaber Danbarta, said the Commission's expectation and vision towards increasing broadband penetration and quality of service are the front burner of its regulatory interventions. The EVC expressed optimism that Google's investment in subsea cable, Equinio, which is expected to land in Nigeria by the end of April 2022, will be more impactful in driving NCC's ongoing implementation of the Nigerian National Broadband Plan 2020 to 2025. Google has announced plans to invest $9.5 billion in its U.S. offices and data centers around the country in 2022, up from more than $7 billion it spent in 2021. The big bet on office space was coming at the point Google was embracing a hybrid work model. The Alphabet-owned company has called for many of its employees to work in office 3 days a week after 2 years of being fully remote. The chief executive officer of Alphabet and Google, Sundar Pichai, said it might seem counterintuitive to set up an investment in physical office even as they embrace more flexibility in how they work. Google said it would open an office in Atlanta this year and continue to develop and expand its office space in Austin and in New York. And that's it on Business News. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bokbo.
Well, the very best in entertainment news is next.
Nigerian music star JJC Skill's son, Bento, has recounted how he was assaulted. His mom recently revealed that the music star assaulted her son, leaving him with injuries. In a video shared on social media, Benito recounted how his father assaulted him after he was expelled from school. According to the young man, after his father picked him up from school, he attacked him on his way home, alleging that he sustained bruises on his face, neck, and ribs. He said his father made a detour to the beach to cool off. On getting to the beach, Benito disclosed that his father threw a huge stick at him. The young man said he decided to release the video to clear the air about the crisis in his family. Dick's jockey, DJ Humility, claims he was the one who introduced hyping to Nigeria. He said, "In my own way, I brought an innovation into Nigerian music industry, especially when it has to do with disc jockeying and a unique way of being a master of ceremonies, which is called hyping today. I was the person that introduced hyping into Nigeria in 2007. Now, most clubs have hype men." The disc jockey also said that technology has made many DJs lazy. He also said that his post about Banky W and D'banj running errands for him when they newly got into the industry was not about him being boastful. A Twitter user has been forced to apologize after starting the Rihanna and A$AP Rocky cheating drama. Louis Vairoma, who first stirred the rumors with his tweet, has issued a statement addressing his reckless tweet. He wrote, "I am not going to talk about sources, blame others for a discussion that was started, because at the end of the day, I made the decision to draft that tweet. Press send and put that out with my name on it. So I would like to formally apologize to all parties I involved with my actions and for my reckless tweets. I fully accept my consequences for my actions, for the tweet and any harm they caused." He also announced his decision to take a break from the platform.
And up next is sports news.
Iris Camapelo fans invaded the pitch of their fixture against Katsina United at the Sania Bacha Stadium in Kano. The game was the first at the Sania Bacha Stadium in over 2 years, and fans trooped into the arena in their numbers to watch the team play. However, things turned sour in the 52nd minute as the game remained goalless with few minutes to go. According to reports, the fans, angry with the result of the game, encroached on the pitch, harassing players of the visiting team who scampered for safety as the game was abandoned. Reacting to the incident, Katsina United media officer Nasir Gide lamented the rates of destruction meted on the team. Chelsea will face Manchester City in a second domestic cup final this season after the sore-off league rivals Arsenal in a feisty Women's FA Cup semi-final at Meadows Park. There were few clear-cut chances in the first half, Arsenal's Vivian Maidema coming close with an effort that flew over the bar, but Chelsea were clinical after the break. Guido Retson broke the deadlock with a stunning effort from the edge of the box before Ji So-yeon fired one off in the underside of the crossbar 11 minutes later. Arsenal could have gone 1-0 up moments before Retson's opener when Reith Mead spun away in the box but dragged their shot inches wide. Instead, cup holders Chelsea threatened to extend their lead, with Sophie Ingley and Rayton forcing smart saves from goalkeeper Manuela Zinsberger before striker Bethany England fired one over the bar. Manchester City saw off West Ham to progress to the final on Saturday, and so Chelsea will have an opportunity to make amends for their League Cup final defeat by Gareth Taylor's side in March. It was an emotional return for former Super Eagles goalkeeper Carly Keme as he participated in his first training session for Wolves in nearly 5 years. Ikeme went on a tour of the beautiful and pristine Compton Park training ground of the team and met old friends and faces in the team. He was taken around the training ground by Wolves goalkeeper John Rudy and met with coaching staff of the team and other officials of the club. In the video released on Wolves' YouTube page, Ikeme was seen exchanging deep lungs with Wolves captain Conor Cody. He also met Ivorian defender Willy Boley before going on to the pitch. Ikeme showed impressive reflexes in training and looked sharp like he never left as he was put through the paces by the goalkeeping coaches of the team. Ikeme had 10 caps with the Super Eagles and made his debut on the 5th of September 2015 in a goalless draw away to Tanzania. Five-time Olympic champion Elaine Thompson-Herah has clocked the fastest women's 100 meters in the world this year at the Golden Games in California. Jamaica's Thompson-Herah won a semi-final in the 10.89 seconds in what was her first outdoor 100 meters of the season. She then opted out of the final, which was won by American Tawanisha Terry in a wind-aided 10.77 seconds. Gabby Thomas, third in the 100 meters, set the fastest time of the season over 200 meters, her preferred distance. Thomas, Olympic bronze medalist in the event, won in 22.02 seconds, while fellow American Fred Curley won the men's equivalent in 19.80 seconds. World 100 meters champion Kristen Coleman, who is returning to the competition this season after serving an 18-month ban for missing 3 drug tests, was announced at the start of the 200 meters but did not run.
And the main news again. Christians have celebrated Easter and made calls for hope, unity. Archbishop of Canterbury has slammed UK government's plan to send migrants to Rwanda. And Pope Francis pleads for peace as Ukraine enters Easter of war. That's the news for now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Maureen Menongwe Zigwe. Thanks for watching.